Kia ora koutou anō. Tei rāta mihi kia koutou I tēnei ata. Ka hoki mai nei I tēnei tui o tātou, mō tō tātou mahi, mō te māhere a tau, o nā tau, māhere roa a tau, tēnā koutou. So acknowledging everybody this morning, and thank you for yesterday and all the discussions that we've had and the advice and questions and the answers from staff and councillors. So just acknowledging everybody again for all their work and the support up here as well. So just thank you so much. What we're going to do this morning, I want to start off with a few, just a bit of an overview of where we're going to go. So as you know, yesterday we got through sort of that first round of discussions through all of those resolutions, and we heard potential amendments. I think it was a really good opportunity for people to put those out there to see where some of them might fall, but also maybe flush some out that don't maybe have some support. So that was a really good opportunity. I think it was good for people to be able to speak to those and to get things off their chest, so to speak, and that's always a healthy thing to do. And in terms of, yesterday we temporarily suspended those standing orders. And I think that was really helpful. But as we move into today, I think it's important that we sort of go back to standing orders. And in particular, the ones that we're looking at is the time limit on speakers. So we'll go back to using them. We're going to leave the time limit of the meeting a bit open, even though I think we're down to 3:30 today. And my thinking is 12:30 lunch. We'll aim for that and see where we're at around 12:30, and then aiming for 3:30 there, but we'll see. That will depend on how things go. So we'll leave the time limit for the meeting open, so we'll let that stand. But the stand order is 21.2 around time limit on speakers. 21.5 members must speak only once, and 21.6 limit on numbers of speakers. We'll get rid of that suspension on them and go back to what would be normal. And I think a really important thing about today that I'd like you to consider is, we did hear a lot of discussion around some of these points yesterday, and that has all been public and it's all recorded. So that has been heard. And what I'd like to see today in the debate is, really keep to those key points that you want people to hear, and you want your other councillors to hear in terms of that debate. But maybe not really go over ground that we may have already covered yesterday. I think that might be a good thing to do, but of course it's totally up to your prerogative when you speak. But just putting that out there. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to start with some staff feedback from yesterday, do a bit of an introduction session on there, and then we'll head for, I think it's resolutions 5. I think that's the one we're at, because we went right to 4 yesterday, if you remember. And we'll go back to resolution 5 and start there. Is that still good to everybody? Sound good? So I'll hand over to Catherine and Charles. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the efforts last night. The staff did some work late into the evening, just acknowledging that as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Craig, and thank you, Councillors. And we did want to come back this morning to this towards the end of yesterday. There was quite a lot of discussion about what our staffing work was and what it should be. For the deliberations, we also danced on the way and had a rethink about things. And we just want to take councillors back through how we got to where we are. And actually the starting point for the deliberations paper yesterday is on page 390, was a 19.9% increase that started by based on the start advice following the consultation process here and looking at all the information in front of us. So what we'd like to do today is just get back in time a little bit and then come up to the present day and then provide some further thoughts that we have on how that, if you wish to go below 19.9, some other things that you can take into consideration during the day. So Giles and I are going to do a bit of a tag team so that we can cover the ground, but please stop and ask questions if that's what you need.
So we did. Could I suggest? I don't know if it's your microphone, but I'm hearing some bit of interesting feedback. You might just change your one and see if that makes. It's coming, Greg. Just hi, come. Okay. It's in this year's plan, I think. I believe it's in this year's plan, so won't contribute to the rate rise. That's good. Okay, Catherine.
Good morning, councillors. Got it. So we want to just step back a little bit in time and then step forward. That's not good, is it? Is that okay? I'll carry on. It might wake up. So we wanted to take you back to when we started the long-term plan conversations with you. We looked at the starting position, and you will remember that based on decisions that have been made in previous 17%, and that was because of some increases in funding that the council had agreed to in the annual plans that came in front of that, to increase investment in flood management and increase investment in public transport. So there were a couple of things there in particular that had meant the starting place for this long-term plan was a 17%. So this, combined with a high inflation economy, which you'll remember at the time, meant that we were already starting quite high in the current work plan for this long-term plan. In October last year, we then considered the additional work that this council wanted to do in terms of making a difference, making an impact for the community, and doing the things that this council wanted to achieve. And we talked about that work in terms of must do, could do, and should do, and we categorised that work and we workshopped that with councillors and considered what was the additional work that this council wanted to achieve. And when this was put together in terms of a rates increase, this came to about a 37% increase. And I remember at the time this was obviously not something that the council wanted to countenance, and so that led to further work when we looked further at the must-dos, could-dos, and should-dos. So in moving from the 37% down to what we went out for consultation was, we had a prioritisation and some workshops with councillors in November, and the proposed total rates revenue increase was reduced to 25.7. And you might remember we had some time around with dots on the walls, and we looked at the different options, and from staff's perspective, there was quite not unanimous support for the options that we went out for consultation, but certainly there was strong support around the table for that starting point as a position for consultation. Following those workshops, we made some further adjustments, which took it down to 24.2%, which was what was consulted on. You did discuss a range of options, and I know as staff we looked at 15, 20, 25% options, and that was part of the scenario planning. And strong consideration was given at that time to the financial pressures on the community, but that was balanced by council's desire to make progress and improve outcomes for the community. So that's sort of a snapshot of how we got to where we got to when we went out for consultation. And I opened today by saying, you know, that the starting place in the staff deliberations advice that staff provided to you was the 19.9%, because we had made some further budget adjustments and looked at the submissions and made some advice based on what was in front of us. And that was around, in the environmental regulation protection, it was around farm plans compliance, science, air quality and consenting. And we had a look at those yesterday. In CP and RH, we've made some adjustments around rivers and drainage, and PT, we talked through those different matters yesterday. And in terms of the organisational functions, there was some decreases in the digital investment and suggested around the philanthropy fund. And then the last part was around a vacancy factor, some salary inflation and additional rating units, some additional assumptions we used to get to the 19.9% starting position, with a 13.9 in year 2. So from there, staff went away last night and had a look at some further things that we could propose to take us down further, which was the discussion around the table later yesterday. So we revisited the staff advice that we had provided you through the deliberation document and looked at whether we could reduce the consents deficit that we looked at delaying the Route 7 uplift, which is in there a little bit further, and delaying the rest of network business case year 2. Last night we also looked at additional options around whether council wanted to look at the general rates replenishment, some of the staff advice. We also looked at some assumptions that we had made around how quickly we could find additional rate savings through the efficiencies and deploying new ways of working. And towards the end of yesterday, there was a discussion around the organisational enabling services uplift. And while when staff were considering the 24.2% increase in terms of uplift in work delivery through the core services for this council, we acknowledged that there would need to be an uplift in enabling services to enable that additional expenditure to be spent wisely and efficiency and with the right tools and the right background services. So there was consequential uplift in organisation and enabling services, which is what you saw yesterday, and we described how some of it was through the centralisation of some budgets that have been in different places. But having looked at it, we thought, well, we can back ourselves, and the corollary of that is that if council settles on a lower rate increase, then obviously we can right-size the organisation enabling services for that. So if you come back from a 24 to something less than that, then obviously we can back ourselves to reduce those enabling and organisational services. So in a sort of a wrap-up of those numbers, these are some of the things that we are suggesting that you might like to consider through your deliberations. There's the consents deficit, which was at 1.5 million in the deliberations paper, but we could take another $500,000 out of that. There's the delaying the Route 7 uplift. When we had proposed in the paper to delay it 6 months, but we could delay it for the full year. We could delay the rest of the network business case for year 2, and that was a discussion that you had around the table, so we could also delay that. Then we looked at additional things that hadn't been raised with you. One was around the general replenishment, and at the moment we've got 2.5 million being raised for that general rates reserve replenishment, and no, Giles would say he wouldn't recommend that. It's certainly something that you could consider. And some other staff advice was that we wouldn't consider this, but if that's where the council would like to go, then there's obviously some savings there in public transport for cruise ships and bus services where Ministry for Education funding has been removed, and again the organisational efficiency that was 40 if you release it, if you reduce the total rate taken, obviously we back ourselves to make organisational efficiencies as well. Giles, is there anything you want to add to that?
Only to be clear that the basis on which these numbers have been calculated, obviously the clear numbers in our circuit, so we've done the calculations at relatively short notice, but also that this is based, these numbers that Catherine talked about are start with the assumption that all of the recommendations that were made in staff advice were accepted, so that's the kind of baseline that we're working from. And just to kind of give capital about the impact of the increase in the workload after comms activity, just to illustrate further in the technology space, the additional consent staff that we got, obviously they all need laptops and they all have to have licenses, and therefore those technology costs are unavoidable. So those are the kinds of things that we're talking about, let alone the general increase in technology costs over time. That's all on the organisation.
And just to conclude, I think that if any rates reductions may reduce the service to the community, impact ability to make statutory applications, and negatively impact the health and capability of the organisation. That was just a wrap up there in terms of the potential risk. That's really. Just to ask, we should have had a couple of things with the previous speaker.
Thank you, Claire. David?
Thank you for that. Obviously, a few people have been burning the midnight oil last night. My only sort of query really in the operational space where the conversation about adjusting state comps, for example, saying there was a budget in this area and we've consolidated, there seems to be no corresponding decrease in the areas where it's taken away. We're not seeing anything there. So that sort of, I struggle with that concept that you're taking consolidated budgets, but we're not seeing any reduction, if you like, in the area where it's taken away.
Vicky? So, what, just want to repeat the question. What's your question at the end there?
The question at the end really is, the answer we have been given is that in some budgets we've consolidated back, and we've got that here, but I'm not just singling the communications budget, but we're saying that budget has been removed from various areas and consolidated when we've done this, the three core areas. What I'm not seeing is a corresponding decrease in the area of the new three core area of that budget that's been consolidated in the enabling area.
Thank you, Councillor. The complicating factor is because we're transitioning to the new long-term plan. So if we had done that exercise mid-year, so in existing budgets, and say somebody in the planning team had budgeted 200,000 for campaign work, then that 200,000 would have come across the comms would have gone up, and the planning budget would have gone down. Because it's also coupled with new work programs and development of new work programs, what we're not seeing is a corresponding higher increase in those other programs, because some of that increase that would have been in planning has now been in comms and the rest is in planning. So it is hidden by the fact that we've gone into new work programs, but there's new work in there as well. Does that make sense?
But on the spreadsheet, David, this one, I mean, there are reductions in certain lines. You'll see there have a change in the brackets at the end. So RMA planning, for example, biodiversity partnership programs. I mean, there are in some of the program areas, but I think when you get down to the organisational functions, I think that's what you're pointing out, because that doesn't appear there. So just noting that. Vicky.
I'm just wondering from the base of that table that we had on that was referred to, whether these, if we took all of those, have they, we got a percentage of that point looking at that being the difference.
As you'd appreciate, that number was being calculated as the presentation was being finalised. The ink was still wet at 28 minutes past 10. That total is approximately 4.1% of 19.9.
Sorry, just so that's all of that on that screen.
Accepted all of the staff deliberation recommendations, amended by the reading of the staff advice, and then all those additional options. That will be 4.1% off 19.8. Yeah, 15.8, I believe. I've got the maths right.
I think I've got John. Yeah, John, you want to get in?
Thank you. I was going to ask that same question, and looking at some of the options up there, I guess I'm not overly comfortable with reducing our general reserves and a bunch of things that sit in there. And I was looking for 2%. So I guess across those options, 3.3 million saving would give us around a 2% reduction. Doesn't take me to 15, but it takes me well on the way to where I would have some comfort. So without being absolutely specific about what I would take out, organisation efficiencies, if we believe we can do that, plus some bits and pieces in there to a 3.3, a 2% reduction, then I have some comfort. But just my thoughts on what you've put up today.
John. Yeah, Peter.
Yeah, look, thanks very much for this because it's really helpful in terms of where our discussion's going today. And I know it's taken a bit of work to get those numbers on the board, but at least now, for me, I've got a given that we've got to take account, given that there's a fair few amendments going to be made, I think we've got a reasonable number that we can work with. And I think that it shows that we are trying to work with numbers within this organisation to get ourselves into a situation that probably isn't acceptable to everybody in Canterbury, but should be acceptable to the majority of them because it shows that we are doing our job. So thank you.
Ian?
Thanks, Craig. I guess, and it's my initial impression of this was that it's heavily skewed towards reducing the rate rise in Christchurch, and what we hear from Christchurch councillors that they want a large rate rise, and I looked to where the benefit is in this for rural ratepayers, and I'm not so convinced there are as many benefits. And so, and yet there are still programs where there is no benefit to most of our rural ratepayers that are still included in our programs. And I talk about our youth funding program, which seems to be heavily skewed towards the German Green Party and the Enviro schools. And in Ashburton alone, all the Enviro school money goes into preschools. So I'm not convinced that spreading the word to 3-year-olds is a great benefit. And so I'm not convinced we've actually gone through our programs and taken out stuff that actually affects everybody across our region rather than just Christchurch. And so I've still got reservations about the proposed cut. The quantum that we haven't actually worked out of, but we are going in the right direction.
Claire?
Thank you. Chair, it might be a question for you around how we might deal with these. Are you thinking that we might deal with them in as become feature sections that are relevant? For example, I've got around PT and just the implications. Is it appropriate to ask it now or wait till we get through the PT?
I think you could ask clarification now. I think it's good for us to hear now. But yeah, I agree. Just be good to get some help when they come up to make sure we do deal with them in the right section. Yeah. But I think ask your question now. Yeah.
Is in the room, so that's great. Maybe Sonia might, I don't know. Just with regards to the public transport for cruise ships passengers, we have been briefed on some risks around mental and the implications with cruise ships and how we might fund that going forward. And staff have obviously put this up there as a reduction option, which I really do appreciate, and that's obviously our share. Does that still align with what we may be able to do when we introduce them to place to do it? Doesn't preclude anything whether we proceed to it out.
So the difference between this season and future seasons with MPS is that customers will be able to pay with their credit card, so they'll access the standard price for public transport rather than at the moment paying a cash price for a day pass. And what that means is the differential between the cruise ship shuttles and our service will be significantly greater. Driving customers back to use our service. So when NTS is implemented, we'll have to think more carefully about how we manage that situation, because we may end up back where we were at the beginning with our service being overloaded. And so augmenting that, and continuing to augment the buses will be the thing we'll have to do.
Yeah.
While you're there, just being the Route 7 uplift, moving back another 6 months. There's a heck of a lot of roadworks in that part of the city at the moment. All the is it going to have any major implications?
So, Council might be aware that as part of the previous NZ Up program, NZTA has plans to do works on a segment of that road to Horswell, which includes implementing a bus lane. and that program is still going ahead, even though the NZR program has been moved. That funding has been allocated and that project has started, so that piece of it is happening. The Route 7 provisional on that corridor is one of the mechanisms to mitigate the impacts of delays to folks living in Hawesville, because the less traffic on a road that's got roadworks, the more efficient it will move. So more people using PT is going to help that. So moving it back to a year, it's going to have a marginal impact because that piece of roadworks is going to take some time to complete anyway. Yeah. Just to remember also that Route 7 goes from Hawesville to Queen's Park. So the vast majority of the route is undisrupted by those roadworks, servicing those communities.
My follow-up to that is just in the second bit there, because we had the discussion yesterday around that other recommendation about the rest of the network case adjustment, so we can carry on some community conversations. I mean, my feeling would be pushing that back makes that even more important to do the community conversations in the meantime. So can you remind me, if we do that 900k thing, what have we still got in the budget? And if we do the one underneath it, what have we got in the budget to do those community conversations to keep that going in budget?
So there's nothing fundamentally in the budget that support the level of engagement that we would be required to do for the service reviews that we anticipate. We could reprioritise our work program and our resource to start a conversation specifically, so we could look at that. I think yesterday we heard a comment from Councillor Burns, I think, around reputational risk, etc. The council will be aware that over many years, decisions have been made to defer service improvement for PT for lots of good reasons. And so here we are again having that consideration. But ultimately, delaying services has a consequence, and that consequence is the community who's demanding this will feel less happy about that. But there's two sides to that coin, and council are considering the financial side of that coin. And so, coming back to what I said, we could reprioritise the work program and have a specific conversation with people, noting that it will be in isolation to the rest of the network conversation. And so there are risks to that as well.
Yep. Graham, I think that.
Yeah, thanks for doing this. I mean, it's you obviously done work really hard to come down to that. So what it does say to me is that the difference between that 15% and the 24.2 is a bit of room to manoeuvre, to adjust those and to consider anything that might happen. So we're in a good place to consider some other things seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks again for this. Clearly, I'm not confident about going through that list and making a decision on my mind what we should take out or leave in, or whether we go the whole package. And so my initial statement of taking half out kind of sits with me, which is 2%. Mr. Chairman, do we need to itemise the pieces that we would take out or reduce, or can we leave it with staff to look to take 50% of what they've put up and take it out at a least cost or least damage kind of basis to the organisation across the processes?
Okay. I think that's a bit tricky. I think, Stephanie, you reminded me before that, you know, if we want to change that, then it comes with service as well. So we would have to make those decisions as well. Yeah.
I wonder if Lisa might just give a process update, because we had a brief chat about how these might come into the deliberations, if that was your wish. And that, shall I just keep talking, or shall I hand it to Lisa? There's a couple of ways. So if when you get to the environmental regulation protection, for example, and you think the 500k difference is something that you want to do as an amendment, and you could do that as an amendment then, and similarly to the public transport and the general reserves, if when we get to recommendation 12, which is sort of the adjustments we could put into that recommendation that would achieve what you wanted to, then we could do that at that stage. So I think there's two ways to do it.
Okay, Vicky, then yeah.
I've got two questions. First one is the MOE bus. From which community would be, like, what specific bus route is that relating to?
So we have confirmation that MOE is removing their service from Temuka to Timaru. So that's two, they currently run two buses to the special character schools in Timaru. They're looking at another 12 routes. So we're working with MOE to confirm, so that's across Greater Christchurch essentially. What they're looking at is where there's viable public transport, then that means that they no longer have they're not eligible for MOE funding at that stage. What that doesn't mean is that we have the capacity to take those additional children onto the network. So in many areas, we wouldn't be able to, without additional capacity, service those children, school children.
Can you remind me what the criteria are for what's considered as suitable public transport? So, for example, from Temuka, is there an alternative? What's the public transport alternative from Temuka to Timaru, for example?
Yes, so we run a bus service from Temuka to Timaru. We run one service there and one service back in the afternoon, and so that's a viable alternative. So that's why it's no longer eligible for MOE funding.
And my other question was, let me remember, sorry. Go to Yen and I'll remember it.
I'll probably do a few questions. The first one, reduce proposed content deficit. Does that cause any risk on any of our delivery of that?
So when we put the original recommendations together, Stephen and I and the consent staff and finance staff had conversations about the risk prison, and we recognised that there was a range. So Stephen and I agreed that balancing the risk and opportunity, we came up with landed on the 1.5 million. Clearly, reducing it to $1 million in terms of the additional deficit increases the financial risk on the organisation. But again, we believe that it's at the lower end of what we would anticipate the deficit being, but it's still within that expected range, but it could be higher.
And our next question is, with no general, probably similar vein, no general reserve replenishment. So I suppose that it's another risk putting on the organisation. If something does go, we need that general reserve. So what's our general reserve at the moment?
Checking that number. But so while we're checking that number, council committed to a replenishment of $2.5 million a year over 5 years.
Options we could deal with it later when we get to it. So I think it's an important discussion when we get to it. This is just the 24-25 year, right?
Proposing that you would not replenish with that reserve for 24-25, and clearly the work on the reserve overall would potentially come back with new recommendations. The policy currently says that we plan to be taking into account the general economic situation and other pressures on the council. So you have done this before. Minus 15 million. Minus overdrawn by 15 million.
Yeah, so about what if there isn't funding coming from government, which the conversation we need to have. That also requires a budget for conversation. So, but you said there isn't budget if we're taking away the rest of the network, pushing it back. changes in their area and all those sort of positive conversations we might have had with various parts of our community. Would that be coming from public transport reserves instead if we find we actually need that different conversation? Essentially, we know we're going to need some sort of consultation and communication conversation with communities, however things land come September, either positive or negative. So what budget do we have for that? Or is it reliant on the reserve?
I think as Stuart and I talked about yesterday, there's a lot of uncertainty around the announcements that will be made and the timing of those. We have contracts with operators that we have to give 9 months notice on, and the conversations that we need to have with the community and when we have them will be dependent on what those announcements are. And so I think that our advice, if we need, the PT budgets exist, we do have reserves, and we will need to review how we manage the situation when we're clear what the situation is. We don't have, there are so many variables.
Greg, Grant, and then Nick.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, mine's more of a statement than a question, but I do want to acknowledge and thank you for the work that you've done in a very short period of time. But I just want the table to remember, and this is not a criticism of staff, but really our dogma last year on trying to maintain a 10% maximum annual plan rate increase, and by leaving those efficiencies to staff, we actually lost the revitalisation of the regional biodiversity strategy, which was, for a number of us councillors, a critical piece of work. So the onus is on us, I think, and while acknowledging, excuse me, I might have to have a word this. Sorry. With acknowledging the work that you're doing, and I certainly, as an individual, appreciate what you're doing there. I think there's an onus on us to really look at what the things that our community have told us, while trying to remain fiscally responsible and ensuring that we're not overburdening all of our ratepayers. But again, it goes back to, we were asked for a lot of stuff, which is trying to progress us as a community. So I just wanted to throw that bit in. Thank you.
Grant, and then Nick.
Yeah, I agree with Greg, really. We have been trying to, we keep pushing things back, and we're in a position now where we keep pushing things back. If our starting point was 17%, we're now down 15%. Well, we've lost 2% from the previous year's system. Anyway, I think it's really important that the rest of network business case, that in my view, possibly retains, mainly because of the way that it works with our Greater Coastal Partnership for the spatial plan and the development of that and urban growth in the city. But this is one comment. But I don't know, Craig, I don't know how you're going to turn this. For me, I'd rather get through our general process and then perhaps look at those toward the end to see what a revised figure would be if we pass any amendments that add to it, and then find out where we're at and have that debate at that time.
Yeah, thank you. And just, we are working on a live sort of update, and the idea would be that after each section we can check in on that, have a slight adjournment and just check what any amendments have done. But noting that there could be more reductions coming as well. So I just think that's something to keep in mind. Yeah, Giles, you
can I just Stuart just highlighted some of the importance for councils to be aware. Whilst that $100,000 is in there, which we did include in the budget, it was a very small amount of funding to support the potential to.
We're almost done. I'm going to clear the last question and then we're moving on. Yeah, all good.
So just clarity again, going back, sorry, no. Clarity around the MOE funding. Under the fair trial, which was then applied to those users of public service $100, is it? Is that correct? MOT only does primary school, I think, or does it do secondary? And they're $1 anyway. So that's what I understand too.
So at the moment, children under 20, people under 25 pay $1 on our service phone.
The users of MOE would be changing for a free or subsidised service that's provided by MOE to a PT service where they'll be paying $1. So that must make some difference to our users as well. So a little bit of recovery, I presume that's been considered.
Not really. The main issue that we have is we don't have the capacity to carry these kids in the first place to achieve that revenue. But also, we would have to rate to put on the extra services to carry these kids, which is essentially a transference of funding from the central government to local government. So that's our challenge, is we don't have the capacity to carry them. Some of our routes, the scheduling is very marginal in terms of meeting the requirements of MOE. So there will be an expectation of changes to timetables from those. Yes, our belief would be. And NZTA are very unlikely to fund school services that MOE were operating.
Peter, that's the last one.
Oh yeah, look, I support that 100k. The Timaru service that with those children could go on. It's not fit for purpose for them. It is if you say, a shopper's worker service, which does not fit the requirements. I think it starts in Geraldine and maybe ends up in Timaru and does the same thing at the end of the day. So there's a big conversation that will have to happen with Timaru District about this. But having met with MOE about this issue, they are very, very stern in the fact that schools down here are not getting the right participation from their areas, and so they're cutting this stuff out. If people want to take their kids to private schools, it's up to them. So it's a big thing for us.
Okay, thanks staff for all the work you've done bringing this to us for more consideration. Thanks councillors for your questions and comments. Let's get into it, eh? We do this. Are you happy, Nick? Let's go, mate. Okay, cool. Okay, we're going to go to resolution 5. And then you can understand orders and all that sort of stuff. We're good.
Foreshadowing an amendment for number 5, Chair.
What staff have done is you'll see the foreshadowed ones from yesterday in there, and we'll get to them when we get there. You got, yeah, Peter, you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, at this stage yesterday, I actually withdrew from the conversation, but it was nothing in that conversation around environmental regulation and protection was material to anything that affected me, and I see that the recommendations are not material, so I will be partaking in discussion.
Okay. I'm assuming we can. That's all good. Does that work? I don't know how that works. All good. Okay. Let's go to 5. So our first resolution here is to agree that the Environmental Regulation and Protection Core Service, as described in the long-term plan and supporting information, option 2 in the consultation document, will form the basis for the long-term plan 2024 for adoption with the following changes. So that's tricky, isn't it? Oh, okay, and I'm going to put 5.1 changes to the regulatory planning framework budget to include, and yesterday we had a discussion, and I think B was the one that was more favoured, so I'm going to put that up first. A decrease in the expenditure of debt funding of 0.4 million in year 1, an increase expenditure in debt funding of 1.2 in year 2, and an increase in expenditure in debt funding of 0.5 in year 3 of the long-term plan. So I'll put that initially. And I'll move it. Is there a seconder for that? Anyone? Yep, Vicky. Thank you. Okay. I don't want to speak to it because I think it's all been said. At the moment, I might reserve my right to speak at the end. Do you want to speak to it now, Vicky?
Well, just really to highlight that this is proposing to put a coastal plan review for a geographically specific area into the timetable of our planning framework over the next few years. So to notify in 2026 review of our coastal plan between the Rakaya and the Whakakapi River, subject to consultation and discussion with Punanga in particular. Our coastal plan dates back to 2005. It predates the National Coastal Policy Statement. It's well overdue. It's nearly 20 years old now. Much as I love planning, I've worked in planning in my past, I know it can push out, conversations are complex and so on. We have a notification for 2028 of an integrated plan connecting our land and sea. But if that pushes out further than 2028, these things can happen. The coastal plan part of our policy framework also pushes out. And given the age of our coastal plan and the fact that we do have sufficient data and information to actually address some of the threats and issues around our coast within that geographical constrained area, I think it's really important we get on and do that work as a priority. So that's looking to notify for 2026, specifically a coastal plan review, a holistic review, looking at all the aspects of the coastal plan but within that geographically constrained area. There is a cost over the, not in years 1, but in years 2, 3, and 4 of 3.6 million. But given the importance of our coastal area, with Canterbury's got a expansive coastal values. We value our coastal area, but it's hidden under the water. We don't see the damage that's occurring. And I think it's just really important that we do look at this review for that notification in 2026 once it's finished. I also support the regional coastal environment plan specifically to include sediments and the likes, and include protection of specific species that endemic species. It can't come soon enough. I've been pushing for this for a long time from both the other side of the table and inside of the table. And so 20 years is a very long time for the environment to wait, and I don't think it can come soon enough. Thank you, Vicky, Councillor Southwood, for bringing it up and supporting it as well. Thank you.
I don't support option B. This is not an example of best practice planning that we have had briefings about as a council. But to do a limited review of the coastal plan and then not have it be able to be integrated into the plan, into our integrated plan that we're actually doing. So to me, it doesn't achieve a holistic purpose, and also it doesn't align with our organisational desires to work in a partnership of excellence and to do our work in a level of excellence. So I cannot support the.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah. Yeah, I support option B. I like how it includes the coastal plan and everything. Integrated planning and what are the issues with water and other things will look like with the stuff. So it's good having the coastal plan in there, and as we've heard for many years, my third term here, the first term was the rules of cutting them, and people at other stuff talking about the coastal area being very important to her and people at other stuff. And in the last term, we see the Kyle with the Lewis and how Whakakapi and the heard yesterday. Especially with sediment around the peninsula, it's not just for local, but it's the whole peninsula as well. And because the peninsula will be included in this coastal plan, and then 2026. It's 3 years earlier, and as we kind of said yesterday, things kind of switch out as we go through planning phases. That I'd support option B, and also includes the Whakakapi options, looking at Whakakapi plan as well. So Ian. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't support 5, let alone 5.1 or 5.2.
And the reasons A or B, and the reasons for that is I believe in this part of in this core service, at least $4 million worth of programs, which I think should be taken out of the budget and given the circumstances we're in. We keep increasing the rate take without actually reducing, without considering programs that aren't part of our core services. Now that I've identified without trying that hard at least $4 million that should come out of the program. And I don't think my communities I try to represent would support that level of expenditure. I also have significant reservations in terms of our investment in the plans going forward, $110 million, when there's uncertainty about government direction. And we seem to be continuing to plan out to go down the line of spending our ratepayers' money in an uncertain world, which I don't think can be justified, regardless of the legal implications. And so I will vote against the whole part.
Thank you. No.
So yesterday I intimated that I was more aligned actually to option B. And then last night I actually looked through a number of things, particularly briefings from our staff. It's about having, first of all, faith in the integrated plan, that this will actually happen, the first thing. The second one is that option B, and we spent the whole day yesterday and part of this morning talking about ways that we could, possibly mitigate the option B is definitely actually more expensive. That's the first thing. Second thing is that it includes a coastal plan review, and as such, the coastal plan actually review won't be in the integrated plan. So, in saying that, well, you just said no. I mean, this is actually straight from Hampton Parish. So, at the end of the day, the situation is here. Is that taking all that into account? Now, I know I'm going to have to defend that, and I certainly will amongst our own people, and particularly of Whakakapi. But at the end of the day, we have to actually look at fiscal responsibility, and also what is actually this thing going to look like further down. Now, as we know, the two NICO appointees here will possibly not be here shortly. And so how do we actually continue to have impetus around a lot of the things that, and particularly around the coastal, that this, that we're going to need to actually support at this table? Well, the answer to that really, if it goes back to the status quo before the NICO representation bill, well then we will have votes in committees. So at the end of the day, I have actually now will support option A.
John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too do not support B for many of the matters that have already been canvassed. Option A provides the opportunity for a full report, and our staff state that this cannot be understated as we bring the whole integrated planning process together. And that is what we are and working towards. And so I see this option B as being something that's a wee bit knee-jerk. Over 20 years isn't the right word, but it stands out rather than an integrated plan. Noted the fiscal challenges and cost. Yes, it's borrowing that will fund it, but it is still borrowing at an excessive cost of where we are. I think everyone else has really made the points. It sits out on its own if we go this way. It's not an integrated plan. We have an ARPA, yes, we have a process, and so therefore I cannot support option 2 and would support A if the opportunity arose.
Great. Kia ora, Mr. Chair. I support option B. It's interesting. We've just been reading in the paper over the last couple of weeks by Federated Farmers that the war on farming is over. Their words, not mine. But the war on the coast and the marine environment is well and truly ongoing. The decision that this organisation made to appeal, kia ora. I would suggest he has a very large pocket. Yeah, I've kind of lost the train of thought there, Oliver. I won't blame you, but going back to it, yeah, the war on the coast is well and truly battling and raging. And it's only interesting that last week we were in a wānanga with the Runanga chairs and their advocates. And where I was, the tables I sat on, the coast was the constant within the discussion. And the fact that we're looking at such an extended period of time, I would hardly call that knee-jerk, the amount of time that's involved with that. I've got a couple of other little bits that I'll try and get back onto track. My learned colleagues own whānau, extended whānau, at Rapaki. John Collier, for example, who has been in here and been advocating extremely strongly, not only for whakaropo, but that whole coastal environment. I don't want to look at him if this doesn't pass because of the people like him who are advocating strongly for mana whenua groups and the likes. So that's what I'll be supporting anyway. Kia ora.
Thanks, Greg. I've got Grant. That we have had good staff briefings on the implications of going with feed. And my view is that getting on with the assessment of any gaps in data during this first time frame, and that this coastal report will actually merge with the development of the RPS. I think it's a year just for, before it goes after it's after the first part is notified and through the hearings process, but about that time before it's adopted, it'll come together. So it's not wasted work. It is something that we really need to do. I mean, we've had lots of the delay in the current coastal and environment plan. The last one, 2005. It's way overdue, and even just starting it now, I think is a really, really good idea. So I support it. Thanks, Grant. Peter?
Controversially, I'm going to support B. Our inability to get on and do those things. I think if the advice is that we can get on and do those things sooner rather than earlier, it will integrate into a plan somewhere along the line. We've got a long way to go before any of these things get finished. So I'll support you.
David?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm slightly inclined to option A. However, I do also support the sentiments of Councillor McKenzie about some programs that are still in our budget that I agree with Councillor McKenzie aren't part of our core function as a regional authority. So I would really like to see this organisation address some of these programs and their suitability and viability as a program for a regional council, and on that basis, here on what.
Thanks, David. Theo? I'm just going to say briefly that I will be voting against this on the principle that I fundamentally don't agree with their funding for operational planning work. So, yeah, it's just something that I don't think is the
Can everyone hear me? I don't. I tend to be a bit like Dion. I don't agree with debt funding to do stuff like this, but I'm also on the same page as David and Ian. I think there's a lot of other things there in the budget that we can cut and get some further rate decrease.
Anyone else wish to speak? Can't speak twice. Greg? Well, can we just get on with it? Oh, good. Yeah, all good. There's more time to speak today, Greg, to issues. Look, thanks everybody. Thanks everybody for their thoughts and views on this. As you know, it looks pretty finely balanced. I'm pretty keen to put it to the vote, but I'll just say that, you know, for me, this coastal plan, Mihi, is really important. The way I understand planning working is that it will ultimately contribute to our integrated planning when we get to that. To me, it's a bit like doing this work helps us not take off too big a bite when we get to the coastal stuff eventually with an integrated plan. I think it gives it a good test case, and particularly around an area that is definitely crying out for it, and in a particular landscape around Banks Peninsula, which I think is really important, which is different to the rest of Canterbury. That's why I think it's a really good idea. We're not going to address Claire's comment. You know, we're never going to be perfect with planning. It's not a perfect sort of art. And but I think, like Peter, giving it a go and getting on with it, especially when you think about how old our original plan is and how much has happened in that intervening period, especially with land use in all of Canterbury, but particularly on Banks Peninsula, I think it's pertinent. And it is a statutory obligation that we have. So it's not like something that we can choose to do. We have to do it. The fact that we haven't done it to date has been for particular reasons that councils over time have deferred it. I think that time is hopefully coming to an end. I also think that, yeah, anyway, that's all I'm going to say. I think it's a really important thing to be done. So I'm going to put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Point of order. Just to be clear, we're taking 5.1 separately.
Yeah. Sorry, we're taking 5.1B. That's 5 and 5.1B. Now I know Councillor Edge has got some amendments, but I believe we can deal with them separately as an extra 5 point something when we get to it. Is that okay with you, Councillor Edge? Because I know you wanted to tie it in with option 2, but actually they're just additions that we can add back into option 2. You can still make your point about option 1. That's the way I was going to deal with that. So I want to deal with 5 and 5.1B, and then we can move on to the rest. Is that okay? Cool. Just the way that the resolution reads, 5, we couldn't just do that on its own. Is that okay? Cool. So that's what we're going to do. So all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Would you like a division? Okay, cool. Let's do it. Over to you, Petraea.
Councillor Karako. Councillor Sunkel. Councillor Pauling.
Yes.
Councillor Edge. Councillor Scott. Councillor Southworth.
Yes.
Councillor McKenzie.
No.
Councillor Cranwell.
Aye.
Councillor Ward. Councillor Burns.
Aye.
Councillor Swiggs.
No.
Councillor East,
No.
Councillor Robinson, Councillor McKay.
No.
Councillor DJ. Councillor Davies.
So that's carried 9-7. Thanks, everybody. I do remember the point I was going to make, and that was about, I think we got good value for money out of our 20-year plan. So in terms of debt funding, I think it's pretty worth it. Let's go to 5.2. And I know, Grant, you've got those amendments, but I think we can get to them because they're additions, right, to option 2. So we could add them on. And so I think that works. Is that okay with you? Just add them as a separate 5 point, whatever.
Okay, although it is an amendment to 5, but that's okay. If you want to take it separately later.
So let's go to point 2. Yep. John, and a seconder. Yep. Dion, would you like to speak to that now? Dion, do you want to speak now at the end? Anyone else want to speak to 5.2? Yep, Claire.
I support the motion that staff report just around delaying the collection of the funding. I think it's important that we get the message out and we support the view for that the Canterbury or Christchurch communities wanting so that a biodiversity rate and we can definitely communicate that. But I think it's important, and we did see it in some submissions that did support this. They were raising concerns around how it was actually going to be accessed and looking for some fairness and equity around that, and that would have been related to our staff and briefings as well. So I think that it's probably that by delaying the collection for next year, and it's committed to, we have that time to develop in conjunction with the community groups that provide submission and the wider community around the best way to do that to get the outcome that the community wants.
Oh, sorry. Thanks. Anyone else want to speak at the moment? Yep.
Against it. So Christchurch could be a thriving hub for biodiversity with Tui and Kararu, abundance in the trees and clear running rivers and healthy harbours. Surveys have shown that people of this city value nature. Christchurch identifies with the Port Hills of its Kuranga Waiwai. We have efficient, capable, passionate environmental groups who've been delivering environmental goals on the smell of an oily rag. For too long, they have had to achieve so much with so little, albeit that in the last few years we've had some jobs for nature funding, which has really demonstrated just how much they can step up when given the funding. Who are we to say that they can't be efficient? Their ability has already been proven. Groups such as Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, Pest-Free Banks Peninsula, the Six Living Laboratory Trust, QE2, Summit Road Society, they have action, they have vision, they have action plans, they have projects, and they corral the support of a huge number of volunteers. They have created great relationships with landowners, but we're proposing to stand in their way for another year of what they could achieve with that additional $1 million achieved for all of us. We can place trust in these groups to be efficient with Christchurch's dollars because they've been doing that. They've been doing that for years. We have been supportive, well, the submissions have identified that 67% of those who submitted to us from Christchurch wanted to support this policy rate. 67%. It's not often that you'll have anything supported by 67% of people. That's because the vast majority of people in Christchurch recognise the value of biodiversity. And we can work out how best to coordinate this for next year. But in the meantime, we can support those groups to keep doing the good work that they've been doing at a time when we know things are tough. We know that the Jobs for Nature funding is terminating at the end of this financial year. That's in June, the end of June. And so there's really no benefit in holding up. Our nature needs our support. we need water quality improvements, which can be delivered by biodiversity through plantings and covering up the soils and the bare hills that we have, which contribute to the sediment in our river, the Opawaho, and in the harbour over Lyttelton, Paparopo. We've got an opportunity here to do something this year, and I really would like to support the majority of Christchurch that proposed that this was what they wanted to see. What is the point of the submission process when we then turn around and ignore what our submission was asked?
Joe?
67%, as Vicky said, this is a clear 2/3 majority of the Christchurch submissions who supported the rate. Not one of them who supported this rate asked for it to be deferred. They asked for urgency, particularly with the environmental austerity agenda of the coalition government. This is an overwhelming response. It cannot be ignored. It's a clear mandate from the community that participated in this process. So I urge my colleagues, particularly those councillors from outside of Christchurch, to put yourself in our shoes if you came here with the backing of 67% of your district wanting a targeted rate, and then us urban councillors said, oh, let's put it back to year 2. Despite the economic challenges that we face, the various pressures upon us, we can be the council that in the face of this adversity doubled regional biodiversity spending in Christchurch with the backing of our community.
Thanks, Joe. Greg? Yeah, very briefly, community-led, agency supported, as Councillor Davies before me and Councillor Southwood have both identified, was overwhelmingly supported in the submissions. I would own up to the fact that I'm a volunteer on the Summit Road Society, which I don't think is a conflict in this particular case, but what I would say is it shows that environmental groups who would be the beneficiaries, if you like, along with our environment, are a lot more sophisticated than it is given credit for. So thank you.
Genevieve? No.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, being a Central City councillor, we went out in consultation with the community saying that we could. It would be utterly devastating to be able to go back and say we can't. It's misinforming people on our intent. Too many people to bring into the city some of the bird life that we're lacking. For the first time in 11 years, I went on an urban city walk and saw 3 kareru. I have never seen that before. And someone spoke to me saying, it's because we're starting to see a linkage between Hagley Park and Reconvened Bush. This is because community action does this sort of stuff. We're starting to see bird life in the city. We've got rivers that people want to put attention into. We've got community groups that plant every weekend. If we start removing this from people, we start no longer enabling people to do their work. And as everyone's, well, the last 2 speakers have said 67%. Imagine going back to 67.
Thanks, Genevieve. Grant?
Strategic direction, which is to accelerate regeneration of the natural environment. It's a key, one of our 5 key aspirations that we set up and continue from the previous training as well. But I agree that this targeted rate is going to continue the improvements at a larger scale landscape. At a larger landscape scale more quickly. So you've got huge amount of community input and the momentum must continue and people want it.
Thanks, Grant. Is David back? Hi. David, when you're ready, you can speak to this.
Thank you. we've heard a few speakers referring to 67% of the submitters that came in here supported the biodiversity grid. I'm required to think of the benefit for the entire area, not just one particular segment of a. It can be unpalatable at times, but at times you may have a fiscal responsibility to look at the financial considerations of your organisation, and that outweighs the benefit of supporting the other way. I've had to go to my community and explain myself why I may have voted against what people in my particular constituency may have supported. So I don't entirely buy the argument that 67% of those that submitted dictates to us that we must support this thing. On a great one with statistics, and we had, I think, from memory, we're talking about 1,300 people chose to submit. That's a small percentage of the total number of constituents that could have had an opinion on it. So I'm just making the point that because we get that strong lead, it doesn't necessarily always follow that we have to go that way. So I'm taking a more fiscal responsibly attitude to our decision making. And if I have to go to my community and explain why, I'm quite happy to do so.
Thanks, David. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Yeah.
Yeah, I support Councillor Southfield and Councillor Davies when they're talking about the 67% of the Christchurch. Also, Tahi Hapuri came in and I would say supported this. I take it the ones who didn't come in are the silent majority, so therefore they must have supported the long-term plan and this. So if they didn't come in, I think they probably didn't agree. They agreed with it because because they didn't come in and talk about it. So kia ora tātou, I'll be voting against this.
Thank you. No. Oh, kia ora tātou. I'm definitely voting for this, and one of the reasons for it is because, again, looking at my colleague over on the other side there, and it's about it's about fiscal responsibility is the first one. When I think about the silent majority, again, I think that that's probably quite a long vote. Particularly, a lot of people actually have just been so frustrated about what's happening here, and particularly with rate rises and all of that. So it's a kind of a silent protest, I would say, that they didn't turn up. The constituents that we represent, majority of them would be in a kind of a working class background, and I find it difficult, very difficult. So they would actually understand the fact is that we need to do this. It's still going to happen, it's just going to be delayed. And that is how I would defend my decision today with that. Sure. Oh yeah, very good. Yeah.
I just want to say that the people that are saying that I'm voting for this, that we're saying we can't do it. Actually, we can do it, and we are going to do it. But for me, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, maybe in this process, we had another email come through about how we would distribute the funds that we'd rate for biodiversity, what we're approving there. And we still, as a council, haven't decided how that would be. There's 3 options. We rate for it, the staff do the work under our existing program. We rate for it, and we do it as a contestable fund, or we rate for it and it becomes a grant fund to existing groups out there. We haven't yet made that decision, and I don't think we'll be able to make that call anytime soon. So I'm uncomfortable to strike a rate as of the 1st of July for something that we haven't decided how we're going to distribute, which is why I'm going to support what's on the screen right now. I'm not saying that I don't support it. I actually went to great pains to try and understand how this was going to work, balancing the responsibility of what we have as councillors and the overwhelming conversations that have come at the end of the table through this long-term plan process. I've been convinced that the communities are able to do and deliver some of the outcomes that we want to see, the impact that we want to see in our communities. I want to see a lot more work done in our rivers and our waterways, on our coastlines, by our community groups who are empowered by this. I want to see our pest species in our region diminished or reduced, well, actually in our city ridges. I'm on a warpath against Canadian geese. I want to see those things gone. And we could actually sort of get this stuff happening. And I think our communities can play a big part in this, which is why I support this. But I can't go to my ratepayers, the people that I represent, and say, I've just put a rate on your thing, on your bill, and we don't even know how we're going to distribute it yet. That's the reason that I support this. Giving us the time to work out how we distribute money, give people the confidence that we're going to be doing it next year or in the year's time, so that they can also sort of plan and get ahead, so that we can all be aligned to get the impacts that we want. I think that's a prudent and good step to take. I'm supporting this. I'm supporting the biodiversity fund for Christchurch. It's taken me a long time to try and understand it and to bring myself to that. But I've been convinced, and yes, 67% of people said they want it. Cool, we're going to do it. And that's what this resolution does support. John.
Biodiversity, but I support it here too. Thank you.
Sorry, I've forgotten that you'd moved. I didn't get to Ian. Did you want to speak? Sorry, is that all right with you?
I was moved by Vicky's passion plea for the fund to be put in place, but as Dion points out, it's going to be put in place anyway. It's just a question of timing. But I look forward to the day where I see Aaron. I don't know. I want to see them wandering down the street here, because this is, you know.
Kia ora, thank you. Okay, I think that's everyone who wanted to speak. Yeah, that's all good. Okay, let's put this to the vote. I don't need to say anything more because I think it's all been said. So all those in favour, please say aye. Those against? We want a division? I think we probably need to. Let's go, Patricia. You got heaps of those sheets, eh?
Councillor Ward. Councillor Edge. Councillor Mackay. Councillor Sunkel.
Yes.
Councillor Swiggs. Councillor Diche. Councillor Parako. Councillor Karako. Councillor Burns.
No.
Councillor Pauling.
Against.
Councillor McKenzie.
We will abstain.
Councillor Davies.
Councillor East. Councillor Scott. Councillor Robinson. Against. Councillor Cranwell.
Kāore, against.
Councillor Southworth. Against.
Okay, the motion failed, 8 against, 6 for and 2 abstain. Okay, let's move on to 5.3 and then we'll get to the other amendments. So 5.3 is a net decrease of general rate, targeted rate and user pays funding of 35k in year 1, 5.7 million in year 2, to make budget adjustments identified during the review of changes required to the draft long-term plan. I can move that, but do I have a mover? You want to move that? John, any seconder? Vicky? Do we need to have any discussion on it? Do you want any discussion, John? Do you want to lead it? No? Vicky, do you want to give it? Any other discussion on it? Okay, let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Now, yesterday we had some foreshadowed motions. Now I've got one from Councillor Edge. Noting that the first bit's been passed, I was just wondering, Grant, if you just want to start at B, so we get rid of the words above. I know you want to draw attention to option 1 changes, but basically it's just the rest of the wording of 5.2 and 5.1 is just increase or decrease. So you're happy to go with just getting rid of those words and just making it 5.4 it would be, and that would just start with increase investment and catchment biodiversity. Are you happy with that? So, yeah, it would be 2 separate motions. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, not just to check, because I also had caution there. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Sorry,
No, that's 5.4 and that's 5.5. That's the way I would understand it. And those other words can actually disappear. Are you happy with that, Grant? So I'll now go to you, Grant. That's your amendment. Have you got you're moving them? Have you got it? Well, you go 5.4 first. Have you got a seconder? Yeah. Yeah, you get to speak to it now. Yeah. If you wish. Not you, Grant can start, but
Yeah, I'll defer to the end.
okay, anyone else want to speak to this? Yep, please.
I'm going to speak to this. This is adding on over and above the option 2, our preferred option, and what staff have recommended to us. What concerns me mostly is that the catchment-based biodiversity programs have largely been funded and worked with partner agencies, which we understand those agencies aren't committed to continuation of funding. So to me, this providing some money to do what? Exactly, I'm not quite sure, and I would ask the mover or seconder if they can actually provide that information specifically.
Just have hands up who wants to speak to it, and I'll just write that down. So, Dion, Nick, you want to speak to it? Yep. Anyone else want to speak to it? Yeah. And yeah, you can keep putting your hand up. But just like, where you go, Dion.
Yeah, I'm just going to speak briefly. I mean, I understand the intention of Councillor Edge. I appreciate what you're doing, but I mean, I've been at long pains to try and not put extra bits that I'd like to see from the commitments into the long-term plan. And I'm working hard to try and find ways we can cut our clock to make things easier for our communities in this period of time. So that's why I'm not going to vote against this. But I do understand what you're trying to achieve, but I'm voting against it. Sorry.
Ian,
Like Ian, I'm going to vote against this. Are prepared to pay any more in rates than they really have to. And these are luxuries they don't need. And so I'm going to vote against.
Ian. John,
You have summed up my thoughts. I'll be voting against.
Joe, did you want to speak?
Yep, Mr. Chair, I mean, earlier in our discussion, some of us raised concerns and some confusions around the proposed ERP option 2, which included the biodiversity rate, but also suggested reductions in community water biodiversity funding across the region. In contrast, option 1 maintains the funding but did not include the rate. So I support Councillor Edge's amendments that effectively address these concerns. With these amendments, we maintain community funding, but also moving forward with option 2, which includes the biodiversity rate. Thank you.
Okay.
Similar to Councillor McLeod, that from the movement just on what that seems to be made up of. I noticed that the motions have changed since yesterday, so I just need to clarify.
Any other people wishing to speak? Yep. No.
Like everyone else, just basically stole my thunder, but we do have to cut our clock. We are trying to get the rates to come down. Having just been involved, helping to set up some test groups, I know what they are achieving and what they are achieving by boosting by obtaining funding from other avenues.
Vicky?
I really need to know more about what specifically that proposal is deliver. I'm much contrary to what might be popular belief around this table. I do think we need to be efficient and careful with our dollars. I think that whilst I know that there's a real demand for doing more in Christchurch and making it specifically the last motion, or didn't support the targeted rate, because I know that there's delivery. Hearing from my rural colleagues for whom this is aimed at, really, it's those catchments that they're not feeling the need to have this, then yeah, I need to.
No.
Typical Councillor Cranwell, actually I just need to have some more elaboration on what's actually just been made up.
Well, is that everyone at the moment? So I go to Genevieve first, and then you have the right reply at the end. Grant, is that one? Or you don't have to speak now if you don't want.
I'll just be very brief. From some of the people who spoke at the hearings, they too had quite a high desire, from what I took from it, to have some sort of available funds, more than what was available, to look into biodiversity outcomes for the area. And I think this could be a way of actually creating quite a decent uplift and a whole raft of projects and campaigns in different areas. And there's no reason it can't be specific to different catchments or those who come forward and show interest in the likes.
Grant?
Thank you. Sorry, I apologize. I probably should have spoken first about the reasons behind this. The consultation document suggested option 1, option 2, and looking at page 398 of our staff advice information, option 1 required, or the difference between 1 and 2 was about 4.5 million. And some of the things in the consultation document indicated what was going to be missing, or the difference between the two. And one of them was, one of the items was option 1 increased the amount of in-catchment-based biodiversity programs by 1.9 million. And my feeling is, I'm conscious of
expenditure and things like that. But this proposal is adding 750,000, which I think is a modest sum, adding into option 2, given that a lot of people, according to page 398, item 16, a lot of people who chose option 1 noted the biodiversity outcomes and community support as reasons for selecting that option. So really, again, this is meeting the wishes of those who submitted to our plan. And as I said before, it's also delivering and helping to accelerate regeneration of the natural environment. But I also think that, I suppose my intent was that it will greatly assist rural catchment groups in their efforts to improve the quality of water in local streams, or projects that help regenerate indigenous vegetation. It'll support Mihi health, and rural councillors and our Ngāi councillors should be especially supportive, I think, of this investment, because it will potentially support investment in their communities. So that's the main reason for behind this. It's a little bit of money, but it can go a long way. Right. You had a question, Ms. Barrett?
Just another clarification of process, because we've now had some description which maybe we could change, but the movers and seekers might like to change the option that they're putting on the table for discussion around catchment-based programs, as in farm catchment, land catchment groups, because I think that's what I heard Councillor Edge talk about.
That may well be an outcome if this got supported, but I don't know. I think what I heard yesterday was that Grant drew this from the original option 1 information. And I hear what you're saying about the catchment collectives that came to us as well, so I get that, and there's no reason that couldn't be considered going forward. But I'm just probably keen to just put it to the vote. I mean, we've had the debate, we've heard for and against. Let's see how it lands. That's what I would say. So, all those in favour, please say aye. Those against? To me, it sounds like we might be against. You're on division? Okay. Let's go. So yes, if you don't support this, yeah, that's against. If you do support it, that's for.
Councillor Sunkel. Councillor Southwood. Against. Councillor Pauling.
Again.
Councillor Ward. Councillor Edge. Councillor East. Councillor Korako. Councillor Swiggs. Councillor McKenzie.
No.
Councillor Cranwell. Councillor Mackay. Councillor Burns.
No.
Councillor Diche. Councillor Scott. Councillor Robinson. Councillor Davies.
Okay, the result is the motion failed. That's 13 against, 3 for. Okay, let's move to 5.5 for Grant, if you want to speak to it.
Okay, yeah, so I'm doing 5.5.
Okay, I'll speak to it. Okay, so the intent of this is that we know that the community contestable Y fund is incredibly overprescribed. In Canterbury, who are keen to help restore our degraded landscapes or improve their locally loved places, like the people who submitted from the Silver Stream in Waimakariri, or the numerous biodiversity trusts who also submitted, wanting to do things to help repair our pretty damaged landscape. And again, it's an item that I've drawn from option 1, and it will go some way to perhaps assist Mihi values and water quality values, and again, Indigenous biodiversity growth. And it is part of our aspirations to accelerate regeneration in the natural environment.
Vicky, do you want to speak now?
Yeah, so this one I do support. It's responding really to the submitters that I heard from who talked about wanting to do more out in the region. So we've supported the targeted rate for Christchurch Banks Peninsula. One of the things I heard from submitters from outside of that area when they were submitting about commenting on that targeted rate was, hang on a minute, but what about outside of Christchurch? We want to do stuff too. The Y Fund does deliver efficiently. We've got a well-structured system to receive applications and work through them and prioritise. It's always been oversubscribed. Many of those applicants get match funding. They certainly get additional labour from local volunteers and so on. It enables a variety of different sized groups, newer groups, long-standing groups to gain funding to do specific projects right across the region, and it has consistently been oversubscribed, substantially oversubscribed. So adding another $150,000 to the proposed $300,000, which is in our option 2, brings it some way towards being sufficient to meet a bit more of the number of applicants that we get. In the past, we had, I think, when it was sized at 650,000 a couple of years ago, and we received something like $1.2 million worth of applications. Bearing in mind all of those applications come with a lot of voluntary labour, that actually translates into a lot of action and activity for the dollars that we put out through that investable fund. So I fully support this one.
Dion?
Yeah, again, I'm going to say the same thing. I'm going to vote against this, and I'm just, now that we've got the other biodiversity fund now, I think there'll be a lot more money for community groups, and these other groups will have more opportunity for support through these other initiatives, which I think is really good. So rather than building on, making a bigger piggy bank of ECAN, because ratepayers shouldn't really necessarily be the piggy bank of the everything. I think we've seen a good outcome having the biodiversity fund, and now I think this will be a little bit too much. Thank you.
Thanks, Dion.
Greg? Kia ora. Thanks, Mr. Chair. While we'll be looking at other opportunities for funding later on, for example, philanthropy funds, etc., this to me, I will be supporting because it is tangible. We did have numerous people come to us from outside of the Christchurch area, which was previously identified as being a hotspot, but there are plenty of places. I think of, for example, the trip we did to Kaikoura not long ago, and all the way up there, the work that many community groups are doing. And I will remind you of the often said phrase that we've heard many times: community-led, agency-supported. Ian?
I'm going to vote against this, and I think what this council needs to do before it certainly puts any more money into this budget, and this, not only just the Y Fund, but also the way you can. There's no question in my mind that we can get much better bang for our buck on behalf of our ratepayers if we actually do a review of how we spend our environmental budget before we put any of the money into this budget. This is just another example of people believing that more money you throw in actually the better the outcome. And I don't believe in that. We've got to be smart about the way we spend the money, and I don't think we are starting to talk about reviewing that. We haven't got it in a destination. We need to get to a destination to put any more money into these programs.
Yeah, I've got enough, and I'll come to you, Ben.
Kia ora. I'm going to vote against this purely because of what previous speakers have been saying. Fiscal responsibility is one. The other part is that in all this debating this morning, resolutions, etc., passing motions, there's been a lot given to biodiversity. And the way I see this is that we're not just an environment council, we're actually also a regional council. And so we have to be really cognizant of the fact is that, again, it comes back to fiscal responsibility. So that's why I'm definitely voting against it. You've got enough already.
Thanks. I've got to Peter, and then I've got Claire.
Yeah, I think Dion's point that he made in the motion before this in terms of how about the fund was that we strategically not set up or deciding some of these things. And I think it's piecemeal funding. I think we need to be more strategic about that. I think we heard that in some of the submissions from people from Banks Peninsula. Pam Richardson, for example, made the point that we need to look for leverage, not just to give. And we're not in that situation. We've got some passionate biodiversity councillors around this table. I don't want to get the odds with them. I don't think that's helpful at all. But I don't think actually just putting 150, and it's about 0.1% of a rate, but I don't think that's the point. I think the point is that we need to, after this long-term plan is finished, we need to sit down and work out how we do this properly, because I don't think we are doing this properly, and I don't think that we're doing it in a big place like we're in, Christchurch. I don't see the city actually, I don't see us being joined up with them in making sure we get a certainly bigger bang for our buck. And certainly like 150,000, like to be fair, I can't see anyone in Parrywell River or Cattle Creek getting any benefit out of it. So I'm going to vote against it.
Thanks, Peter. Claire?
Chair, just want to draw people's attention that we were got to with the vote already. We've elected to go with option 2, obviously, and now looking at amendments. So if we looked in what we'll get, option 2, Indigenous biodiversity in the Hangakai, we've got 13.8 million. 13.8 million. Under local action support, you've got 12 million. Now, I know staff have come with a recommendation later on we'll be looking at to not collect the subsidy for home heating. So that's a relatively small amount that we can take off. But of that 12 million, we've got contestable funding, zone committee funding, environmental infrastructure, youth engagement, and environment schools. So we've got a huge investment already, totaling 25.8 mil. It covers pretty much the biodiversity environment space. So I won't be looking at it.
Thanks, Claire. Anyone else? That's reflected. Okay, I'll go back to Grant. You're the mover.
No further comment.
Okay, let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Ooh, that's pretty loud from the against. Do you want division? I can't pick it. Trust my ears. Division. Oh, sorry.
Councillor DJ, Councillor Cranwell, Councillor Burns,
Yes.
Councillor Sunkel, Councillor Davies, Councillor Southworth,
yes.
Councillor Ward, Councillor Edge. Councillor McKenzie.
No.
Councillor East. Councillor Parako.
No. No.
Councillor Scott. Councillor Robinson. Yes. Councillor Mackay. Councillor Pauling.
Yes.
Councillor Swiggs.
No. So, yeah, my hearing was pretty good, actually. That's 8-8, so the motion's lost. Status quo remains. So let's go to the next one. Now, I think you've got one here, Mihi, that we proposed yesterday. It's pretty similar, the first part. You happy to withdraw it? Or, so, yeah. So you'd like to do your next one?
I would like, yeah. So, oh, that's really loud. Oh, that's really loud.
Hang on a bit, Vicky. I just think it would be 5.6. That's anything. Yep. We've got. Are you happy with that? Cool.
So this one's. Oh.
Yeah, have a second.
Yeah, so the Pest-Free Banks Peninsula in 2021 received 600,000 for pest management work across Banks Peninsula. They're pretty much at the forefront of predator-free 2050 work. They're running projects which are really helping to sort of understand how best to manage pests and to tackle the pest issue. And that's feeding back into actually national sort of understanding of how to do these projects really well. They have received 600,000 through the last 3 years, 21, 22, 2021, so on to now. The proposal this year is to raise that to 613,000, reflecting a 2.4% interest rate rise over a 3-year period, which is nowhere near the way costs have risen over that time. So in real terms, it's like getting a cut in funding. But this is such an important work, and pest management is one of those things where if you let off, you lose the ground that you've gained. The thing that's great with Pest-Free Banks Peninsula is that, as I mentioned, they're creating greater understanding for sort of a national scale of pest management, but also rippling out across, looking to ripple out their knowledge and their expertise and ways of working and connecting up with pest management now into the Selwyn area, across into Christchurch City and heading towards Waimakariri and so on. So it's really beneficial, actually much wider than just their area. In order to make sure they can continue to maximise their benefit, I would like to propose that we interest index link the targeted rate that they receive to inflation, so that we're not inadvertently undermining the work that they do.
Grant, would you like to speak now? Oh, you're going to leave it till the end, or?
I can't. Oh, my machine's working now, so I'll speak now. Yeah, just supportive of this motion, because it is important that we don't, as we go forward in terms of giving people money, or for very. No, we've heard in this raft of proposed amendments about fiscal responsibility, and that's, and of course that's really important, but we also have a commitment to our population and our environment to do better. And if this is a way of ensuring that the pest-free Banks Peninsula can do a little bit more, that's great. Our responsibility goes beyond the fiscal stuff. We've got to deliver on the 4 well-beings: environment, social, cultural, and economics. We've also had discussions about people suggesting not supporting things because we don't know, there's no priority setting. The priority setting is part of the Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy. It's in the strategy already about what our priorities need to be. And multi-agencies will deliver on that, and our organisation operationally will work through that. So that to me is not an issue. So I just think that we can't continue to go backwards in terms of our environmental input over time, because we have a terribly degraded environment. We've got some inappropriate land use, and we've overreached our resources, and we have climate change on our back door in terms of drought, flood, everything else, and pests, plants as well. So I just think that this is part of the picture. It's a small item, and I really support it. I would have liked more support for those other amendments, but anyway, I want to support this one.
Great. I've got Greg, Nook, and Peter at the moment. Yep. Kia ora, thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, this undoubtedly is one of the region's flagship programs and organisations, undeniably successful. My personal experience on Ohini Tahi, a little further away with the work that has been done at Whakakapi, but Kereru, Kormako, Piwaka, and even Kareria at times, not to mention the actual native regeneration bush that's occurring there over on the peninsula and the likes. There's also economic benefits for some of the productive land over that area there. This is something that I absolutely will be supporting, and I think, as previously mentioned by the mover and seconder, it is imperative that the very bottom line is maintained each year as opposed to losing annually. Kia ora. Yep. Go to, sorry, no.
Kia ora, kai whakahaere. I just want to acknowledge Councillor Southworth and for putting this up. I totally support it. And the fact is that, yeah, a flagship, it's credible, and I've seen the work that it is actually done on Banks Peninsula. We can't go back on this. You know, as opposed to other motions that I haven't supported, and the reason why I'm doing this one is because it's actually more realistic in a lot of ways, but we can't stop now. We have to continue going. Kia ora to you. Thank you.
Got it. Peter?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's only arguments put forth for this actually doing that government, but I'm going to support this because the work that's been done on Banks Peninsula is good work. These are good people. I've been associated with this since 2016, looking at what they've done and what they've achieved. And I think that this is fair, right? It's a fair thing to be able to do to a community group that works so hard to do such a big job on the peninsula.
Thank you. I've just got a question about this one because I'm really unsure about how much money it is. And so I think we need to ask staff just for that response. And Vicky, you might have some figures, but just you have that confirmed. So I think it's important before we go to a vote that we just get that clarification. Now I can come to you. Yeah. Yeah.
When we're asking staff, I thought Vicky asked our staff a while ago, and I can't find the response, whether in fact there was an inflation factor in the funding for Banks Peninsula pest-free. And I thought the response was that there was an inflation. So are we arguing about an inadequate inflation, or yeah, could they just clarify it?
I think we'll get there, and you can have the right reply at the end anyway, Vicky. But I think we'll just adjourn for a second. I just think give staff some time just to come up and tell us, because I think we heard some discussion yesterday from Claire as well about the agreement that's in place with them. So I just think that that's important that we just check that. Yeah.
Can we have some indication of? Right.
I'm happy to have a break for lunch if people want. 25 minutes. We come back at 1 o'clock. We pick this up from the give staff that time to do that. And there's only a couple more in this section that we need to deal with. And yeah, all good? Till 1 o'clock. Thank you. Oh, kia ora koutou. Pretty keen to get back into it. I think everyone's almost here, except I know that Yay and Mackenzie here is back at the table. Someone's been having shenanigans around with the name labels, and Ian Cranwell down the end come back to the table too, so that's pretty good. Ian Cranwell and Yay and Mackenzie. Yeah, so, yeah. We're just having a bit of fun after lunch. All good, people. All good. Okay. I'm glad there's a bit of laughter. That's really good. So I think who's coming to the table? Is it Catherine or who's coming to the table? So just to pick up where we left off, and I know Vicky, you've been maybe spoken to about something, but I don't know if we want to go to staff first or to you go to staff. And we're in the midst of talking about this Pest-free Bank Peninsula rate and targeted inflation and all this sort of stuff. So hand over to staff and get a bit of explanation, then we'll go from there.
Thank you. We were just talking in the break about the about Vicky's amendment, and we had a look at the budgets, and the inflation adjustment is in there based on economic forecast for local government. So we've suggested that Vicky look at a different amendment, which is what's up there in terms of, just so you know, the contract for Pest-free Bank Peninsula is coming to an end, and it will be renegotiated shortly. So in the past, that contract hasn't been inflation adjusted, but it is built into long-term plan budgets going forward. I think that's exactly. That's it. Okay.
I'll hand over to you, Vicky, if you're happy. Yeah.
So just to confirm that I'm speaking with staff and looking at the Commission's response that was in the report that we received, that yes, it was definitely clearly in year one. It turns out that it had also been put into years 2, 3, 4. But I think this decision just confirmed that that is the correct approach, needs to be here, needs to still be here, because, well, certainly the Commission response was, yes, it's in year one, but the subsequent years are based on a decision. So this is the decision. But it won't make a difference to the budget because that's already been, it's already sitting in the numbers.
So just checking, so are you happy to withdraw your original 5.6 and is Councillor Edge in agreement, and then are you going to put this new one in its place? And move a second. You're going to move and second the new one, so to speak? Yep. I don't think we need to have another debate about it, but I'm happy to go to people that haven't spoken yet.
Well, they've disappeared from the table, but I was going to ask, what's a likely scenario of inflation based on economic forecasts from local government?
That's pretty easily answered it. But if staff can come to the table, I think it's about local government goes out and gets a report done. What's the group? Phil do the report, and they suggest a rate that you base things on. So are you comfortable with that, David? Councillor East? Yep. Okay. Yep. No.
I'm comfortable with this motion a lot. Thank you.
No. Cool. Does anyone else want to speak to it? I'll go back to Vicky if you want to speak to it at the end. Yep.
No, you for the
Cool. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Carried. Thank you. Amazing what lunch can do now. So we've got another one just on our books from yesterday. Councillor Swiggs, do you want to proceed with this amendment?
Since I made that amendment, we've been told that we're going to be having a decision coming up soon around zone committees. So I think my intention with this was that there was a motion to increase funding for zone committees, and this was a direct negative to that, so that if that failed, it would have been a foreshadowed motion. But in the light of hearing that there is going to be some consideration for zone committees, I think that is prudent to explore this. But I do want to say that I think we need to be looking at zone committees, especially around the optimisation of the delivery and the impact that they make in our community. And I'm very serious about that. So I think it's very good time to do.
I'm just confirming, yeah, there is a review underway, of course, and that's sitting with the work we do, but also with the Mayoral Forum. So just acknowledging that, and things are coming back to us in the later half of this calendar year and in the new financial year. So thank you. We had another one here, but we got a bit mixed up about this. But what we are going to do is a secretarial note, and it was a discussion we had yesterday that Councillor Sunkel brought up about the clause 25 in the paper. And I'm just trying to think what page it's on, page 400. And we had the discussion, you may remember, with Andrew Parrish, and we mentioned about the Whakakapi plan. And it's just a note that we're going to note that the planning options, the regulatory planning framework that we approved this morning, includes that work to scope, explore, and potentially develop a standalone plan for the Whakakapi catchment. So we're just going to do a secretarial note to note that. Is everyone happy? Good. We don't need to vote on it. It just gets done in the minutes. All good. Thank you. This one here, Grant, was one we've had from yesterday, but it's been done, so I don't think we need to go there. You are good to withdraw all that? Yep, because we've passed option 2, so that's all good. And I think that might be it. Is that right? Yeah, cool. Oh, there was one thing I wanted to raise, and so from the staff feedback this morning, there was the consents deficit. Did we want to bring that into this ERP chapter so that it's all done in that chapter and vote on, we'll put that amendment forward and vote on it? Everyone happy to do that? Cool. So from the, yep, John? Yep. So the staff wording this morning was to reduce proposed consent deficit by 500 K. 500,000 K, 500,000. Sorry. Yeah, all good. So if we write that up, and that would be a 5 point, where did we get to? 5.6, maybe? I think. Yeah, because Vicky's one was the last one, might be 5.6, I think. I'm sure we can make a minor adjustment later if we have to, the numbering, if people are happy. Yeah. So you were happy, you want to move, and you want a second down? Cool. So we'll get it written up, but if you want to start talking to it, there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to move this motion and support the reduction given our conversation late yesterday about attempting to I guess, optimise as best we can the organisation's function within the building without impacting too much upon our operational space. So I thank the staff for coming back with this opportunity to reduce that contingency down to 500,000. The conversation I have heard from staff is that they have reasonable confidence that it can be achieved, and so I think I simply leave it there. We have all heard the conversation from staff. Thank you.
I've got to come in and second downstairs. To be clear, that is 500. Yep, that's good. Got nods. Yeah, thank you. So, Dion, you got to speak now.
The same as actually not just the same as John. I think this has come out of a good place to looking at
anyone else like to speak to it? Oh, nice feedback. Cool, thank you, Oliver. So yeah, we're moving on to 6. Just gather my thoughts here. Preparedness and response to hazard section. And I think we can move this block here, so that approves the community preparedness and hazard, response to hazards core service as described in the long-term plan, including the targeted rate for Selwyn for river resilience. Option 2 in the consultation document, that will form the basis for the long-term plan for adoption, except for 6.1, an increase of the total combined increase of affected river and drainage rating districts of $757,000 in year 1 for adjustments to river and drainage budgets identified through the review of changes required for the long-term plan. I'm happy to move that. Do I have a seconder? Ian, thank you. I won't speak, but I'll speak at the end. Ian, over to you.
I have to speak to you. I'll speak to you.
Okay, cool. Let's open it up. All good. Anyone else want to speak to this? At the moment, might be back to me and you, Ian. Oh, John.
So, very briefly, I speak in support of it. It is the staff recommendation. It is an important part of our function and role as an organisation. The matters that are covered in there are very important in regard to our statutory authorities. And I do note that Councillor Mackay may have a foreshadowed an amendment or motion to follow. So quite happy with where we sit with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Over to you, Ian, by looking at it.
Thank you, Chair. I note that there's been strong support across the rural and urban communities. The action plans that sit in this vote, and perhaps unusually for a lot of our LTP discussions, all the proposals that sit within the community preparedness and response to hazards core services, that the river and flood management functions have all been discussed with the rivers communities through the liaison committees. And so the budgets that make up this core service have pretty much been agreed upon across the region. And I think we're moving from 6.1 and 12. 6.1 was a clerical error in establishing some of the numbers, and so that is a component here. I just also like to note that on page 408, bullet point 18, it talks about bringing forward work on Carter's Creek, and I think into next year, 2005 to 2026. And I think that is an important reflection on the submissions we've had from the people of Tinwood and Lake Hood talking about Carter's Creek. And I note that the river section would like to do some planning work in conjunction with the district council, and so I think it's appropriate that that work is discussed in 25-26 as opposed to the proposal and the original long-term plan of 27-28.
Thank you. Look, I'm really actually proud of this council and all the staff and the councillors for the work we've done on this. I think the district-wide rate for Selwyn is a way for the future. Yeah. You got a question?
I have an opposition to Councillor McKenzie seconding that motion.
I don't think you can, Genevieve. I don't know how that works, but I don't think you can. Because well, conflicts are up to individuals to disclose.
I can oppose that considering the background of what I've sought and haven't had yet. So I have a concern with the conflict there, and I think it's beyond his opinion. It's including mine. So I oppose his seconding that. Thank you.
A moment just to sort this out. Thank you. Whakakapi. So just re-tuning. So just to acknowledge your concern, Councillor Robinson. Just had a chat out there that you're able to definitely put your opposition to Councillor McKenzie seconding the motion. So we'll definitely note that in the record, in the minutes. Are you happy with that?
Yes.
I think it was back to me to sum up as the mover of the motion. Yeah.
I just want to note despite Genevieve's appeals. No.
So just to sum up, look, I'm really proud of the cell and targeted rate work that we've done. We've obviously worked with all the drainage and all the river heading districts committees. We've worked with the Southern District, but I also just think it's the way forward for the future in terms of how we manage our rivers. And I know that flood management is a massive part of that, but there's also wider issues of how we manage our rivers. And of course, we've heard other councillors speak that what our management of rivers actually protects and upholds, including our national infrastructure, our roads, telecommunications, etc. So, you know, it makes a lot of sense for us to be going into the space and to have the support of the Selwyn District in this, and of course, the support of all the people. Is resounding, so that's great. Yeah, and I think there's obviously a lot more to the community preparedness and response to hazards part of our core service here, noting climate change work as well, CDEM, civil defence, emergency management work. So there's a whole lot more than just the Selwyn targeted rate for river resilience. But just to note that, and that I really support that. So I'm going to put that to the vote now. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Cool. And Grant and Genevieve, just want that noted. Okay. All good. So that's carried. Thank you. Now I think we've got some other amendments that we've had put forward. So we've got one from Councillor Mackay. So we'll bring it up on screen shortly, and that'll be 6.2. And I'll hand over to you, Claire, and if you've got a second to that, be good. Yep, all good.
Yes, thank you, through your chair. I'd like to council consider approving this request. This was from a submission that we had from a partner agency, or an agency that we collect the funds on behalf of, that being the Civil Defence and Emergency Management. We work very closely, obviously, with the Rural Advisory Group around civil defence matters. They had admitted that they were requesting an additional $65,000 to their initial request because it was an oversight that they hadn't actually picked up the requirement for funding a Rural Advisory Group here. So, as I see this, it's an adjustment similar to in line of what we do ourselves. Environment Canterbury, from a funding perspective, this is an agency, just because it's an agency we collect funds on behalf of. Funding is collected through a UAGC across the Canterbury region, excluding parts of the Waitaki, which belong through another civil defence entity, overseen by Otago Regional Council. In 65,000 over our rating units is approximately 20 cents. I think I'm sure that we can approve that sort of quantum of a fee. Oh, sorry, did we not have to second? Sorry.
That's fine. So John seconded, you've moved it, you've spoken to your motion, so you're happy. And John, you can go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate Councillor Mackay taking the lead on this. The Rural Advisory Group is a mix of folk in our rural communities who have real connections, not just into their farming communities, but their rural communities. And I think of the Kaikoura Paranui earthquake, the devastation on the townships like Waiā, the Inland Road, the ski areas. The challenge we have for those folk and their connection into the community is that they are connected into groups, and when the balloon figuratively goes up, they are pulled left, right, and centre into some of their original roles. So this $65,000 goes some way to improving some of the planning and opportunity to ensure that those folk are still available, both within the emergency centres, within territorial authorities, and available in the regional centre again if incidents are more significant. So I thank Councillor Mihi for the support and hope you, as a councillor, see your way forward to support this motion. Thank you.
Well done. Jan? I am not challenged by this motion, and I support the poultry sum put forward by Councillor Mihi. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Yeah, Grant. That's the good. That's the.
Yeah, it is important that we recognise these significant communities that carry out significant work in times that are adverse to their community. So, yeah, well done. Kia ora.
Anyone else like to speak to it? Well, good. I'll go back to Claire. Do you like to speak again at you?
No further comment. I don't think it's required.
Okay, let's put to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Carried. Thank you. Yep. Okay, we've got another one from, I think it was you, Vicky, that raised this yesterday.
So,
Just before we go, do we have any response on this from staff? Let's put that account. Cool. Might be good to do that first, and then you can move it. Kia ora koutou. So this was a budget item that was in the. It actually took me quite a long time to find it, and I do apologise why I couldn't answer on the spot yesterday. It was in the original drafting that was done for the long-term plan, and it was based upon, it is work, well, that sits within coastal, sits within CPRH. It is actually work for the coastal plan. So it's hazard science work linked into the coastal plan. And it was actually in year 4 of the old long-term plan. And that was linked into the work that was to be done around the coastal plan and the need for increased science work, particularly in the hazards, coastal hazards space. It was taken out of that draft, and that was mentioned in some of the documentation that you would have received early on. Because of the coastal plan being linked into the overall work or the integrated plan, it is an uplift of 145,000. It's not a cut of 100. So to not have it wasn't that we were cutting 145. It was proposed in year 4 to uplift 145, and we were saying that we didn't necessarily need it. I've had a look at our budgets, and I haven't had a chance to talk to the proposer, Councillor Southwood, about this. I've had a look at our budgets, and I believe that we can accommodate this increase within our current budgets, so we can still do the work to support the coastal plan within the current budgets. That would be my advice. So, are you happy to withdraw?
Yeah, on that basis, that the reason I brought this is because coastal erosion, coastal hazards have been so topical, and also recognising that we might be looking at doing a more comprehensive coastal plan to our homework. But having heard that from science director, then I'm comfortable with the
Thank you, Vicky. All good. Let's go into the next ones. Yep.
A question on that. Do we need, in that case, because it was identified in option 1, do we need to suggest now that it's going to be accommodated in option 2?
What Tim just said. We need to note it. We can add it as a secretarial note. That's noted that what Tim said, that is included in the budgets going forward. Can be accommodated. Yeah. Well, good. Everyone happy? Sorry, Tim. Okay. So I think Councillor Reeves, this is your amendment.
Well, if you could strike out the bottom bullet point, which is we've just dealt with, and I'd like to treat the other two separately.
we've done other ones, and it would be increased maintenance of our regional parks by 200k. Would that be good? That's 6.2, and then we could move to 6.3 after that. You happy? Yep. Yep.
So I'd like to move both of that, or move 6 point.
Choice if you want to take them together, you could, or you want to take them separately.
I'll take them separately if I can.
One would be 6.3, but we'll get that soon. So yeah, have you got a seconder? Councillor Davies. Okay, there you go.
Right. Again, suggesting that the money that was allocated to this particular it was allocated in option 1, bringing it down into option 2. Really from the point of view that more and more people are using our regional parks. So investment in recreation, for example, was a key target in our Canterbury water management strategy, but it's been undervalued in my opinion. And I know comments that I received from constituents about the state of some of the maintenance along our tracks flowing through regional parks. Some pest plants and things get away. So I just think if we can sort of make the quality of our regional park tracks and system a little bit better, that would be great. One of the reasons why too I've linked it to Canterbury water management strategy is that as a key target, recreation and amenity was one of the key 10 targets, and those targets were to be given equal weight, but we haven't progressed recreation within our budgeting processes, so that's why I put that.
We're just making sure it's clear, so we're just going to go increase maintenance of our regional parks by 200k. Does that make sense? Other than staying in brackets. Okay, Councillor Davies, you want to speak now? Yep. I'll speak at the. Anyone else want to speak for or against this? Yep, Councillor Ward.
I'm against this, given the fact that I know what goes on with Kiko regional park, and they have a trust there that oversees some of the management, does some voluntary work and find some funds from other sources.
Thanks, Dion.
I'm vote against this. For similar reasons that I've already spoken about before, we've just adopted option 2. And if you look at our consultation document, it does talk about, that is an increase in what's already status quo. And it's just difficult times. We just have to be careful about all the little bits of extra add up. I think it's from where we are initially. I was just trying to find it, but from memory, it's about $28 million. We're already about $12 million over what we're spending this year on this particular part of our portfolio. So we are doing work. We've just approved it. So I'll be voting.
Thank you. Greg.
Good. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I need to preempt this all by saying that I was actually the regional park planner at the time the local government act changed to allow Environment Canterbury to do this, and wrote the management plans for Lake Takapoa, the Waimakariri and the Ashu Whakakapi. So clearly have a bit of an interest in this. And similarly, prior to the election in this role here, I had 13 years at Tuhaitara Coastal Park, linking the Waimakariri and Ashu Whakakapi regional parks. They are significant assets to Canterbury. Councillor Edge talked about the recreation components of that, and all of the ones that we've established to date have proven to be that, but maintenance is the key to it. When I first started the plans for the Waimakariri River Regional Park, on average, there were 40 cars being dumped a week in the Waimakariri, the lower reaches of the Waimakariri. Once we'd put into place a plan around putting likewise type activities within sections and respecting the environment and the nature of those particular areas within the regional parks, we had significant savings to the community. We have a small crew that work on the regional parks, and I think it is imperative that we support our staff to be able to carry out maintenance work that is definitely required on these particular areas. So I will certainly be supporting this. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah, question. So it'd be good to hear from staff what that deliver. So is that correct?
Let's just, is there any staff in the room that can help us with this bit? And happy to adjourn if we had a couple of moments. But.
Kia ora, Chair. So through you yesterday, we talked about the size of the parks budget. So that's $2.4 million, and $500,000 of that is on goods and services. So there is obviously money in our parks budgets. In terms of what this would be spent on, it would be spent on what Councillor Burns pointed out. So on more maintenance, management of infrastructure, so managing more tracks, moving more cars, fencing, planting maintenance, management of and keeping the toilets clean, all of those sorts of things. Yeah. So that's what it would be spent on, more of that.
Vicky's question about the UAGC.
Yes, it is absolutely.
So on that basis, because it's based on Councillor Mackay's count of what 20% to 65k. About $1 on the 50%. And I think the people's enjoyment of the park very much dependent upon being able to access them, not arriving with being burnt outside. The planting and so on is really valuable work, and so I can support.
Thank you. Is there any more questions for Stephen? Just no. There is. You got a question? Yeah. Very good.
But just to clarify, Stephen, so that 500,000 will become 700,000 in the event of this amendment passes.
Correct. So, any other questions for Stephen? Yeah. Clear.
What's the other 2 million?
So staff.
Other questions? Greg?
Is a large component of what the staff have to do enforcement, ranger, community engagement type activities?
They perform a range of activities. That's some of what they do. Yeah. I mean, it includes all of the costs of running the parks. Which, we've obviously got large parks, large assets, and yeah, that's not a significant budget to maintain those assets.
Good, thank you. Any other questions for Stephen? Yep.
And that's 24 hours a day, 365 days a year that they can be on call and be out there engaging with the.
I think you've done the job before, Councillor.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Okay, thanks, Stephen. Step away from the table. Anyone else want to speak to this? Yep. No.
Kia ora, kaupapa haere. Interesting when you have supplementary information like that, which is all the better around an informed decision. As a son of Tuahui, we are very proud of actually the work that's been done on what Councillor Burns has actually covered. Also, the other part of this is that when we were in Kaikoura earlier year, they actually talked about their aspiration to Kowhai, to actually convert that into possible recreational facility or park. And then when you look at the numbers, adding this amount, 200,000, which is actually 40%,
increase. You're looking at like that. So I think I know that I'm really clear about fiscal responsibility. I think this actually comes into that. So I'm going to support it and feel it's important. Peter?
Yeah, look, I find myself torn here. I came into the room this morning not wanting to add to anything that we were doing and looking to get ourselves in a position that we had a rate increase that was palatable to the region. However, having said that, I think there is a relevance for this request. I would look at what's going on down in the Tekapo Regional Park at the moment and the wiring work that's going on there. And look, I want to be critical, but I don't know if we've got enough money to absolutely do that properly. I know that we're doing a really
Ian? I'm going to vote against this, and the reason is I'm the chair of the committee that handles this, that has oversight of this stuff. And we've had no requests from the staff to actually to suggest that they are underfunded for their functions and performing their functions and maintaining their functions. And it would seem to me that the appropriate way of discussing this would have been for that to come before our committee to actually have an informed view as to whether throwing another $200,000 at maintenance of our regional park will actually provide any benefit to our ratepayers. Given that that hasn't been a discussion and it hasn't come through from the staff, I'm not inclined to support it coming out of left field here as a luxury item because I've got option down the road. Any other speakers? Claire?
Yeah, look, I'm quite torn as well. I think on the whole, I'm not going to support it. I'm quite concerned that such a small amount is actually spent on maintenance and the rest is actually staff cost. I think there must be a smarter way to actually get some more efficiencies around that. But I do acknowledge the importance of the regional parks to our communities. They're certainly very much enjoyed, and I'd like to say respected all the time, but I know they're not respected all the time. But we have an issue that's cropped up in the Waimeka area at the moment, and it's certainly gaining quite a bit of community interest. But I think on the whole, won't have to support it at the moment because this was part of the third option that staff had been up for us.
Thank you. David, I'll come to you at the end, Joe, because, yep, David.
Thank you. Look, like a couple of other speakers, so I came in today's meeting with a fairly firm resolve not to approve any additional expenditure that was going to raise our rates. I have, like a number of speakers, have some empathy with the and value to the community of fiscal responsibility line and opposing to the budget and budget.
Anyone else? Or I'll go back to Joe. There you go, Joe.
So many of our constituents are unaware of the vast regional estate that we manage on behalf of our ratepayers in our region. We oversee more than 30,000 hectares of land strategically located to connect the Alps to the coast. This represents 0.75% of Canterbury's land mass, a significant portion of which comprises our regional parks. Recently, I had the opportunity to sit with a group of Christchurch MPs, and to my surprise, they were unaware that a regional park even exists in Christchurch, at Whakakapi in northeast Christchurch. This highlights a broader issue, the lack of awareness about the valuable natural assets we maintain. And I do note, Councillor McKenzie, that you haven't raised regional parks at one of your committees in the time that I've been here. So in light of this, a $200,000 addition to our regional parks budget, a 40% increase, is small, but a crucial step in the right direction. its investment in preserving these important spaces, ensuring they continue to serve our community, our flood resilience, and the environment effectively.
Joe, and back to Grant.
Thank you for the comments from councillors who are being in support of this. I mean, basically, as I said at the beginning, this is taken from option one, so clearly staff have considered that some additional money for our regional parks would be useful. Are on endowment land, which has a large quantity of forestry, which generates about $20 million income for this council, and we put very little amount of money into the multiple values that we get from that corridor. So I think, yeah, I think hopefully that the vote will come. We've lost so much interest in recreation and amenity values, which are important for our the health of our community and our tourism.
Okay, let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Oh, I was going to trust my hearing then.
I'm going to ask Mr. Chairman, does the division mean that we automatically pop up on Facebook as the voting progresses through the day?
So there's nothing good as a public meeting, so I don't see a problem with the news going in. It's a public meeting. Yeah, there you go.
Councillor Pauling,
Oh, yes, I support it.
Councillor Robinson.
Yes.
Councillor East. Councillor Sunkel. Councillor Davies. Councillor Ward. Councillor Edge.
Yes.
Councillor Karako. Councillor Southworth. Councillor Mackay. Councillor Scott. Councillor Swiggs.
Yes.
Councillor Cranwell. Councillor DJ. Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Burns.
Yes. So that has passed 11 to 5. All good? Thank you. 6.3, where you go, Grant? Have you got a seconder?
I'll move it. Do I have a second? Somebody like to second?
What's out there? Okay, Grant, you want to open it?
Thank you. For similar reasons, it was identified in option one, and option two. There's basically only $2 million difference between option one and option two. A lot of our community was supportive of option one, but bringing down the Braden River revival strategies and putting a little bit more money in that might just kick that along a little bit. It's been in the pipeline as a strategy for a long time, and the physical evidence of delivery of that has been pretty slow. And I see this $150 council. 150,000 to be a reasonably good contribution, and hopefully the staff who are managing those Braden River projects can contribute that towards pest management or indigenous biodiversity or some other work that facilitates an advancing of the Braden River revival projects.
Yeah, I mean, really, I mean, part of that project too is aimed at restoring the mana of our rivers, river environment. And I think that coupled with general whole of corridor approach, I think it's a worthy way of contributing a little bit more money to that.
Thanks, Vicky. You want to speak now at the end?
And just like we have just a bit more information from staff as well on that, like what because I feel like we've heard a lot through our submissions about the importance of weed management, and I'm wondering whether that could be focused on, I think weed management is something quite particular, but a key focus of our graded river strategy.
I have a specific question.
Yeah, so about 150,000. Clearly, there was additional funding in the option one for more work on the graded river revival, hence slowing it down. So, could you give us a bit of an elaboration of what 150,000 would do, and could it be, and would weed management in particular be a part of that, because that's exclusively enough for us, because weeds were a particular issue. Certainly, when I go around this region and see the graded rivers that we have, there's just weeds everywhere. So, yeah.
You recall that year 4 of the LTP was used as year 1, so the 550, which is the so the current goods and services budget in Graded River Revival is in option 2, 400k. So this would bring it up to 550k, which was what it was supposed to go to in year 4 of the current LTP. So staff had a really close look at that when we were told to, or advised to look for possible savings for a different option scenario. And we worked out that we needed 350k of goods and services to maintain our work on the ground now. So that's maintaining some of the trail of our berm transition work, which is our central government work, and our spraying of things like the Ashley Rakahuri and Waipara that we did under berm transition as well as various bird projects and other biodiversity projects that have popped out of the other plans that are in drafting. So 350k of that is for on-ground work, and the other 50k is to try and finish the current 2 strategies under development. So that would be the Ashley and the Rakitata. So in the 400k scenario, there's no money for starting any other plans or for any additional on-ground work.
So 150 extra would give you enough to start or work in another catchment? And if so, do you have an idea of which one that would be?
Yes, we could start work in another catchment or do more on-ground work. We can't decide on the river until we've got an agreement.
Any other questions from? Yep.
This seems quite confused to me, because I read that recommendation as around during the Graded River Revival strategy, which we just talked about, especially in bring it out or and that's quite different to pest and weed management, which I would look at it before. My understanding is that our environment and the ability to complete these strategies depends on our partner, our women in those subsidiaries. So if I go back and think, does 150,000 stop there? I'm thinking no, but I would just like your opinion on that.
I would say yes, it would, because it would allow us to get things done a bit faster on the ground, and the Runanga engagement does involve some cost to the entities. So currently we only have 50k budgeted towards that work. So that would be a limiting factor if we hit that limit next financial year.
Any other questions for Lee? No, I think you can sit back. Thanks, Lee. Sorry, anyone else? Yeah, David.
Thanks. Look, I'm a bit frustrated with the process here, to be quite honest. And we went out for consultation on our annual plan at 24.2%. Now, I've heard from a significant number of people in the community that that's absurdly high. So it has been my intention to try and reduce that rate further. And I'm somewhat miffed, I should say. I think that at the last moment, we're actually having people coming in and adding to the rate rise. I've sat through countless long-term plans, annual plans in my time in local government. And the general view that was accepted across the board at this stage of deliberations, if you want to bring something extra in, you've got to be prepared to make a sacrifice somewhere else. And so I'm not entirely happy at all about things coming in at the last moment. So I'm saying to you, if you want to bring it in, where's the corresponding reduction in a budget somewhere else? And that's my philosophy. People may disagree with me, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm here to strike a rate rise that's palatable with my community, and to be bringing extras in at the 11th hour, in my mind, is not on.
We have got that section later on, David, our section 12, where we'll get to those reduction stuff. So just so you know, there is that, and we did make that reduction just before the consent deficit. So we have done a little bit of that. And I think in terms of, if you look at the feedback around this this core service, you know, there was a real split between option 1 and option 2. That was obviously all out for public consultation. So, you know, that it hasn't come in at the last minute. These things, the things that staff put forward as option 1 and then option 2, and then we debated that. We agreed to go with option 2, yes, and then we got feedback on that. So there's a little bit of both in there, I think, David. Who wants to speak next to this motion? Yeah, I've got Jan, and then I'll go to you, Peter, after that.
Just like to thank staff for the clarification. Just kind of added to the knowledge that you know, working with the Whakakapi entities and then the system helping that get on the ground with on the graded rivers. Also, you know, Taupoko, what the chair said, mentioned about, you know, option 1 just to go out as option 1. And so therefore was put out to the community in the February report back that was raised in the by submitters that they really want to support this. So I'll be supporting this motion.
Just to clarify, we went out as option 2, that's all, yeah, but option 1 was quite highly supported on feedback as well. That's what I, yeah. Who's that? Peter? Sorry, Peter.
I tend to agree with Councillor East, but I think today we've heard a number of things brought in on the merit of those things that we may have missed in terms of actually some of the granularity on what we've. Craig, that there needs to be an adjustment. I would think I'm keeping track of what I've agreed to over and above what those numbers were. And I think as long as councillors are aware that we were presented with an opportunity at the start of this meeting to make further adjustments, and we're not adding on, then I'm quite happy actually. I won't be supporting this, but I'll be quite happy supporting Councillor East.
Anyone else like to speak? Yeah, John.
Just briefly to, I guess, share my frustration that we are attempting to, I guess, reduce the rate take if we can. And we will be looking at those opportunities later in the day to reduce. But that's my frustration as we work through the day, adding in, attempting to add in. And it's not just the ones that we put in, it's the ones we've attempted to put in. I'm just not sure that we genuinely share a duty to this council or to our communities by continuing to want to increase.
Anyone else like to speak, or I'll put it to the vote? Okay, let's go put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against? Sounds like we might need revision. If you want to call for the division? Yeah.
Councillor Ward. Councillor Swiggs.
No.
Councillor Burns.
Yes.
Councillor Robinson. Yes. Councillor Sunkel. Councillor Southworth.
Yeah.
Councillor Mackenzie. That was a no. Councillor Pauline.
No.
Councillor East.
No.
Councillor Cranwell.
Aye.
Councillor Edge. Councillor DJ. Councillor Davies.
No.
Councillor Scott. Councillor Karako.
No. No.
That motion's lost. That's 10 against 6 for. Okay, I think we've got one more in this section. Yeah. From Councillor Cranwell's amendment. After hearing a lot of talking about producer duties, etc., and thinking about that, it doesn't only affect this area but other areas on the coast that I'll be withdrawing. A late one that Genevieve sent through about the navigational safety. Have you talked to staff about this? Have we got? I think we had a response about this. Do we want to call the staff to speak to it? Or have you? Do you still want to put it? Okay. But no, I think let's hear from staff what we have with the others. Yeah, there was an email about it, but we'll get the message from staff now and then we can go from there. Oh, sorry, over to you, Stephen, if you're ready to go. Sorry.
Good, Chair. So the first one there about a reduction in the budget of $180,000. Just so I'm really clear, the budgets have not reduced. What you're looking at when you look at this is general rates. So the general rate contribution for navigation and safety has reduced, but there is income from other places. So from Maritime New Zealand and user pays and fines. So the budget in navigation and safety has not reduced.
In terms of the vessel?
In terms of the vessel, that there is planned for year 2 of the LTP, and year 1 of the LTP is the staff determining what type of vessel that they require, and that requires quite a bit of thought to ensure we get the right one. So that was always planned that way.
Genevieve, you still want to? Oh, you've got a question. Sorry, you've got a question.
Steve, what's the total capex for?
$500,000.
So in terms of the $180,000, that would be
what? The $180,000 is OPEX. That there's nothing to do with the boat. If there's navigation and safety budgets, that's not CapEx.
Are we talking about something that's disconnected from CapEx?
There are 2 items. So one of them is the OPEX budgets for the navigation and safety team and their work. That there looks like on your sheet $180,000 reduction of general rate. If that is correct, but it's not a reduction in the overall budget. We've got other funding sources to pay for that work. The other item is a CapEx item related to purchasing a boat. That is in year 2 of the LTP for $500,000. Team, next financial year will take that year to plan what they need. That's clear.
Any other questions? Yep, Genevieve, yep.
Just a question of clarity then. The vessel that would be used in a pollution response could well be the same vessel that could be used in navigational safety. It's the same vessel.
It could be, yes.
I thought there had been a vessel earmarked as appropriate about 6-8 months ago. That was pretty much on the purchasing list, like top of the list, and it had already been determined what they needed.
All the conversations that I've had with staff are very clear to me that they need next year to determine exactly what they require, noting that $500,000 is a significant amount of money to spend on a boat, and they need that time to scope that up, go through the appropriate process to ensure that the boat that we purchase is fit for all the tasks that we need for in our navigation safety and pollution response.
So I'm still tuned because what I was told and was prepared is that the vessels currently in their use is not fit for pollution responses, such as vessels on rocky shoreline and the likes.
So through the chair, the way we respect, obviously each of these events are different. We do have access to boats, our own barge, and to contractors that have appropriate boats to help us when we need to, depending on the pollution. Exactly what the navigation and safety challenge is. That's the way we do it at the moment.
Kia ora. Thanks, Stephen. Is there any other questions, Stephen? Thanks for that. Genevieve, it's over to you really in terms of whether you want to still put this. It's your right to do that. You need a seconder as well, that's all. So what do you want to do?
I would like to put it forward because it's just differing from what I hear in the head.
Yep, so, but is there anyone willing to second it? Well, you can move it, that's cool. Is there a seconder? No, doesn't look like this, so that doesn't get put. Thank you. Okay, we're on to a new section, I believe. Do we want to have a little break? Yeah, 5-minute break. So let's go till 2:15. We'll come back 2:15. We'll move into the next section, public transport. Oh, kia ora koutou. Should we get back into it? I know there's a few people with a few things on later on that they might want to get to, so let's keep moving. Not sure. We did say 2:15 and now it's 17 past, so I think we can safely move on. John's there, Vicky will come back shortly. So we're on to the public transport core service that we're moving to. We've got number 7 and then number 8, etc. Yep, Peter?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I wonder if we shouldn't just take number 7 as a matter of course, because we had a massive discussion about this yesterday. I even put forward my concerns in terms of where we're at, and that we had a good discussion around it. So I don't think we need any further discussion about that. We know the uncertainty that we're heading into. So I'd like to move the fact that we take this as read, get a seconder, and have a vote.
I'll propose a slightly different approach. Can we do 7, 8, 8.1, 8.2 together? So can we just,
Mr. Chairman, happy to do that also, actually.
So can we just bring them up on screen? So yeah, 7 and then 8, 8.1, 8.2. Over. I'm happy to do that as a block. All good? Okay, so Peter, you've moved it. Is seconded? Yeah, Dion. Okay, if you want to speak to it, there you go.
I think these are pretty straightforward, actually. All the public transport stuff is that we've had enough discussion about that. We had huge support in terms of the submission process, and given that we are uncertain about going forward, and the points that were made pretty strongly by staff yesterday, the fact that we needed the business cases to be done, because the uplift wouldn't be there if we did get support, and they would last if we didn't get support. So I think these things are quite straightforward, and I don't know if they need a lot of discussion.
Dion, you want to speak now?
Yeah, I follow on from Councillor Scott. We have a huge amount of uncertainty. We talked about this yesterday. Yep. It's a little bit of a bitter pill to sort of, some of the communities that I represent around Hillsmore and delaying that, but I'm happy to discuss that with them, and we're going to have another discussion about that a little bit later on. The funding model for public transport is broken. It really is stupid, and it needs to be that we have to work with government to get this better lined up. We can't go into these long-term plan processes with the uncertainty that we have to make resolutions like this. This is just, and it's not just us, it's right throughout the country. And we've got extra uncertainty given the change of government, the differences that are going on here. This just can't go on. Local government shouldn't be treated in the way that we are. I was going to use a bit more of a stronger word there, but I'll stop myself from using that, because local government should be a partner to government, not just a subsidiary to government, is the way they treat us through our public transport funding and then a whole lot of other funding. So having resolutions like this is, really, really annoys me. But I'll support it because we have to keep going. We shouldn't have to go back again and have another consultation in the future. We've gone out with our plan. We should be debating it now, and we should have a certainty around these things moving forward. But anyway, that's my that's my conversation with that, and we'll get on to the rest of it.
I just before we move on, and I'll check with Councillor Scott and Councillor Swiggs. There's also 8.5, which I thought we might be able to include in this block, and that's the decreased targeted rate funding of 2.9 million in year 2. By delaying Route 1 improvements until year 3 to align with improvements to the direct service between main centres of Whakakapi and Christchurch City. Is everyone happy to include that in this block as well? Are you happy with that?
I'm more than happy to put that in there also. I think that the detail around these individual items is not even, what are we going to do about them? They are what they are. They reflect where we are. I support Councillor Swiggs, and I'll have more to say about this at the end.
And are you happy?
Just a question, it's out of my wheelhouse in a sense, so I would take guidance from rights of Councillor Swiggs or staff as to the application.
These have all been put forward by staff, so I'm assuming they're happy with them. If we want to seek clarification, we can, but I think we did it yesterday. So, Councillor Scott and Councillor Swiggs, are you happy to include that in there? Okay, so we can go to the rest of the debate. Does anyone want to speak to this further? Yeah, Grant.
Yeah, I support these, and I refer to the external auditor's report on the consultation document, and in it, this matter number 7, and certainly over funding of public transport futures program, is identified in that report as an emphasis matter. They didn't modify their opinion. But they did refer to our page 45 of the consultation document, which outlines the high level of uncertainty over Whakakapi New Zealand Transport Agency's expected funding of the public transport future program. And if the agency does not provide funding or provides less funding than assumed, the public transport investment plans will either not proceed or will be reconsidered depending on the level of funding received, which will affect the proposed levels of service. So that matter is known. Our staff have advised us about that as well. So this is part of that process.
I've just, sorry, I've just noticed one other thing that we might want to consider here. And It's just, we heard this morning about a delay in the Route 7 uplift to year 2 completely, which is another option that staff provided with us this morning. Obviously, that's in here at 8.2. You want to do that separate? Cool. Okay, true. That will be an additional reduction. Okay, cool. Okay, well, let's carry on there. Sorry, Vicky.
Yeah, so like fellow councillors, I'm just really gutted that we're having this conversation, delaying work that could have been delivered on a really, progressing towards a fit for purpose public transport system for Greater Christchurch. And the fact that our community have asked for this, they want to see a better public transport system and are prepared to put the rates to it. And the situation we're in is that we don't have the confidence that central government will support us is heartbreaking. And we now know that at least 24% of the Greater Christchurch population have used the bus in the last 8 or 9 months. By the end of this financial year, so end of June, we expect the number of passenger trips to equal what we were at before the earthquakes. We've made huge, significant progress. Fantastic work on behalf of the public transport team to achieve this. And the fact that we're here and we're on the right trajectory, and we've got momentum, and now we've got breaks coming on from outside of this region is really, really frustrating. So I totally echo Councillor Foote's commentary on this. Unfortunately, I don't see an alternative other than to support this. Not completely kamikaze and wanting to be, living in a world of fantasy with reality. But I'm still hopeful that come September we'll be in a situation where actually we can be a bit more optimistic. I'm going to stay optimistic till I really know that I can't be. But I think this is the right thing to do at the moment, and I recognise that the transport staff advice is that by leaving this here, we're not risking undermining that opportunity of gaining funding from government should it be available. And I think it's up to us to advocate with the politicians that we can to try to get as much as we can to Christchurch.
You got a question, Chris?
Well, I do, and it goes back to your concern around how we deal with 8.2 here, given if this gets supported here, we're basically supporting this, then how do we override it?
I totally agree. In my haste to move this along quite quickly, because this obviously wasn't on our sheet, but it came this morning, which is the second line on here. You only got a suggestion?
May I suggest that if we approve what we're doing here, in the next part we can do an additional reduction of something to delay it further 6 months, which is what we're pretty much debating. And that would be an extra $500,000.
I'm just checking with staff that we can actually do that. It might be a bit counter. Yeah, we'll adjourn for a couple of minutes. Sorry. So we've got 2 options, but the one that Dion said we could do that. The other option is to take 8.2 out of this discussion, just put it, amend it, put it into a separate discussion with this option. It's an either or, and we make the decision over it. Yeah, good. So again, sorry, Councillor Scott and Councillor Swiggs, if you're happy to change that to take 8.2 out, and then we'll debate the merits of 8.2 in this new option. So it'll be A or B, then we can do that as a separate resolution.
Mr. Chairman, it's up to you. Whatever makes the most sense to you, I'm more than happy to support.
Yeah, so I think we'll take 8.2 out, and then we'll debate that as a separate point next, separate amendment. So if the mover and seconder are happy, and everyone else is happy to do that, and I know the debate's been a bit disjointed, but we know the basic merits of it. So I'll go to the next person on the list, and those that have already spoken, I'm assuming that's okay, but I would give you a chance if you did want to re-speak. But we'll go to Greg, and I've got Yayan, Claire, and not at the moment.
Got it. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, pretty much everything I wanted to say has been said there, but I certainly want to take the opportunity in this meeting to acknowledge all of the people in the building who have been working on transport, public transport, Greater Christchurch strategy, and looking to a future, a really good future. I've been really impressed in the short time I've been with Environment Canterbury about that vision, and I'm also like others who've already said it, I'm extremely disappointed in that we are starting to get movement in these numbers, people back on public transport. We are, we have a great plan, a great initiative to go forward, and we have a bunch of morons in Wellington. That's Greg, the individual, by the way. The disappointing bit about it, it actually refers to some of the stuff that's come around here too. Just making cuts for the sake of making cuts can lead to catastrophic outcomes. And this is a classic example of catastrophic outcomes because of decisions that have been intimated to us now that are likely to come ahead. So again, I just want to say thank you so much. Awesome, and hopefully this, the way things are going nationally, doesn't sort of dampen your enthusiasm and creativity for the future, because we know through the submissions process that people have gone, hey, this is awesome what you're doing. So just 2 blocks worth. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Totally cool. The part of Council Swiggs that he's very disappointed with the current government and their working relationship with local government and regional government. So totally cool where it was. And then Councillor Burns as well. I wanted to talk about Route 7 because the avid user of Route 7. I'll wait for that to come down there, but I'll be supporting this.
Cool. No. Sure. Just to echo, particularly Councillor Sweet, also Councillor Southworth around the air feelings. The word subservient came up, so welcome to our world, because we know what it's like to be subservient to the Crown. I think the other part of it is that I feel really for Stuart and co. You've had to come here, work with a broken funding model, and then all those what ifs and curved balls, but you've admirably performed actually, because we're at the stage now where it's probably the first time of these 2 days that we've all kind of agreed on everything here, and we're going to move it forward. So kia ora, that's probably a reflection of that. All that work. Kia ora. Well, we got this far. Let's all agree, move on.
Got it. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on it? I'll go back to Peter and Dion in a second. Sorry, Claire, sorry.
Sorry, I said I wasn't going to hold the floor. Well, just saying to me why I'm not speaking. Look, I know that if I had $1 to spend, I would definitely be spending it on frequency and uplift and providing the service rather than tax fees. I'm on record of saying that. So look, I would like to thank the staff for the work they've put in here, acknowledging that the huge uncertainty. I'm finding it difficult to actually hear around what I see as a lack of respect for central government. I think the central government has actually acknowledged the difficulties around finances and the economy and how we actually get our house in order. And it's something that I'm not quite sure that I'm seeing this council table do right through the day of deliberation so far. But time will tell, I guess. But look, I will be supporting these amendments here that are on the table right at the moment.
Got it. I think I'll go back to Peter at the end of this because he moved it, but I'd just like to say that I agree that really controls up and running to see the uplift that that's caused and created amongst our community, especially it's almost gone, and to almost be back at pre-earthquake numbers is really amazing. So I just want to acknowledge that. And of course, option one was our biggest uplift here, and we've gone for that. There's obviously some decreases that we're looking at here, but I think they've been well explained and well understood about why we're doing that. So yeah, we'll put that sort of. Oh, sorry.
No, look, I'm happy. I'm not going to say anything here, Craig, but I really, really would like the opportunity to speak last when we get to the public transport thing, because I've got a little speech I would like to deliver on it, if you don't mind.
All good. Put this one to the vote, I think. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Carried. Thank you. Okay, the next one up is the 8.2A and 8.2B. we didn't get the chance to do this yesterday in our round one sort of discussion because the 8.2B wasn't an option that we were talking about then. But we have had it explained to us this morning. I don't know what is the best way to do this other than to maybe have a little discussion about it. Happy to let that happen. There we go. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I would be happy if 8.2B came up as the first option. But I just want reassurance or clarity from staff as to the implications. As I said before, it's out of my wheelhouse, so I'm not fully cognizant of the challenges. So not my patch, but would well be informed by staff and councillors.
Speak now, but you will.
I can. Yeah. So and staff can clarify. So my thinking on this is that we heard that we will know whether we've got funding for the Route 7 uplift or not in September. And so delaying to January means that should we get funding in September, we can deliver in January. And there is also time to switch it off before we get to January, should that be the case. And I appreciate that it does mean that we will be collecting rates anyway, that was explained yesterday, from the January date. But if we can't deliver on Route 7 in January, that those rates are going to the reserve, public transport reserve, and be available for spending on public transport. So my concern is that the delay to next year has been driven by a desire to see an arbitrary percentage rate reduction. And so to be pushing back on a route that might get funding, that might be uplifted in January, for the sake of an arbitrary average figure for the whole of the region, doesn't seem to me to be a very good reason for pushing it out to the new financial year. I would rather keep with the opportunity that we could deliver in January should we get funding in September, rather than deferring, guaranteed deferring the project to September to the following July.
Good, and I think it's a good point to bring staff. And I just wanted, what I've got here is in my mind is 8.3 here, which is an interesting one because that was in our papers yesterday. We talked about that. And again, it seems like a good option, but how does it relate to 8.2 and 8.B? I'm a bit confused about that. Could you elaborate on that?
So in terms of a lot of the information has been covered, the choices between 8.2A and 8.2B really just relate to when we actually would look to have the uplift, so the implementation of the frequency increase to 10 minutes for Route 7. So as we just talked to, if we delay that further to January, just as a quick reminder, we have already ordered the buses, so that was a decision previously Council has made. So they will be delivered essentially in July this year. So we will be having to store those buses. So if we start the uplift in January, essentially we're storing those buses for 6 months, and it still does give us we will still have the clarity around the NLTP funding for that. If we delay it further to year 2, we need to store those buses for 12 months. The decision around Route 7 frequency uplift is separate to the decisions around the rest of network business case. So the Route 7 uplift just applies to the 10-minute frequency improvement for Route 7. So that's separate to the rest of network. The rest of network detailed business case really is that full level service review of the whole network. So that's really where you see a lot of that community engagement and those improvements coming through.
I'm quite clear on the question that I'll go to you first.
So I've got it's related to 8.3 at this point, a question. So this has come out of a number of submissions that have come around the connection into bus routes around that large growth in Hornsby, which is quite valid. They've had, double the population growth out in that suburbs and keeping people developed. So I can understand why. Hypothetically, in the absence of putting the rest of the network business case back to where it was originally, which is year 2, if we did that, which is what this resolution effectively does, is there the possibility and the option to have like a community connect conversation, specifically just in Hawthorne, just like going out and just talking to them, maybe doing a survey and saying, what is your want, what is your need? Not like a build, and that can inform of a business case. But what I'm asking is, do you have the capability? I can't, it's not like a big thing in the pie in the sky stuff, but it's like, do you have the capability in your staff to do that kind of stuff? Just to start a conversation, not a proper consultation.
Yeah, absolutely. We have the ability, we have community engagement specialists within our team. We can start a conversation with different communities. The rest of Network was just pulling it all together under looking at the whole of Greater Christchurch. So pulling everything kind of together into one business case. We can start those conversations. I guess it's just making sure that we manage expectations, because as soon as you start the conversations around, we get lots and lots of feedback. Essentially, we had, I can't remember the number now, we have hundreds of pieces of feedback of communities across Greater Christchurch asking for more service improvements and connections. It's just making sure that we can manage those expectations around realistically when we could fund changes. Yeah.
Thanks for that. I think it gives me a bit of confidence to understand that we may be able to do something ad hoc at a very low key level just to keep the conversation alive rather than actually building the expectation of a proper business. So, which could feed into the year 2 format. So that the question I was asking again is that would feed in quite streamline into the year 2 where you'd actually start with wider business case.
Yeah, essentially at the moment, all the feedback that we get in terms of customer feedback from any mechanism, and definitely through the long-term plan, the RPTP, RLTP, that all feeds into a really good evidence base for us to work from for the business case.
Sorry, I do have one more question on this, and it's
before you go down. So again, I've just realised that again on this sheet that we got this morning, there was another option here to delay the rest of Network business case to year 2, and it was a 400k reduction. So I'm just a bit, and so I've just got it written up on screen here because, and again, a stark clarity would be great because 8.3 and then this new one seems to like it's the same amount of money. So I'm just trying to understand in my head what's the one's an increase, what's the decrease, so they just cancel each other out in a way. Can you see what I'm saying? Well, it just needs a bit of clarity because if we go to vote on these, it's very confusing.
So in the option 1 that we've consulted on, the rest of Network business case was scheduled to start in the second half of year 1. The original recommendation that council were going to consider suggested bringing that work forward to commence earlier in year 1, if they had a commensurate additional cost to do so. So the second recommendation suggests putting it back to start in year 2, and thus the year 1 half would not be required. Noting also that there is an underlying expectation that what Kotahi will meet their 51% share of this. So if they do not do that, then council will need to consider funding it entirely themselves. Yeah, I just wanted to also just carry on from what Sonia was saying about a sort of a low-key engagement that you mentioned, Councillor Swiggs. As Sonia said, we have lots of feedback from across Greater Christchurch, many communities advocating for more service in their community. And so while we could do a small scale commencement of a conversation with Paul's world that's not the rest of the network, but would feed into that, we can't do a small scale engagement with all of Greater Christchurch. So we have to understand that we'll be very targeted on one community.
And to do that, you don't require 8.3 to be supported then. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, we're just going to suggest another adjournment because I know the guys down there are doing some work. We will get back to this. There's just something we need to raise. So I'm just going to talk to the staff and then we'll come back. Oh, good. Sorry. Yeah, you can ask another question in the meantime.
Just for clarity, 3A, oh, sorry, the 8 point, it's gone now, the one that if we end up supporting, not supporting the 400 to bring forward, and we also support the 400 to push back, then we're looking at a 0.8 or 800 total reduction this year. The assumption was the 400 was in the budget. Yeah. Well, staff, I think. Yeah, that was
quo. So if you didn't choose 8.3 or 8.3b, the status quo would be that we would have 400,000 in the budget to start the rest of the network. The plan is to start that in the second half of this year. So that starts from January onwards.
but the 19.9% we were starting at the beginning of the day, we were told it was with all of the staff recommendations supported, and this is the staff recommendation to put the 400 extra in start beginning. Or is it the same 400 we're talking about? You just would have done it in the first 6 months instead of the second 6 months.
Right, but
Oh, sorry.
it does relate to the 19.9, but it doesn't relate to what was originally in option 1, sorry. And I think I heard there, Sonia, that if we didn't support either of those, so 8.3 and 8.3b, it would still be 400k in there. But if we don't support the first one and support the second one, there's nothing there. Yeah, that's correct. Well, that's good. But do we still need the adjournment? Yeah, you still be keen for an adjournment? Yeah, just to sort some stuff out? Yeah. Yeah, okay, let's just adjourn for 2 or 3 minutes. I'll sort this out. Okay, let's try and do this. And I think just so everyone knows, there's one more item at the end of this, which was already on the thing, and it's a decrease. The targeted rate is 8.5. So I just want stuff from bringing it up there, because I actually thought probably could have done this at the same. Oh no, we've done that one. Sorry, I'm confused. Sorry, there was another one, 8.4, which was increased targeted, and I don't think it affects year 1, so it doesn't affect the rate rise in year 1. But just so people are clear, we've got this one to do as well. Increase the targeted rate funding to 800 in year 2. So we could probably could have passed that pretty easy before, I think, but we're going to have to do that at the end. So just so you're aware. If we go back to what's on the screen, I think let's push 8.3 and 8.3b down, and let's just deal with 8.2a and b first, because I think that's fairer. Yep. We can just have a debate on that. I'm happy to do what John suggested and move 8.2b, noting that if it draw or if it fails, we go to 8.2a and do that. Is everyone happy? Okay, so you're happy to move that 8.2b? Got a seconder? Anybody? Greg? Okay. Do you want to speak to it?
Very briefly, we have asked staff to go back overnight, and they have put some long hours into finding opportunities to further reduce the rate. We have talked about the implications of this, and so I think I'll just leave it there. We've had a reasonable conversation at this point, so I support.
Great. Yeah. Anyone else want to speak to this? Yep.
So I'll speak against this one in that we've heard from staff that if we do get we will get confirmation by September of whether or not we can uplift the service by January. I think the Route 7 is a particularly well-used route and actually does suffer from overuse at times, too many people to get on the bus. Like some of my Horsewell people can confirm that. It would seem really disappointing, particularly given we'll have buses in the yard waiting to go if we get the funding for in confirmation in September, and then we leave them sitting. It doesn't make sense to me. I think we but intention to go with January, and if it then transpires we can't, so be it. But go with January.
Yeah, I'll vote against this as well. Just talking to people on Route 7, Build Hospital and back, east siders that they're really looking forward to having the uplift and having more buses we can get on, especially in the peak time. So, Joe?
Yeah, I just support what Vicky said. I'll be voting against this.
Peter, do you want to speak?
Yeah, I'm going to support this. I acknowledge the issues around Route 7 being full at times with what we're hearing. It is one of our higher frequency routes, as I understand it currently at the moment, and yes, definitely supporting being uplifted at some time. As for the buses, the storage cost of buses, I'm sure we've been informed in the previous briefing that these new buses will be used and put onto this, but there will be other buses. The older buses will be taken off routes until such time as they can actually be repurposed or rerouted, whatever it is. And I'm assuming they started taking that storage cost of those buses into each of these options as well. So, look, I am reluctantly going to support this option.
Thanks, Dion.
Yeah, this is actually quite hard for me because I know how much this route is actually, especially at time. I wish there was another way to spin this clock. In a couple of spots. Thanks. I want to see, I do want to see, and I think the staff bring the option. I do want to see operational efficiencies where we can. I'm not sure if I can support this one, to be quite honest with you, because I've done so much advocacy with this community to get this route going, and I'm more than comfortable fronting the community and saying, look, we're going to delay it, whatnot. I mean, I'm pretty blunt with it. But I've been on this bus with those community members at times and times it's been full, and I've seen buses go past people when they're full, which is quite challenging. And there's also one other part of me that's a little bit challenged by delaying it a little bit further, was our commitment with NZPA. They're building this piece of road. I think it would, and it's the only one that's survived in Christchurch, the cut from the program, or the NZ uplift program. That's the Hawksville. This is the Hawksville. So I'm only talking about Hawksville, and I understand this region a little bit further. And I do feel that it might send the wrong signal to them to say that we're not as serious in this. So we are, especially given that we're putting option 1 on the table and so we want to do uplift on our core routes. So yeah, I think I'll vote against it. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that because I'm struggling with it, because I do want to see the efficiencies, and I really, really appreciate the time that the staff put in to try and find these options for it, because it's something that I asked for.
I can appreciate that, Dion. I'm probably of a really similar mind. Is there anyone else that wants to speak, or should we go back to John as the mover? Cool. So let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? I think that's against, but you want a division? Right. You think, I think it was lost. It's been called. Oh, yeah. The thing is, we're probably going to put the next one straight up. Yeah, it's been put. Unless he wants to, you can withdraw it. Or do you want to withdraw that division? Can we do that? Can we do that or not? Okay, it's been called. Okay, let's go. Let's go, Trey. We've been good at this today, haven't we?
Councillor Swiggs.
Chris, yeah, yes.
Councillor Scott. Councillor Burns.
Against.
Councillor Mackay. Councillor Karako.
Okay.
Councillor Southworth. Against. Councillor Falling.
Against.
Councillor Davies. Councillor East. Councillor Diche. Councillor Robinson. Councillor Sonkel. Councillor McKenzie. Councillor Cranwell. Councillor Ward. Councillor Edge.
No, it doesn't. That's lost 12-4. I'm going to move 8.2b. Yeah, and Dion's going to second it. Is that what you're indicating? Right, I'm going to move it. Yeah, I agree. Happy to go. You don't want to speak, Dion. I don't want to speak. Let's go straight to a vote. I think all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Any against? Cool. Do you want that noted then? Yep, thank you. Sweet. Okay, so that passes. And I think we're all clear what that means, that it's delayed for half a year. Yep, all good. Let's go to those next two, 8.3. And just to clear this sort of, be clear about this, McQueensy. Sorry, just a typo up here, but we've got that sorted, I think. It's a Mac, though. It's Mac, not Mick. It's Mac Daddy. He didn't even hear me. Okay, 8.3. So we'll pick this conversation up again. So just so I'm clear, and hopefully this helps everybody. If we don't support the increase in that, that's nothing changes. And if we did support the 8. Thing to do with the rest of network business case. But likewise, if they vote against it, there will be some money in there. There'll be 400k. So everyone's clear. Yeah, cool. I don't know if I think we probably should do these separately, or should we just do them together? No, we have to do them separately actually because they're quite different outcomes. Yeah, cool. Okay, anyone to move 8.3? I'm happy to move it. Anyone to second it? You'll second it? Actually, yeah, that could have been a good thing to do. Does anyone want to speak to it? Yeah. Yeah, Ian.
And I may need your indulgence here, Mr. Chairman, because I think I'm really speaking to the previous two motions, but I got so lost in this process. But I guess the point I'm trying to, the principle I'm voting for or against is that I think we should be voting for option 1, to provide the maximum amount of funds for our public transport network, but not make any decisions on how to spend that until we have certainty as to central government funding. And so I'm trying very hard to vote accordingly, and I will do so here as well.
Yeah, and I've got a similar thing in mind. Let's just put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? I think it's, no, it did it? I don't think it did. Show of hands, maybe. All those for. Those that are for.
No, sorry, just to clarify, so this is, at the moment, there is 400,000 in the year 1, but in the latter half of the year, that's what we have if this fails.
Just to clarify, This is additional, so it wasn't in there. So there is the second part of the year, depending on what happens with 8.3B, there is 400k in the budget in the second part of the year, January onwards. If we do this, it's another 400k. Okay, do you get that? That's right, John.
So in the original, we originally put to you, that's 400k in the budget funded from reserves. No impact on the rate. The proposal that was put to you in our staff recommendations in our deliberations paper that's in front of you was to bring that forward, to do it at the start of the year or as soon as we could. The 400k covered the risk that Whakakapi did not provide any funding for their share. So we would have our funding for reserves plus covering their funding for that year, plus some money to bring staff recruitment forward that we were planning to do later, with additional costs of bringing those staff on earlier. So if you want to do it earlier, you need to pass 8.3 because we need that extra money. If you don't want to do it earlier, if you don't pass 8.3, then it stays currently in January and funded from reserves. And if Whakakapi doesn't provide funding, then there's a separate conversation for council to make. So the way that we provided the advice this morning, we'd assumed our starting point of all of these resolutions have been passed and therefore what further changes need to be made. We're now bringing them in when you haven't passed some of those resolutions, which I think is where the confusion as well. So if you pass 8.3, I don't think you have to make any. You don't need to go to 8.3. The money currently, our share is coming from reserve.
It's not the way I was thinking about it, but the way I was thinking, just to be, so my thoughts on this was that I wasn't going to support 8.3 and I wasn't going to support 8.3B either, to leave that 400 in there because I think that's important, regardless of where it is and who that gets worked on. That was my thinking, but it's so confusing that it's really hard to deal with.
If you don't pass either, then it stays as something that we would look and start in January, funded from reserves, and you can make a decision later in the year depending on what the company is for funding.
Understood. Yeah. So are we? Our division was cool. Okay, well let's go through it on 8.3.
I wonder if we can't, because you were confused about this. I think everyone was, and we are making a decision here based.
Oh, sorry, Peter, push your button.
Would reflect what the submitters from Horswood are being very passionate about consent. Now, the only question I'll have in my mind about this is what's the risk of Whakakapi not coming to the table here? And we know we need to get on with our business. So if this is coming out of reserves, gives us early investment, I'm prepared to take the risk. That's how I would vote. So I would vote for April.
No, that's good. So we're going to go through division anyway. And then, yep. Yeah. Let's just adjourn for a second, mate. Okay, kia ora koutou. I'll not to change position. Knock East and changing last name. I don't know where Councillor East is. Look, what we're going to try and do here is look, there's a bit of issue because we put the vote and stuff. But if you all agree, if we get a 75% majority, we can reopen the debate because there was confusion. Then we can have a proper debate about 8.3, and then we can put the vote again and do the division.
I'll move that we open the debate.
All those in favour, please say aye. I think any against? Okay. So I moved it. Look, taking into account what Chair Scott said, it's been really important to me and the community that I come from. But as you'll know, this is not just about Horsell. It says such as Horsell, but there are other communities that we probably want to have a discussion with. So I do support this being put and going forward. Councillor Davies, do you want to speak now? Anyone else want to speak? Yep, Councillor East.
Like a lot of us, I think we've sort of got a bit confused along the way, but I'd just like to clarify, are these recommendations part of staff recommendations that ultimately got us to 19.9?
Yep.
I don't know why we just didn't bundle the whole lot up and vote on it, but it seemed to be choosing us. Anyway.
Sorry, the reason that we didn't, and I didn't, sorry, is because we had new ones this morning. That's what's caused a bit of confusion. We had extra ones on top of the previous ones from yesterday. So I apologise for that, but that was difficult because there was more reductions to potentially be made. That's why I wanted the chance to put them because I heard the room today and yesterday. So that's all, David. Okay, anyone? Sorry, Vicky, we'll go to you, Vicky.
Yeah, so my understanding of this one is that it was responding to submitters that we heard who Horswell helped to knit together the sort of high priority, more frequent routes that we know that we're hoping to roll out. And this was to bring forward that discussion by putting in an additional 400,000 of targeted rate. There is still 400,000 what option one had, and option one is what was well supported by the community. This is specifically to bring forward that piece of work. So this is specifically to bring forward that piece of work to July. And I think in light of what we've been discussing around uncertainty from government match funding, from the fact that if we end up unable to even uplift Route 7, which we know we're committed to, we've got business case reports and so on, it seems to me premature to be having a conversation across the whole of the city about looking at other services and other options, which does open up as a very positive bill, which we unfortunately, I wish I was in a different position in another universe having a totally different conversation. But I think this is, for me, this is not a helpful addition at this point in time. And by voting against this, it's leaving that opportunity to have the conversation. Should our September news from government be different than what we might be currently expecting, with me being the optimist still, but not so optimistic as to bring it right forward to July. So I'll be voting against this one.
Thank you. Anyone else? Pete? Oh, Grant?
Yeah, I'm going to vote against this. I think it's pretty clear that there's some money available in January, regardless of whether the Whakakapi put money to this project in September. And I think at this stage, it'd be fiscally responsible to suggest that that I don't agree with that. So I will voting against.
Cool. Anyone else? Yeah, Dale.
So I'll be voting against this as well, and actually I'll be foreshadowing to move 8.3b, purely because the conversations that I've recently had, I am not confident that we will get funding to look at the rest network at all. I am extremely concerned that we're actually going to be forced into a situation where we're going to have to go back, and that was the resolution that we passed before, to actually start looking at cuts to services. Now that's the worst thing. That's the worst outcome that I can have, that we could probably have. But that's the feeling that I'm getting. That is the perverse situation that we may face, and it scares me. Because we've got so many expectations out in our community about what we're doing. I totally appreciate what this has come from, and I'm prepared to face my community out of Horsell and say, I tried, but this is the reality of the situation that we face. 8 point, so like me voting against 8.3, it would go to the status quo. I'll foreshadow that 8.3b is my preference because we need to also look at the here and right now about the situation around our full package of rate increase. And 6 month delay while we organise what we understand from NZTA around the funding, what we've got in the package, sorting all of that out because I think we're going to have a heck of a lot of conversations around this table over the next 6 months in this space. I think that would be the prudent and responsible way to go forward. But yeah, I'm very concerned about what's going to happen with funding from the Crown.
Peter?
I'm very concerned by what Councillor Sweets has just said actually, because I spent all yesterday trying to make sure that we had that conversation with the central government, and I was convinced by councillors around that table that we should keep pushing on with this. I think there's an opportunity outside of this room actually to do that. Once we've got this process out on the road, and I'm going to speak to that later. But I think that if we're starting to blink now, right? We're starting to blink now, you're starting to show your cards, in fact, that you are unsure. Let's be sure. Let's actually be sure. This community has come to us a number of times, not just in this meeting, but also in our discussion. They came, Regional Transport Committee and the Regional Public Transport Committee submission process said the very same things. Now, we're not, should we not tone deaf on this stuff? I think we need to actually pull the big pants on council colleagues and get on with it, actually.
Cool. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, I'm going to finish this off. Well, I totally agree with Chair Scott, or Councillor Scott on this. So let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Councillor Swanks. Councillor Mackenzie.
I'm going to abstain.
Councillor Edge. Councillor Scott. Councillor Southwood. Councillor Burns.
4.
Councillor Mackay. Councillor Robinson. Councillor Ward. Councillor Davies. Councillor Corning.
Yes. Okay. That carried 8 for, 7 against, 1 abstention. Okay, let's go to 8.3b. Do you still want to? I still thought there is actually. Yeah, all good. All good. I get it. Cool. Okay. Let's move on to the last one in this section. Yes, which was 8.4. Yep, good. So, Councillor Scott's moved it. Seconded. Yep. Councillor Edge, you want to speak to it? No, all good. You want to speak to the grant?
Just to say that we know that bringing this forward, where with Selwyn District Council
short of bus supplies, and they are bursting at the seams. And is between Selwyn, Rolleston, Lincoln, into Christchurch City. So this is the representative.
Anyone else, John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just reconfirming that the support of Selwyn District and the Selwyn District Council on these matters and the significant representations that this council had and personally the need for the uplift in Selwyn is absolute, and the sooner we can do it, the better. Obviously, here to it. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? No? Let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. What was that? To this one or to the whole lot? Yep. Want to speak? Okay. Any against? Carried. I'm happy for you to speak now, if you like.
I think, so in my position as chair of this public transport committee, I think that we've probably got some of the hardest working staff in this building is Stuart and Sonia. And I've been privileged to be around the GCP with them and hear them talk about public transport, so their knowledge is pretty deep on it, and I think they handle themselves extremely well. And so therefore, the stuff that we have in our program here is considered, and they consider all the emotional stuff that they have to put up with when they go out into communities. And so this is not, there's nothing light-hearted about public transport. We speak about it all the time. We are passionate about it. I think it's the most considered and judicious issue that we have in this building, actually. Solution for not only Christchurch but GCP in terms of having a world-class public transport system culminating in mass rapid transport. So that's what we've been trying to achieve here. You know, and we've got, and maybe I took a cheap shot at you, Councillor Swiggs, before, but I do know, I'm acutely aware of the budget for GPS and National Land Transport Fund. You know, that I have spent some time with Minister Brown talking about Christchurch and the issues that we're trying to achieve here. I have spent some time with Minister Bishop and telling him that, you know, that we are putting in a transport system in Christchurch that will help get people around, help people get from A to B, help solve our housing crisis and other things. I did write to Simon Bridges, who's the new chair of Whakakapi. He told us to go. This is how we're treated. I'm just upset about this actually. He told us to go and talk to the local Whakakapi staff. So there's no respect whatsoever for the desires that we have. And I'll take your comments on board, Councillor Mihi, about taking cheap shots at the government. But this, I will take a shot at the government about public transport because they have been absent in terms of trying to support what we're trying to do down here. We're not trying to backfill anything. We're not trying to redesign something that's broken. We're trying to build something here. And, you know, we're getting no assistance whatsoever. Every time we talk to there's nothing in there, National Land Transport Fund. Well, that's nothing else, actually. This LTP process should not be the end of the discussion that we had. We've had a lot of doubt about where we're getting with this. I'm putting it on the table here that we need to take this issue up after the LTP process, and we need to take it to Wellington, and we need to take it to senior ministers and talk about what are we going to do for us. In my discussion against across the South Island for regional transport committees, everybody sees Christchurch as a gateway, right, to the South Island. So this is not only being disrespectful for us, it's being disrespectful for other governments on either side of that. And that worries me. The model's got to change. As it's worth talking about, this model has got to change. If we don't do something about this, it'll be like Rod Carr said about agriculture in New Zealand in the next 30 years. If we don't change our ways, we'll be like the Amish of the South Pacific, where people come to Christchurch to see what public transport was like. 30, 40 years ago. Hopefully we won't get it horse and buggies, but we're getting close.
Thanks, Councillor Scott. I just also this thing. There was two other additional options, just for clarity and for transparency. Two other additional options. One was to remove public transport support for cruise ship passengers, and one was not replace the bus service even though funding has been removed. Is there any appetite to put these to the table? I won't be moving them, but does anyone want to move them? Or if you want to move them, let's bring them up. I'm going to allow that if there's a mover and a seconder. We just have to get them written up. And look, I really apologise for that. It's just part of what we had. The reflection this morning wasn't in our systems here because it wasn't part of what we discussed yesterday in terms of additional amendments. That's why it's got a bit confusing. So we'll just have a slight break for a minute to get that written up. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. So we're going to bring up these two additional potential options. They're both reductions. We probably need to take them separately because people could vote differently on them. So first one there is a remover for 8.5. Yeah, and Dion seconded. Okay, cool. Do you want to speak to it?
I don't think there's probably any need really to speak to it. We had the presentation, the reasoning around why that was put on as a reduction option of the rates from staff, and I do think staff are coming to us with that option. But I just think we've all had the same information, so people will form their opinions on that.
I'll speak to this. It's deeply frustrating that we have to uplift our public transport system to accommodate giant cruise ships turning up in the port. But having seen the very real struggles of the community, particularly in Littleton and through to Heathcote, and then at the interchange as well, where we had people corralled in lines in Hereford in fencing system. Last year, we didn't get any of that happen. It was a smooth process for additional customers on our public transport, as they're welcome to do. It is a public transport system, but we needed that additional funding just to enable it all to run smoothly, and it really did. And I would hate to see things go back to where we were at the year before. At the moment, we've got no control over what the cruise ship companies actually do. We'll certainly be advocating and trying to encourage the cruise ship companies to do as they did last year and keep their shuttle buses at an affordable rate in comparison to our own. But we don't have that certainty. And the thought that we would have school children desperately trying to get to school, people late for work, etc., is just, I don't even want to go there. So unfortunately, I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak to it? Yeah, I feel pretty similar to you, Vicky. I think we've been through this a couple of years ago, and then last year we got a much better outcome, and I think there's a big risk in letting this go. But we'll put it to the vote. Oh, sorry, go back to Councillor Mackay, who moved it.
Well, I'm quite happy, and I think that Councillor Southworth has probably explained the rationale that the staff gave us this morning. I've moved this because I think that we need to deal with the option that's been on the table.
I know it may or may not happen, but we've seen previous publications about the fact that some of the cruise ship numbers may be reduced next year by 20%. I think we need to think about that as well, because our berthing costs beyond and port charges are perceived to be too high compared to other countries.
Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Sorry. So all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against? think it's passed. Sorry. It's carried. Yeah. So Councillor Southworth, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Burns, and I'm against it too. And go Councillor Davies abstain. You're against. We've got Southworth, Robinson, Mackenzie, I was going to say Cranwell, Burns is against, and Pauling is against, and Davies is abstaining. Okay, 8.6, have we got a mover? Dion, and to a seconder, Councillor Scott, you want to speak to it?
I mean, we had the staff talk to us this morning, and they have a existing program. There's some real challenges in this space. I think that just this one example, but this is one example that they said they could work with us to try and find some reductions. But I do feel that we're going to have some other conversations around how we and their customers. This is just one option that I think is a way to start looking at reducing some of the pressures on costs and rates.
Anyone else want to speak to it? Yeah, Vicky.
Yeah, again, I mean, I think these options have come forward late in the day in response to an arbitrary 15% notion of average rate rise that we can tolerate or some around. The thought of having them unable to get on the bus, which is what we heard this morning, that there are routes that are being the alternative to the MOE route, MOE bus can be overly loaded and unable to take those kids like that. And it impacts on other passengers as well. Like I just don't think we should be going there. It starts to make us look like a third world country where we can't actually get our children to school in a decent time. Yeah, honest, there we are. Yeah, we can't even, yeah.
Anyone else like to speak to it? Yeah.
So as a current board member of Shimmy Boys High School, etc., if this came to us that they were going to take the MOE transport office,
yeah, Councillor Mackay.
Thanks. Look, I'm going to support this. We were advised this morning that this was specifically for funding that was for South Canterbury bus route from Timika to Timaru, and that there is some review currently undergoing around another 11 bus routes across Canterbury, which, as I understood it, we're going to come back to us sometime in the future. So this is, for me, it's quite specific.
Councillor Robinson. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want clarification on that from staff actually, because that's not what I heard. I heard that was an example. It wouldn't be in. Sorry, generalised by just all Ministry of Education funding for all transport models. Can that please?
You can.
So the Ministry of Education have confirmed that they will be removing their MOE Temuka to Timaru service. So that at the moment that's the only one that the Ministry of Education have confirmed. There's still another 11 routes that's under review that they've proposed to remove. So we've got a date for the removal of the Temuka to Timaru, and that is from essentially the end of this year, so the start of next year, term 1.
Is there any other questions for Sonia? Yep.
On what ground?
So it's been removed because there's an alternative option from a public transport perspective. So they have very, very clear criteria from a funding perspective. And the third criteria is that if there's an alternative public transport service, which in this case there is, but then they then are no longer eligible for MOE funding. Our challenge is that we don't have enough capacity to take the additional students on our public transport network.
Any other? You got another question?
I know in the past, some students have actually gone on a weekend stuff. To wait till later today.
Just add into that in my discussion with the Ministry of Transport, when I went to saw them about this in Wellington, they were considering exactly what Sonia had said. Anywhere there is a public service that could provide the same opportunity, then that's what they'll be referring to. That conversation isn't widely known, but it certainly is across, I think, across the Island Transport Committee. We've had that discussion also, so that's coming.
Any other questions?
Just one clarification. You say it's at capacity. From memory, was that you could do the same again on that same, like, is it the demand twice that of the capacity, or just?
So the MOE currently run 2 buses to the special character schools, and my understanding, because unfortunately I don't do a head count, but my understanding from the operator is that those 2 buses are full. The MOE have advised us that in terms of, under their old criteria, they had 166 students who were eligible. So obviously we didn't have 166 students choosing to travel by the MOE bus, but that just gives you kind of the scale of the numbers.
To clarify that the 100,000 that we're talking about here, if it stays in the budget, that then provides for buses in addition to the public transport bus that we've currently got to take children from Jamaica to, is that right? Is that what that money is for?
So we still need another conversation with council around how we're going to respond longer term around the fact that we have Ministry of Education who is potentially removing 12 routes. We haven't made those decisions, so this is almost a bit of a placeholder to look at actually where do we sit and where do we kind of see ourselves in the future. This would allow us to review the option of providing maybe an assist bus or an extra school bus. Even that 100k though would not cover the money that we would need in order to cater for all the children that need travel.
Question of clarity. So when we normally would provide a school bus service, do we consult with the community? Because I think we might have done that in Selwyn when we were looking at the Lincoln, Wellington, is that correct?
Yeah. So we run an annual school network review essentially every single year as a rolling review.
I think that's all the questions. Thanks, Sonia. I think we were at the point of putting it to a vote. Yep. Okay. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Against? You want that noted? Against? Cranwell, Southworth, Robinson, Burns, Davies, Uncle and Colvin. Right, Southwood, no, you're 50 were you against, so. Sorry, and Southwood. Cool, that's carried. Thank you. Okay, let's go to fees and charges, resolution 9. Okay, I think we can take this all together. So it's on the screen there. Approve the fees and charges. Now we've got a preferred option from yesterday, so that's A. Approve the fees and charges schedule that's provided in the draft, etc. And that we don't worry about B, please. Yep, at the moment that we introduce a fixed fee type to the confirmed long-term plan for adoption, but not exceeding 3,500 for simple applications only that utilise the direct decision pathway. and remove the proposed fixed fee approach as included in page 236, 238 of the long-term plan, etc., etc. I don't think I need to read all that. It's all on screen. Do I have a mover?
I foreshadowed an amendment on this.
Option A. Yep. So Councillor Cycle and Councillor Mackay moving. Do you want to open it? Yep.
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman, we have had a conversation previously. The initial thoughts that the fixed fee would cover all number of matters has been given thought to by our staff. We have come back to a fixed fee not exceeding $3,500 for simple template type applications that are up to standard and provide all the information required in a simple process. We have been advised that those type of applications generally run between 3,200 and 3,800 in price. 3,500 sits in a profit on these matters, and so those simple applications provide clarity for those folk out there seeking consents. And we also heard from our significant stakeholders and consent holders that they would appreciate the opportunity of having a cost plus basis, put their deposit in, and the real cost be allocated and paid for. So I'm more than happy to support option A.
Councillor Mackay.
Thanks very much. Look, I'm very much happy to second this and support the motion that's put on the table. I think it is a pragmatic, and we shouldn't often use that in this building, but it is a neat way to deal with all the submissions that came to this council around the fixed fee proposals that were in the long-term plan. So just going with this direct decision pathway with a actual figure to be still set, obviously which we will finalise in during accepting the long-term plan or adopting the long-term plan in June, and just tidying this up a little bit, I think is a really good way of moving forward on it. Happy to support it.
Grant. Ready?
Thank you. I propose an amendment. This, can you bring that? I changed the
just to be clear, Grant, it's more about clarifying things, isn't it? Yeah. Yep. Your button on.
I support the resolution, but what I'm wanting to do is just divide the two parts of that resolution so that they read a bit better. And and so all that is just a change in the way it's presented. And then the second part is proposing that we add a note. The council will review the fees and charges schedule annually and update these where required during the applicable annual plan. So really, where it's got one there, the text there can remain black, and the word "and" can be black. So all I'm changing is splitting it up a bit and adding 9.11 and 9.12.
Just before we go any further, I'm just wondering if Councillor Sunkel and Mackay would agree to substituting this for the other motion. It's pretty much the same. It's got the extra note, but it doesn't change any of the other words. It just breaks it up.
Yep. Process. Can you amend a motion by keeping the wording exactly the same?
Substituting it, that's a bit different. We're substituting it. It's the same motion, but we just got a clarity of words.
It is an amendment because I've added a 1 and 2 and split it, and then
then I've added 9.1 to that. So I'm moving that. Do I need a seconder to?
Hang on, I'm just, if we can get the original mover and seconder to be happy, we can substitute it and then just vote on that. Are you happy, Cliff? You happy? Okay, so we'll substitute yes to these.
Well, look, I'm happy with the intent of what being achieved. I still find 2, 9.2, sorry, sorry, no, I feel it's 2. The wording is not actually that crystal
Is the same as what was in the original motion. So I think it does make it a lot clearer. So if the mover and seconder are happy, we'll substitute the motion. Does anyone else want to speak on it? No, let's put it to the vote. That becomes a substantive motion, that's correct. We'll add 9.1 into it. It's just a noting. There's no decision there, but it's a note. Talked about it yesterday. Okay, all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Carried. Thank you. We had one more amendment from yesterday put forward by Councillor Southworth as an additional, so it'll be 9.2. Councillor Southworth, do you want to speak to that? And you need a seconder as well.
Yeah, no, I would like to put this on these. I think the numbers need to change now though, because we've got a 9.1 and 2. So I guess I spoke about this yesterday, asking if there's anyone here. I know there was certainly some interest in this yesterday at the table, so asking if there's anybody that would second this for me. This is about a levy that's imposed on mooring owners that I feel is excessive. That particularly the wrecks and recovery one, for the most part, mooring owners who have their boats on. Oh, we there? Okay.
So Paul, you're willing to speak? Do you want to take them together or separately? I think that's fair. So 9.2, we'll just put that up there. Yeah, and speak to it, and then Paul, you can speak if you want.
So mooring owners in Canterbury, across Canterbury, are charged $57.50 as a levy for removing wrecks that are not able to be linked to somebody. So when wrecks are linked to a person, that person becomes liable for the cost of recovering those wrecks. Ideally, they sort that out themselves. They may have insurance, which will sort it out for them. If we end up having to step in and recover, but the person's identifiable, then we can go after recovery of the costs. And so the levy is specifically for those boats that are can't be identified and linked to somebody, that have sunk somewhere in the vicinity of mooring, or that are the sorts of vessels that might be attached to a mooring. Recognising that there are some of these boats do sink from time to time, but for the most part, in recent examples, they have been linked to somebody and been therefore not picked up by any sort of reserve or funding. We've saved up through this levy that's been applied for certainly the last 3 years through the last long-term plan. It feels to me a bit like we selected a subset of car owners and then targeting them for the recovery of burnt out vehicles in their past, but we don't do that. Instead, those types of need for recovery come from in the case of regional parks and so on, it would be the UAGC fund. And so I would like to propose that we do actually put this in the UAGC fund funded item rather than a levy to a small group of people who are not directly responsible or able to be responsible for these boats that are getting recovered under this levy.
So Vicky, the current resolution says as a general rate, so you're saying as a UAGC?
Yeah, because actually, well, UAGC is a general rate, but yeah, I think because the harbour, a lot of the harbour master function, or a chunk of the harbour master function is under UAGC. We had a small amount was going on for the rural advocacy network this morning. That passed. It's I think it's comparable sort of scale around the 20 cents, 25 cents per rating unit, similar. So that will be pretty fair.
I think I've just had advice that we just need some staff advice on this because of the implications for some of our financing policies. So who's coming to the table to talk to that? Yeah, and you can ask questions.
Yes, under the revenue and financing policy, you have the option of user pays or UAGC for these kinds of activities. We can't call it a general rate without changing policy.
There is essentially user pays when it's somebody identifiable. This is explicitly for those people that we can't identify to do user pays, so it wouldn't need to be UAGC. I do note that there is actually a reserve built up already, which I think now sits about 30,000. We heard yesterday some come out around about 30,000. I don't know what scale of reserve that needs to be, so perhaps that's something that staff would look at in working out what amount per head. But I mean, in order to build up a similar sort of reserve of around that 30,000 this year would be around that 20-25 cents.
Just get this clear. If we put it as a UAGC, we can put it. If it's so we've got to change. So are you wanting to change your motion, and is the seconder happy as well? Paul?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Carry on from what Vicky was saying. It's from the presentation that the swing mooring people gave to us. It's very clear that they keep very good contact with the people that are on their moorings, and they're not, because they keep in contact with them, they keep regular details on file. They can be tracked and costs can be recovered. What they aren't responsible for is all the other moorings throughout the harbor where other wrecks can come from. And there are plenty of moorings that are very old and unregulated. And you do end up with people coming in that, they don't check in with the harbor master. They don't, register with any of these. They'll, moor up wherever they can until they're, chased off and their boats are in any number of poor conditions, which leads to these wrecks. But the swing mooring people aren't the ones that are the problem. Real point here.
But just go back to so Brian, you confirm that we can put it if it's a UAGC? Yep. Good. Yes, I clear. Got a question?
I'm really concerned that we're having a discussion about taking something out of fees and charges policy, just having a discussion around it, without going out to consultation around our fees and charges policy, which we have, and this wasn't part of it, and then turning it to a UAGC. That does not feel like that fits with our revenue and policy. So I think there is quite a discrepancy here around this, and I have some sympathy for the argument, but I think it's something for us going forward.
I suppose just thinking about that, but what we did earlier on with the CDM things, that we did add something to that which we didn't go out on, but we did that because we had submissions on that, and we had submissions on this as well. So I feel like we can do this, but I'm not the expert here.
Can I just say that briefly around the CDM one? We collect on behalf of them, and they came to us and said there was an oversight in their request for that amount of money. This is quite different. This is coming out of our user pays charges, our user pays policy, which we go out, and we've agreed just previously in some motions about annually going out. Can Grant put that on the table? There's a note that we go out and discuss these. Now we're actually discussing it now, hasn't actually been consulted on.
I mean, hang on. I'll put it to Brian twice, and he's confirmed that if it's a UAGC, we can do this. So I don't know what, that's the staff advice. I'm happy to take it. So I think we can put it. So be clear, or do we need an adjournment? Or? Anyone else want to speak to it?
What's the quantum of the UAGC that would be required to do the things that you're looking to do here? Because to me, UAGC is fine. I take your point there. I really do take your point on that. But this dots that reference to mooring are a health and safety issue to everybody, not just to the mooring people. So UAGC charge to me is a fair way of doing that. Yeah.
Have you got, Brian, can you answer that?
For both the questions 9.2 and 9.3, it's approximately 32,000 each question. For each one. Yeah, total 64.
Actually, that's the 20 cents I had in my head relative to Claire. So Claire was about 65,000 this morning, which is about the same as this, and that was 20 cents. Claire had worked it out, so I'm quite sure it's. Oh, I thought you'd be precise. Yeah. Which I would, and maybe if everyone's happy to go with that, we just put them both together, and so it might be too late to do that now. Okay. So the first one.
Sorry, Vicky. Yeah, good. Does that help, Peter? Yeah, good. Okay. Greg, did you want to ask a question or you want to speak?
Just very briefly, Councillor Southwell identified it. I don't see any difference between, as I mentioned earlier, when there were 40 cars a month getting dumped at the Waimakariri. If they could be identified, it was usually an insurance claim. If not, it was a cost of the UA, uniform annual general charge. Same thing.
Okay, let's put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Again. Want that noted, David? Want that noted? So that's the only anyone else against? Yeah, Ward. Where were you? Get Mackay. Mackay. Again. Oh. It's got me Cranwell. Cranwell. So against those four. Yeah, and Cranwell. Okay, that's carried. Got a second one, don't think it needs it. We've got the same mover. Yep, Vicky, seconder. Yep.
Yeah, just to speak. So again, there's a $57.50 charge on swing mooring boats. It's a really important issue, biosecurity, absolutely agree with that. But sandworm is in the harbour as a result of other shipping movements and the like. To put such a sizable amount of money on just on these particular boat owners for this particular issue seems to me out of scale with the they're not the cause of this problem, and they do take responsibility for clearing the bandworms off their boats, for example, those types of things. And so, well, we need better regulation and an enforcement if that's not the case, which may well not be. But yeah, that's to me is a different issue, and so I propose the same.
Do you want to speak?
Yeah, just very briefly, this is very similar to what Councillor Southworth is saying. We're basically putting a fee on the wrong people, and the issue for biosecurity is much bigger. So yeah, it's just the wrong direction for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I supported the first motion, but I cannot support this one. For me, this comes to personal responsibility of maintaining and caring for your asset. Those boat owners that I know regularly put their boats up on the slipway, anti-foul and clean. I think it becomes a free ride if we further subsidise those matters of anti-fouling and clearing up. Absolutely recognise the issues, but it is part and parcel of owning a boat and mooring in a harbour, saying anything. So I cannot support this part of it. Personal responsibility has to have some responsibility.
Actually, it was just exactly the same point as John. I met with people and I fully supported the first point that they had. The second point, I support what the intention is, but I don't support it going into the AGC. I actually think there needs to be a different place for it, which is why I think it's not necessarily the concept of the UAGC.
Phil, for my earlier discussion about substitution of these sort of things. These two remits here, when we say remove swing mooring levies and then replace it with a UAG, is this rates negative? Are we taking something from one budget and adding it, or is it adding it somewhere else? Well, in that case, I can't support either of them.
I've got Greg and then Yang. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, there's great irony here. There were many people out with the pocket of the government when we had the mycoplasma bovis that suddenly became a public liability when it was actually a private action. Well, surely they should have taken responsibility. But I'm not going to argue that way. I'm going to argue the fact that it's already mentioned, Whakakapi, all of our waterways. It's imperative that these things are clean. I'm absolutely over the moon with the leadership that Ngāti Wheki are taking, for example, when they're looking at getting a boat reliever out of to take it out of the harbour, to wash down the area, that type of thing. That's leadership locally, and we certainly have to support that. Fire security, fire security. Kia ora.
Yeah.
Kia ora, we're both on. I can't vote for this one either. As an avid user of Whakakapi and other waterways throughout Canterbury, and then seeing some mooring yachts with growth that have been there for so long, and then watching them take that yacht to either Cascade or Corsair Bay and Bow and the beach and watch it all wash into the harbour. I believe that there needs to be a fee on those moorings because I'm sick and tired of watching that.
Hey, Grant?
Yeah, I can't support this either. I think this is something that needs to be discussed when we review the revenue and financing policy, as it's a bigger picture. Yeah.
I think that's it. I'll go back to you, Catherine.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, I'm absolutely committed to biosecurity in the space, and it's not about diminishing the efforts to take away sandworm and the like. Many of those mooring owners are responsible. I know at the moment it's not so easy as it should be to get boats out in Whakakapi, and there is work underway with City Council to get an appropriate all-out facility. So that's work in progress. And this is really again about the fairness of targeting everybody when there are, Councillor Cranwell's whatever. There's clearly boat owners who are not responsible. To me, that's a different conversation, and that there should absolutely be a much stronger enforcement of those issues. And I would really like to see Christchurch City Council get their haul out sorted as soon as possible. But that isn't something that we've got in our within our ability to do here and now. But yeah, I'll put the vote and I'll still support it.
Cool. Let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? I think the against might have it. Yep. That failed. Okay. We're moving on to the UAGC bit. I just wanted to check before we do this, with that number that's in there, in the 5838, is that still the same? Just in terms of what we've just done, or does that need to be revised before we accept it? Or do we not have the bracketed bit in the amendment? Pass on the motion. Maybe just adjourn for a couple of minutes. So just adjourn, probably till 4:15. Thank you. If councillors can come back to the table, that'd be really good. So obviously we're at 4 4:20 p.m. We have some councillors that need to leave, etc. And so I've been talking to Councillor McKenzie about he has to get on a flight at some point tonight, but he has to leave this building here about 5:15, but he can join online in the interim period. Councillor Korako has to leave sometime after 6 o'clock. So if we can carry on till then, and Ian can join online in the interim, we can keep going and try and finish it. We still might need to come back on Monday, do some small stuff. If we don't get some small stuff finished, but we're trying to get through most of it today, but there might be a bit of tidying up on Monday. But that's what we're thinking at the moment. I don't think tomorrow probably works, but Monday we'd have to try and find some time. But hey, should we carry on? Let's keep going. Thanks, David. I appreciate that. So the UAGC, UAC section there. So we've got in front of us, I think from yesterday, I think probably, and from our advice from the, not advice, but the feedback from the community, I think about A first. I know we've got an amendment, foreshadowed amendment as well. So I'm happy to move 10 and 10A. So get rid of either. Look at for now. Have we got a second for that? 10A. Yep. And just in terms of staff, Giles, can you just come and just because of the 58 wording there, we're thinking of just getting rid of most of those words and just say maintain UAGC and UAC at 8% of total rates and get rid of the rest of the word.
Yeah, just suggesting that it's maintained at 8% of total rates as included in the final long-term plan 24-34, full stop. Because obviously the amount will depend on a number of factors, including the final rating units that we get from the TAs. And that will be the same for the second option as well.
So Dave, is you happy with that? Yep. Don, you got a question?
Just a question, given some of our conversations about adding stuff to a UAGC, does it mean other stuff has to drop out to maintain that cap of 8%? Yes, is the answer.
So just to clarify that again. So Brian or Giles, could you just help us with this? So
it was that if we set a cap of 8% as we move some things into the UAGC, the rest of it will be redistributed out of some capital. So what we're using it for will slightly change.
The amounts that slightly change, not the things.
Yeah, the distribution of the dollars between each
Do
capital.
you want to speak to this at the moment? At the end? Yeah. Yep.
Just a point of process then, if we put 10A and it fails, does that automatically mean 10B passed, or do we have to go with that as well? One pass is still not?
I'm not sure actually. Vote on that. Yep. Does everyone understand? Yeah. All good? Cool. Anyone else want to speak to this? Vicky, did you want to, what you've got a foreshadowed motion? We can deal with it.
So I foreshadow a motion looking to switch an amendment to essentially retain this 8%, but to switch it to being related, linked to the general rate, which would be a higher percentage of the general rate. This is connecting to the total rate. But in terms of what's on the table, I support this amount of UAGC, so that 8% equivalent from the total rate. So I think I need to support this and then make the amendment as a subsequent.
I don't know if we can do that. I think you need to put yours and see if it's got a seconder, and then we put it up, and then we need to get supported or not. But I think it needs some clarification because I'm really confused about what that means. Vicky?
Yeah,
but whether you still want to put it as your option too, you could withdraw it, but it's up to you.
clear, essentially, if my motion fails, then I would support this motion because I support the amount, but I don't support where it's linked to total rate. I would like to get general rate. So it's how, if staff can advise how to frame that up as motions, that would be helpful.
We'd need obviously some other financial staff advice because we don't understand the difference. I mean, Vicky's tried to explain it to us, but we need, if any staff reflection has been like, what we sort of discussed yesterday, if you could tell us your thoughts on that, that would be helpful.
Essentially what Councillor Southwood is proposing is that we have an 8% of total rates UAGC, but for future years she would like to measure the UAGC in terms of a percentage of general rates so that it doesn't increase as much when targeted rates increase. It's only going to be the increase in general rates which will impact it in the future. But for the first year, I believe she intends it to be 8% of total rates.
No, I intend it to be the equivalent of in year one. So essentially saying, yes, we're matching it to an amount, we're linking it to something, and therefore if general rates go up, so does the UAGC, which is, I can see the logic in that. But this is meaning that it's linked to the general rate, the rates that are collected for all the activity that happens across the whole of the region, and whereas the total rate, which is currently proposed, pulls in everything that's targeted rate, of which a large part of our rates is public transport, and that grows more rapidly in our long-term plan than what the rest of the general rates do, and so it becomes increasingly out of kilter with what we're starting with. It actually essentially grows as a percentage of the general rate.
I'm just trying to help us get through this.
Sorry, if I can just make a suggestion, because essentially I'm supportive. We could vote if this is possible. Maybe Portray you can confirm. If we vote on A and B, so if A or B pass, then I would still be proposing whatever the percentage is of total rate could then be converted to a general rate linked equivalent. So this is essentially fixing what amount is agreed by the council, and then we can have a discussion about what it's linked to after that.
Look, the other way we could do it, Vicky, is that, like Brian explained, we could note that we do that going forward, so that we understand it going forward. Because I'm just at pains to go through that process because I don't know if everyone's going to get it. And of course, we didn't go out and consult about that, and we didn't get any submissions about that in terms of changing it to the general rate. So that's my point. I think what Brian suggested is a good solution of that. We note it in terms of how we could look at it in the next annual plan, for example. Would you be happy with a noting?
Yeah, no, I'm comfortable with that if that gets.
I agree with Brian's, but rather than saying that we will make that change, I think it's about noting that we will bring to council an alternative in time for next year that is the equivalent in general rates for council to consider whether it wishes to adopt that or remain with this.
We do that as a secretarial note. Is that happy? Good. Are we happy with that? Good. Okay. So does anyone else want to speak on this? No. Let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? So show of hands. Yeah. Who's against? So 1, 2, 3. Who said division? Oh no.
Councillor Mackay. Councillor Karako. Councillor Edge. Councillor Southworth.
Yes.
Councillor Burns.
Yes.
Councillor Scott. Councillor Cranwell.
Yes.
Councillor Swiggs.
Yes.
Councillor Pauling.
Yes.
Councillor East. Councillor Robinson. Yes. Councillor Ward.
No.
Councillor Davies. Councillor Sunkel. Councillor McKenzie. Councillor Diche.
Okay, the motion is carried 4-9-7 again. Okay, let's move on. Number 11. Thank you, everybody. So this is our strategies and policies, but now, Claire, I'm picking up the point from yesterday that you wanted to address some of these separately. Are you still wanting to do that? The amendment would be that we take A, is it, just remind me, C and D? Oh, yeah, oh, got it, cool. Cool. So we do 11A. Maybe, I think we do 11, we take, it's the other name. Yeah. Okay. I'm just thinking, does the second B need the same words above it, or does it just follow? Okay. So we're just a separate, we're going to do a separate vote on the first three. Yep. I'll move 11A. We got a second. Yeah, Councillor Edge. I don't need to speak to it now. You need to speak to it now, Councillor Edge.
I would say these are policies that were clearly laid out in our long-term plan, supporting information. And I do have an amendment for revenue and finance policy that I'll address at a later date. But yeah, so yeah, other than that, they're in there for information.
Thank you. I can't support the adoption of these three, the strategy and the two policies here, mainly around the fact of this council's use, the willing use, if the council itself has accepted the natural capital borrowed. But to me, that's anathema. That's putting everything on a credit card and not really confronting the issue of operational expenses in an appropriate time frame. And secondly, when we're looking at $110 million over the 10-year time frame of this, that's absolutely eye-watering. It isn't a paltry sum at all. It is a very, very significant sum at some stage this council is actually going to have to address. Second thing is that we seem to not actually take too much notice of our revenue and financing policy. And it really does disappoint me that in the process of deliberations today, that we've been able to change something out of a user fees and charges policy, and suddenly it becomes an issue in revenue and financing policy. That seems very unusual from a process point of view, but also I've made inquiries around the legality of that. So I definitely can't support either of those. They all make reference to natural capital policy in one way or other.
Councillor Mackay, Councillor Smith.
I'm being very quick. The reason that I didn't vote for the ERP was because of the use of these three policies, which is why I'm voting against these three policies. I would love at some stage before the end of the term to actually have a conversation about this, so that this council can then vote on it. But I hope that in the future councils can actually address some of these policies at the start of each term, because they are significant policies. They do have significant ramifications long term for how we do things. But I can't support some of the things within these policies. There's some good stuff in there, don't get me wrong, but that's the reason.
Anyone else? Oh, Peter.
Oh yeah, philosophically, I'm not a supporter, but however, I will support this. We've made our decision about how we will handle borrowing in terms of natural capital, if you like. And I don't like that term, natural capital. But these policies that we're doing now, and the B side of this, are fundamental to actually getting this LPP across the line. And as long as we're prepared to note in that final adoption of the LGP, the issues that you're speaking about, Councillor Mackay and Councillor.
Yeah, John.
Equally, I concur with the thoughts of Councillor Mackay and Sweets. But as Councillor Scott has stated, we have accepted natural capital as a mechanism to fund long-term plans and the like. Decision of this council, so that is what we said.
Anyone else? Okay, let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. Do you want noted? Yep. Councillor Mackay, Swigs and Ward. Thank you. B, I'll move that. We've got a second. Right. Councillor Scott, I'll go. All right, Councillor Duncan, we're good. Do we need any more discussion? Yep, Peter.
Just because these also form the basis of actually getting this across the line, I don't think that we need a discussion on it. Yeah.
Let's put to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Number 12.
I foreshadowed an amendment.
11.1. So sorry, you did raise this yesterday, Grant. So put it and you've got a seconder at the moment. Yep, Vicky. Where you go?
This was just read as a note, so it's 11.1 note. Undertake a review of the revenue and financing policy, ideally prior to the setting of the 25-26 annual plan. So it's a wee bit of work to do, but it's certainly, as other people have talked about yesterday, it needs a review and we need to sort of bring things up to speed. So
we certainly heard about the need to be looking at a revenue and financing policy, and we've heard over the last few days while we've been discussing these things that it is something that staff are intending to do anyway. I wonder whether it's worth having staff confirm that that is the case. Nothing concerning about this. If I will just note that that's achievable, and it does say ideally. So yeah, we've got confirmation. We'll get confirmation for that.
Peter?
Look, I'm uncomfortable with putting a time frame on this. We're going through a massive change in terms of how this structure of this council is being put together under the 3 pillars that we're moving into, and I think that that is not enough time for us to get our teeth into this. I would rather see that as a recommendation that pretty much, you know, this time next year.
Yeah, I think for me this is it's the time frame. I think that the revenue policy we need to look at. But the reality is that we set this long-term plan in the end of June. I think the staff might have a couple of months, if they're lucky, downtime before they actually launch into the annual. Sorry, Giles, a bit longer than that. But they're going to be starting the annual plan, the next annual plan for 25-26, to have our Christmas time. And so I think it's very unreasonable for us to be thinking that we can expect to get that fully developed and a proper in-depth look at that in that time frame. And I would propose an amendment for that if I was going to say, but that we look to complete it during the 25-26 year.
Pose my question, which is why Giles is at the top of the table, was to ask if this a reasonable time frame? Is that doable, or is that give you concern should we change it?
So as I mentioned yesterday, councillors, the initial conversations and email exchanges I've had with colleagues around the country has indicated that this does take some considerable time to do it properly. The challenge for us is to work out the scope of the review and how we want to approach it. My initial thinking is that we clearly want to involve councillors quite significantly in that, and to take it a methodical and systematic approach. And that might mean that we can prioritise certain areas of the revenue and financing policy, bring back some parts of it for 25-26 and others to be delayed slightly further. So I think we're committed to doing it because council have indicated they would like us to do it. We want to do it, so that we do a proper job of it rather than doing it in terms of what we've done the review, let's approve it. So I would rather do it once and do it well. And if we can do it in phases, then that would be helpful.
So in the interest of moving us on, Claire, you said that you'd be happy if we said, so instead of ideally during the 25-26 financial year, you were happy with it?
I think it's awfully unfair to expect a review of the revenue and finance in a say 4 or 5 months. Yes.
I mean, yesterday staff asked to put a word in there so that gives them as much flexibility as possible. So put the word ideally prior to. If it's not dealt with either partially or in full by that time, that deals with it. So it's a lot of flexibility in there, either prior or after.
The other thing you could do, Grant, is just get rid of everything after policy and just undertake a review of the financial. I don't know. Look, the thing is, it doesn't. I mean, the other thing we could do is agree to just a secretarial note, like we've done throughout the day, rather than a motion on it. Because do we really need to vote on it? Right? I don't think it's that helpful. Staff have told us that they agree to the review. We're going to be doing it. It's going to take what it takes.
Yeah. Couldn't it be a recommendation through our council and dealt with that way?
Previous years, if these things are not dealt with, and it just drags on and on and on. I actually raised this issue at the last LTP in 20, whatever it was. So it's just really important that we have something in this LTP, in this document, that says we'll undertake it, and give staff an indication of a reasonably serious time frame, and it is ideally prior to, but it doesn't necessarily happen if it doesn't. If staff are pushed, that doesn't push them, but at least it's an indication of that we don't let it drag.
Let's put it to the vote. Oh, good. Is there anything else you want to say about it, anyone? No, let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Show of hands, all those for. Looks like that fails. Okay, so lost. Okay, let's go. 12. So the first one we've got here, and then we've got others to come, but let's put the first one, that council approves a net decrease in funding. And this is still relevant? Yeah, I'm just checking. We haven't got anything else to add to that, no? Okay. Approves a net decrease of funding of 6.155 million, which is table 1 and attachment 4 in year 1, the final long-term plan for adoption to include budget adjustments identified during the review of opportunities to reduce rates impact year 1 the long-term plan. I'll move that. Do I have a seconder? Yeah, John. You got a question, Vicky?
Only that we had additional options. There was a potential organisational efficiencies. Does that not fit in here? Is that to come later?
These are specifically within the table on page 420 or whatever it is. What page is it? Yeah, and then there's amendments to that, so we can add to this, but let's get this one done, so it's done. And then there's reduction. Oh, true. Yeah, true. Yeah, well, I'll move it. I don't need to speak at the moment. John, do you need to speak? Dion, have you got an amendment for this one? Oh, sorry. Go.
My grant philanthropy fund amendment. It's in the table.
Sorry, so John second. Okay, Joe, there you go.
With the amendment to remove all the funding, the initial proposal for this fund was quite promising, suggesting it would raise 600,000 for projects by 24. However, the reality is fund holds just shy of 36,000. Additionally, the distribution committee has not been established. In light of these facts, it's prudent for us to reconsider our financial commitment to this fund, and I just urge you to support this amendment.
John, do you want to speak?
Just a question, am I able to actually second that? Well, I'm a second of the initial motion. I support the motion.
Sorry, anyone else want to speak to it? Yeah, Genevieve. You can speak at the end. Okay. Yeah, anyone else? I'll just say from my speaker, and I'll come back to you with Dion and then go. I think I don't support this because I think that we've put a lot of investment into setting the fund up, getting it going. It hasn't reached its target. There is potential that it could get more, and I'm still willing to see that. And by leaving a little bit in, that allows it to carry on. Maybe other partners will come on board. So that's what I'll say. Yep. Dion.
I understand what you're saying, Craig, and I do respect that. But I also want, secondly, this, and I support it, but I do want us to be respectful to the Christchurch Foundation in the way that we deliver this, because, there has been a lot of work on it, in setting this up. It's a little bit disappointing for them. We don't want to lose our lives. So how we deliver this, I think, needs to be, and actually, I think it is, while doing this, I think we do need to acknowledge that there are some really good people in this space. They have been doing some work for business, but this just hasn't delivered.
Peter, sorry.
Look, I'm a bit sad about this, and I won't support it from the view that we've spoken today extensively about biodiversity and the amount of money that's going into biodiversity, and we're looking at room and explain the changes that have been made. And I think that what's happening here is we're losing an opportunity. But councillors will vote the way councillors will vote.
Peter, go back to you, Joe.
Yeah, council is of course correct. We had an election in 22, new councillors. We can assess what the council decisions were in the last long-term plan, and we can assess where those targets are at. The acceptable target for 2021. This is a course correction. Thank you.
Joe,
just a different amendment. No, but it's an amendment. So I have to withdraw my seconded from this because there's another amendment that I have proposed within here, and I can't present another amendment when I'm going through that. So here, take that. It's a procedural motion, that's all. I mean, it's a procedural motion.
Yeah, well, Greg. Okay, cool. But I think we've got clear signal earlier on, so I've got it clear. Is that all good with everybody? ahead now. All good. All good. Okay. Where were we? We're putting this to the vote. Okay. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Yep. I'm against. So I'll note that. So we've got Councillor Scott and Councillor Pauling against, Councillor Sunkel abstain, and Councillor Edge abstain. Good, done. Okay, we go back to the top motion. Now I think that affects the top motion, is what I would understand, because it puts another 55 onto the decrease. So I worked out that it's 6210 is my maths correct. And don't we have to change that now? Yeah. 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 Yeah, 6210. That's anyway. I think we've got another amendment anyway, so we can get to that a bit later. So I think Dion, you've got a foreshadowed amendment. And we'll let someone else work the maths out. And in the meantime, if someone can get onto that, that would be really helpful. Thank you. So Dion, you've got a foreshadowed motion. Thank you. Oh no.
So my memory from this yesterday is the order was actually David's amendment came in before mine, and then my amendment had to be taken as a foreshadowed amendment to David. So we have to deal with David's one first, just in terms of procedure.
What I was going to suggest though is could we take them as additional to the decrease that we've already potentially, if that gets through, that we agreed, and then we can deal with these as separate points under 12. Would that be happy? Would everyone do that?
That really works well because we actually are agreeing to what the staff advice has been, and then we can add into that.
Everyone be happy with that? Just get that decrease. If it gets supported, then we carry on. Yep. So we can go back up. Thank you. Has anyone worked out the maths yet? Got the heads up from down the back. So 6205. That will make sense to everyone? Yes. Okay. Cool. Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? No, carry. Cool. Okay, let's go to 12.2. What'll do? David, did you still need 12.1 there? Or can we withdraw that? Okay, let's, yep, David's withdrawn that. All good. Okay, 12.2. Have you got a seconder for that? Is there a seconder for that? That will Councillor East is moving it. Councillor East, sorry, Councillor McKenzie is seconding it. Okay, you can speak to it. There you go, David. Speak to it.
Yesterday we discussed the enabling functions of council, and that gave rise to staff going away and coming up this morning with a number of areas that they could find some savings in our budget. So I'm actually happy with what the staff have brought forward this morning, and to pursue 9 million probably a little unrealistic. So staff came back with quite a number. I can't remember the tally, but probably in the order of 2 or 3 million anyway. And I'm happy to accept the recommendation they brought forward yesterday, this morning, in favour of what I signalled last time.
It sort of sounds like a withdrawal, but sorry, Peter, you got a question?
Well, I think we'd be remiss not to understand what today has brought us to here.
That myself. So can we just have a quick adjournment while we get the staff to bring up the current figure of where we're at right now? And so let's just adjourn for a few minutes and then we'll do that. And then that'll help us with the next bit. Kia ora, everybody. If you can come back to your seat, we'll keep moving. We've got, I think Councillor Mackenzie's hopefully going to join online shortly. Oh, there he is. He's on it. Good work. So he's had to leave, but he's joined back online. So we've got him there. We were going to move to Brian coming up and giving us an update about where we're currently at with the rates. So I'd like to do that for us. And then we'll come back to your thing, Dave.
Obviously, there have been a few puts and takes along the way at the moment, but at the present time, we're sitting at exactly 20%.
Thanks, Brian. Okay, so David, you came to me and talked about these other two items that are on our green sheet here, and that if we put them up, you'd be happy to withdraw your motion there. Yep. Oh, sorry. You came up to me and said that you'd be happy to withdraw that if we put those two forward.
Last night we were at 19.9. I raised some around the enabling function. Come back this morning with a number of offerings. About 4 or 5 of them we have already dealt with today. I'm happy to withdraw that motion and debate the 2 remaining items that staff have offered. Councillor Mackenzie, I think, indicated that there may be some other things he'd like to raise. I'll leave that to him, but from my point of view, I'm happy to withdraw that motion and debate the 2.
And just in terms of Councillor Swiggs, I know you've got one too, and then Councillor Mackay, did you still have one that you were going to put? Or are you withdrawing that?
I'll withdraw mine. Councillor Swiggs, there we go.
Councillor Swiggs?
Yeah, mine's going to be ambitious.
Do you want to do these other 2 things first, see where that lands us? Then we can come back to your one. Does that sound good to everyone? I don't think there was any others that we had from yesterday. That was clear one. She's recording. Oh, good. Okay, so the 2 that we've got on our sheet here, the first one is that there's no general reserve replenishment. We have to word that in a minute, get that right, so we can put that up. And then the other, and of course these were on the bottom of the list, which meant the staff were just additional options. They weren't revisited or revised staff advice. And then the other one is the organisational efficiencies. Now, with that one, it's probably dependent on where we are at the moment with the 20%. I'd be guided by staff about what you state that figure in terms of efficiency could be, and that probably needs to happen now. John, you got a suggestion? Okay, cool. Yep, Peter.
Look, I'm pretty keen on looking at these separately because I think that they're 2 different things. So if we could do that.
Just the wording on how we'd word. I need a bit of help from staff actually, because all I've got on here is no general reserve replenishment, but that's not a motion. Can we turn it into a motion, please? What would be the start, how we would turn it into a motion? Yeah, we'll just adjourn for a minute or so just to try and get that wording right. Okay, I think we might be ready. Almost there. Yep. So the 2 things on our sheet there, one was about organisational efficiencies and one about general reserve replenishment. So we've got the first one of them up, which we'll do the organisational efficiencies first. So we've got a motion there that agrees to instruct the chief executive to achieve organisational efficiencies during year one of the long-term plan of $2 million. You gonna move that, Peter? Yep, and David, you'll second that. Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Look, I think we're getting really close to actually getting ourselves out of this room. And not that I'm excited about that at all, but I think we need to recognise that this has been a pretty long day. This all came this morning from staff, that they will take care of this. Okay? I think it's totally different from the second one, which is about reserves, and we're all really nervous about those. My point on this is that we need to consider this really seriously. This will get us somewhere near 19%, 18.9, 19%. Now, that's an offer that you shouldn't refuse from where we started. And I think that if we want to extend ourselves and then pick up the next motion, we could be here from midnight. So, that's why I think I will support this. This proposal.
Thanks, Peter. Councillor East, do you want to speak now? Okay. Sorry, anyone else want to speak to this? Yeah. I just put a point of clarification on kind of like organisation efficiency 2 million. What does it really mean in a sense when it comes into implementing the current LPP? Achievable, or does it put risk on our organisation?
So this is what the staff and I agree that we can, if you like, absorb. We've talked about continued quality assurance, and it would be the savings with regard to that. Anything more than this, and we would be. This is the extent that staff feel that we can absorb, if you like, and manage the organization and still meet what is in those core services as you've agreed today.
Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah, anyone else want to speak to it? Okay, let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Oh, sorry. Aye. Come back to you now. Sorry.
Thank you, fellow councillors. I'm quite impressed that we had this discussion last night and questioned some of the enabling functions. I'm very grateful to staff and impressed with their readiness to react to the request last night and have come back with a credible offer for us to consider. So I'd like to go on record with thanking staff for their consideration. I think it will be something that helps our final rate by at least probably 1 to a bit more %. And I think from where we started way back, where we were talking about 34% in our first cut, we got back to 24.2 when we went out for consultation. We've heard from our constituents that that was a rate too high, and I think we've worked very hard today on a number of amendments, including this one here, to get rates back down to an area where our constituents can feel comfortable with a rate rise going forward. So I'd like to thank everyone concerned and hopefully we'll pass this motion. Thank you.
David, let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Aye. That's carried. Thank you. With the next one, do we have a mover? At least do we have a seconder? You're going to second it? Okay. Well, good. Let's go. David, do you want to speak to it first? Okay. Vicky, do you want to speak to it?
I will. So I fully appreciate the importance of general reserves, and I appreciate that we're not where we need to be, but I also appreciate that it is tough times and that it's 1 year and then subsequent years. I know it always feels like putting off until tomorrow, but I feel like actually we can we can weather another year of storm. It's been an incredible few years. Like I've been here 5 years, and every year we have had substantial impacts. But I feel like we're in a particularly tricky point in time, and that things have got to surely pick up. So I will support this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am quite reticent about supporting the motion in its totality. I'm probably of a mind to support $500,000 coming out, but can I ask finance staff to give an indication of what this might mean if we took the total out or some out for the year going forward, please? Are there implications?
The amount that attaches to the general reserve replenishment is 1.5%. Taking the first one for the organisational efficiencies and then the general reserve will bring us down to 17%.
Just my question was the implications to the general reserve if we do not put those monies in this year.
Essentially, we're overdrawn on our general reserve at the moment. So what this will do will run down our cash reserve at the same time. So we will start to become tighter and tighter in our cash management.
Thanks, John. Nick, you have a question?
I'm very, very nervous to go into this space because I've been in business for a long time. It's always nice to have a buffer. Something
Yeah, I don't know how much I can support this. Because it actually has some adverse outcomes potentially for the future. We are living in very unpredictable times at the moment. And, I appreciate that this is actually potentially has a very large impact on reducing the rates, but we also have to think about how much we're spending on things, what decisions we're making on extra things that we're doing. I'm nervous about this. I would have, like John, would have probably supported a lower amount. It might foreshadow the method to reduce the reserves by 2 million rather than 2.5. That just gives us a small buffer.
Thanks, Leon. I'll come back to you at the end, David. You'll get the right reply. Yeah, no?
Yeah. Kia ora koutou. Look, it's interesting that Councillor Squiggs actually has kind of foreshadowed one of the questions I actually had, because first of all, we have been hearing, and particularly in AFAC, around the situation of the global economy and then also the New Zealand economy that it impacts on. When the world economy sneezes, we kind of catch the cold. That's the first thing. The other part of it is that fiscal responsibility is actually about having something for that rainy day. And you know, with an organisation like this, it's actually, where does the responsibility fall? It falls back here at the governance table. And so the decision is that I don't actually, I mean, I agree with the fact about, you know, bringing the rate burden down on our constituents. I agree with that. And we've worked really hard over the last couple of days. And again, I also acknowledge the work of the staff. But there is a responsibility there also for them to possibly relook at some maybe more savings. But coming back to this one, I can't support it actually in the fact of removing the general reserve replenishment. I could support actually it coming down from that 2.5 to 2, but I always believe that we do need to have something there, particularly when we look at all that we're still in an area around we can't rely on the Crown at this stage. So we do need to have some of those reserves. That's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to Peter. Oh, sorry, Bill. Yeah, no, you can foreshadow that sort of been foreshadowed already. So, Peter.
Yeah, look, I've got a huge amount of sympathy for my business colleagues sitting at the table who've got far more experience than I have in this situation. But we are again talking about risk. So, what is the risk? And my point is that I don't think there's a lot of risk in doing this. Visibility of doing this and the visibility of actually working away at trying to get a solution to a really ugly rate number that we get out in that draft annual plan for it. And that visibility will possibly put some confidence back in our ratepayers' pockets. I'm not sure if it will, but it's a movement in that direction. Now, I don't want to say this, but this council's got a pretty healthy balance sheet, so we're never ever going to have serious problems. Ever.
Ian, I've got you. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's it. Thanks, Craig. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, we can.
Look, I'm against cutting the that $2.5 million going into reserves, but I do believe that there's probably more money in other areas we could save.
Okay, was that? Thanks, Ian. You finished?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm lost in the back streets of Christchurch. So I'm trying to
Well, we'll get to the airport. Hurry up. Oh, good. Okay. Go to you, Grant.
I think it's prudent to keep a sum of money in that still, and the idea of just reducing it by 500. I think I remember coming into council and previous councils have drained our reserves, and we're trying to build them up. And draining reserves simply to reduce the rates, I think there's a risk in that. So yeah, I won't support this.
Clear. Oh, sorry, Matt.
I was just going to say, but if Councillor Suncourt's going to move a $500,000 change reduction, I'll support Councillor Suncourt.
Clear.
Similarly, given that we're already overdrawn in our general reserves, I don't agree. I can't support this motion to remove the total amount for year one. So I am keen to look at what an amendment that's been foreshadowed might look like. I think it's important that we do actually reflect what this trying to do. How I would go.
Well, I've got Jay waiting, but do you want to speak now, or do you want to?
I support Councillor Scott on this. We've been hearing over the last 2 days, got to get the rate down. We've got it down at a number, achievable, and so I'd be happy to support this motion going as it is.
Okay, Councillor Sunkel, do you want to?
Yes, thank you, and apologies, I haven't typed something up. My eyes are tired. My amendment would be that we reduce the general reserves replenishment to $2 million from 2.5 in year one.
Just give us a moment to write that up, and then we can check it with you. So we'll just adjourn for a second. Do you want to come and Grant, you can help. Kia ora koutou. So you happy with the wording, Phil? And Grant? And we all clear what that means? I understand that it means there'll be 500,000 put into reserves. Yeah. Oh, so 2 million put in? Okay. Okay. Oh, truth. Okay. Cool. Yeah. No. So is everyone clear on that? But that's all right. You can. That's all right. Yeah. Yeah. That's all right. So, yep. Sorry. And just I have to check with this because Councillor East, and I have to check with you, Councillor Southworth. We can, if you're willing to substitute it for the first one, we could do that, or do you just want us to put it? Councillor East is happy to substitute, I think. Is that what you said?
I said that I would be quite happy to, if we had an agreed figure, to substitute that in my motion. It's somewhat slightly different to councillor amendment.
Sorry, Dave, I think that answers it. I think we can just put this amendment and see if it passes or fails. Now, if it passes, does it take away the first one? That's how it works. It becomes a, yeah, cool. Okay, let's do it. Sorry.
Yep. As the mover, please, if I could speak to it. Our reserves, as we have heard, are in deficit. The general reserve is a reserve that can be utilised across the organisation, as opposed to specific reserves which are tagged to those specific entities, whether it be river rating or transport or the like. So I do not agree with Councillor Scott and maybe some others who believe there is not a great amount of risk in this organisation. We have spent 2 days absolutely talking about the risk to public transport funding, NZCA, a whole bunch of things. And so in my mind, this being a general fund, it is important to have money in there to provide us with some opportunity and contingency for things that we might want to use. Yes, we could borrow money, but can we borrow money for operational business? No, we can't. We're already having a debate about what is green money and borrowing and the like. So for me, critically important that we do lift that reserve up, given the uncertainty that we face, not this year, but into the immediate future. 500,000 reduction for me goes a wee way towards taking some of the savings, but in a safety first kind of space, I am happy that we still maintain the 2 million.
Councillor East, you want to speak now, right? I'm happy with what Councillor Sunkel said. Vicky?
For me, the 2 big risks are flood recovery that we have borrowed for in the past and do the same again. We've got the headroom actually stop refer to, and the other is public transport, refer to for Councillor Sunkel, but that we have a public transport reserve. The general rate isn't there for public transport, is my understanding of things. Correct. And so to me, that's the big issue. So I would like to, but I do acknowledge that the general rate is it's in deficit and it's good to have. And so I foreshadow that should this fail, I will propose a reduction to 1 million.
Thanks, Vicky. Yeah.
As I said before, I'm against it. I'll be voting against it. And then what Councillor Scott said before, I've been hearing about you've got to get the rates down. It's only for 1 year. There's the annual plan next year to look at replenishing the reserves. So I mean, we heard from staff that 17.3 would be the if we go to the 2.5 million, and I think that's powerful for the title board for our community. So I'll be voting.
Anyone else want to speak? Okay, let's put the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Yeah, we probably better do it just for good time's sake, old time's sake, just do a division.
Councillor DJ. Councillor Davies. Councillor Karaiko. Councillor East. Councillor Southworth. And Councillor McKenzie. I'll give him another try in a minute. Councillor Mackay. Councillor Robinson.
Okay.
Councillor Swiggs.
Against.
Councillor Edge. Councillor Pauling.
Again.
Councillor Cranwell.
Against.
Councillor Ward. Councillor Scott. Councillor Burns.
Against.
Councillor Sunkel. Councillor Mackenzie, are you online?
Yep. So that failed 10 to 5. Okay. We had a foreshadowed motion. Foreshadowed motion from Councillor Southwood. Do we go there next?
Just checking if I can, because I seconded the first one above, so it might be that someone else needs to do that. Actually, I can't. Okay.
Yep. Genevieve?
To reduce it to $1 million.
Is that a reduction of 1 million or a reduce it to 1 million?
So, yeah, I'll get to that. I'll get to that. First, we'll get to it. So I'll check with Genevieve. But as we read the last one, that would leave 0.5 to put into reserves. I believe this one would put 1.5 into reserves. Yes, please.
Sorry, yes, so reducing it by 1.5 to a figure of 1 million.
I don't think you can change that second bit to 1. You just got to leave it at 2.5. Yeah, first bit. Yeah. Yeah, true. Okay. So let's just be clear. So 1.5 million savings, but 1 million into the reserves. Yep. Are we all clear? Good. Have you got a seconder for that motion? Yep. Councillor Burns. Yep. I'll speak to it. No, probably don't need to. No. Should we put it to the vote?
Yep. What will that do to the? What will our figure be? Right out of 17.
Can we try and work that out in a quick second? Right. It's not quite one.
We're down to 17.9.
We do this. Okay, put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Aye. Yeah, got that noted? Noted. So, correct, Councillor Cranwell, Councillor Ward, Councillor Sunkel. Okay, motion carried, I believe. Cool. That's done. Okay, good work, everybody. That becomes a substantive motion. Yes, that's correct. Okay. We don't have to do the other one. That's correct. Now, Councillor Swiggs, do you still want to put this?
I do want to still put this, but I don't think it's possible, which is what I'm very cautious about, and I don't really want to have a big debate about it, but I don't at the same time want to, yeah, I don't think we can get increase.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Oh, there is. Oh, here we go. Bit more. For that. I think it might be good to have some staff advice around implications of this. Yeah. Okay. Does anyone who can come to the table? Yep. Stephanie can speak to it. Okay.
How about I speak to it and Giles, you can add anything. Councillors, as you're aware, staff have sought to remove or reduce the impact on the rates The initial moves within these documents in terms of the resolutions included $5.4 million worth of savings. We put a further $2 million in, which reduces your total rates take by $7.4 million. That is the amount that this organization can bear in the current climate without further risk. And my advice to you would be that if you wish to reduce the rates further, you need to consider how you impact your core services and the reduction of services to our community.
Thank you. Any other questions? I think it's pretty clear. Do you want to speak? Yes, that's good. Yeah.
Pushing out on the table, I kind of have to, but the intent with this, and actually, I just want to say, staff, thank you so much for doing what you've done. Actually, we've got to a really good point. This is on the table, so we kind of have to deal with it. But the intent with this was to look at an envelope and say, this is, give a direction for an envelope. We've been waffling around quite a bit for quite some time, and it was really easy to get to that was to try and put an envelope. But as we'll have to vote on it, see where it goes.
Yeah, I'll go to the seconder. That's the ward if you want to speak now.
Yeah, like Dion, I'd like to acknowledge the work staff have done. I do sort of acknowledge the pain that's going on out in all communities, the stress that people are under. So that's why I guess I've put a stake in the sand. Somebody might think it's quite radical, but I guess having been in business before, sometimes you have to cut the cloth, and sometimes you have to have a look in the envelope and spread the money or thin maybe across your business.
Thanks for that. David and then Peter.
Thanks. Yeah, 15% was a figure I had in mind a wee while ago, and I'd like to sort of compliment everyone for their cooperation and getting us down to 17.9%. I think it is now. I would personally, yes, I would like to see a little bit more. My only real sort of comment at the moment is probably something that Councillor McKenzie left this week, that he thought there were some other areas of savings for activities that he considered weren't core functions of this organisation. So I admire Dion and Ken and Nick for putting up the motion to at least stimulate a bit of discussion. But my question really is, at what stage do we have to absolutely sign off if Councillor McKenzie, for example, had some other areas that he wanted to consider? Are we done and dusted now, or do we have room to move a little bit further as we get towards confirming our long-term plan?
The way I would see it is if there was another foreshadowed motion, we could deal with it, but we'll see if anyone says anything. So that's the way I'd roll on that. You finished? Yep. Okay, Peter. Yep. Sorry, Peter. Yeah.
Look, I can't support this. I think I would have supported this as an opening argument, put some tension in the room to see where we could get to. But I think everyone's been reasonably magnanimous about their positions. The thing about this is, at this point in time, at this point in the day, we know what this organisation has to do. We know that there are things that we need to get on with, and we need to do that. We've had a correct process. We've held the officers of this organisation to account, and they've come back and they've given us some savings. Look, I don't like big rates increases, but I think we should be commended for where we've got to now, because that's been a lot of talk. I think it's been a bit of horse trading going on, and I think we're in a good position. And I would like to see us just deal with this reasonably quickly, Chair, so that we can wrap this up and move on.
Thanks, Peter. I've got Claire, Nick, and Vicky that want to speak, and Grant. Okay. And Greg.
Look, I would love to support this, and in terms I definitely do. I would have liked to see the figure much lower than that, and that's no secret around that. But I really do appreciate the work that Stephanie, CE, and staff have done coming back, because I have been trying to drive to see business efficiency. So I really do appreciate the effort that's been put in and bringing that back to us relatively recently, to be honest. So do really appreciate that. I don't think it's going to fly, but we are where we are, and yeah, it is what it is.
Thanks, Claire. No.
Kia ora. If we, some of us can cast your memories back to regimes, organisations that slashed and burned, or just slashed, and the results of that has been horrific in some way on organisations. I remember that. I think the other part of this, though, is that I want to commend the CE for a dose of reality, and particularly on the last comments about actually where this will actually put us if we do vote for this. It's all about risk, how can you manage that, service levels, and all of this. I commend the mover and the seconder for trying to get it to this point, which we all would prefer, but it's actually looking at it with a practical kind of set of eyes as to how far can we actually block this thing to get it to a place where we're all comfortable. And we won't be, but I think the majority is actually going to go for the 17.9, and I'm in that actually, so I can't support this. But kia kaha for those that actually introduced it, seconded it, very courageous. Kia ora.
Yeah, just obviously completely take on board what our CEO said. That I absolutely do not want to threaten or risk our service levels and levels of service and so on. That does set absolutely what this organisation is here to do, and I'm really pleased that we've reviewed those really thoroughly as well. Like I think they're much better ones than what we had in our last long-term plan. So we've done some really good work. I appreciate the way democracy have worked today, and I appreciate that a bit of hardballing has sort of concentrated some minds. There's been some winners, some things we've all won, some things we've not. We've kept a sort of sense of humour and goodwill. So I feel like we heard from people. People are worried about the present. People are worried about the future. We've got some stuff in here that's pushing towards some betterment of our environment, pushing towards some improvements on climate change if the government will come with us on our public transport futures plans. And so, to be this, I think the 17.9 is a good balance. There's a degree of risk in there, but I think we can manage with that. So I'll not be supporting this proposal.
Thanks, Vicky. Grant.
Yes, I can't support this either. I think we've done extremely well, although I would have liked retained a bit more, but 17.9 seems reasonable. And I take on board the Stephanie's comments about going any further below that starts to impact on our level of service. I'm kind of looking here too at some comments I made in January when we stated at the beginning of the statement I made then that enabling our financial vision was enabling the achievement of Council's strategic direction or strategic goals by the development of a more flexible funding sources and more effective use of existing funding to benefit the Canterbury community for current and future generations. I also said that we can't go backwards at a time when our environment continues to be degraded through inappropriate land use
inflationary pressures for ratepayers, and we've included prudence disclosure statements explaining our planned performance in relation to various benchmarks. So for me, we have really searched really a lot to arrive at this, and we're still going to probably end up with a rates rise that will be big. 13%, and obviously it's going to be potentially lower than that.
Thanks, Grant. Greg.
Just to finish up, can I thank the chair too? I think you've been exceptional today, so well done. Also want to acknowledge all of the staff. It's not easy for us demanding bits and pieces, especially on the fly. For me, it is about what we are required to do. It's not about a figure that we can wander away and feel that we are it's politically acceptable. We're all voted in for a particular reason, which is to lead, to govern, and I believe that we are. And I would just add that the comment slash and burn and cut your cloth means that I got bingo. Thank you.
I've got Ian online.
Yeah, thanks, Craig. And look, I've been listening to the debate off and on. People keep cutting me off, but I recognise that this motion sounds like it'll be lost, but I would have supported it. But I think there's another $3 million that could come out of our budget without cutting. Well, it cuts a couple of programs, but neither of them are core businesses, and it wouldn't affect our delivery of what we're about. And so I am a bit disappointed that the LTP will end up at 17.9. I think we could have got it down to 16, but I have to get on an aeroplane, and I can't. It's hard to be part of the debate from a waiting room. So if you could register my vote in favour of this motion, even if, as I understand it, it's probably going to be lost, please.
Thank you. Yeah. I thought just reiterate the Mihi to start with me and the staff for their Mihi for the last 6 months on the LTP, and then also in the last yesterday and today, and then coming with figures and helping us to reach our 17.9%. Also, Mihi kia koe, Mr. Hua, Craig, for hanging in there and getting through the last bit and leading us to where we are today. But I'd just like to acknowledge what has been raised today, pardon, with the current climate, the total lack of respect this current government has towards regional and local government. This term, especially in regards to localism and to the poor well-being. We have seen the disregard towards cultural, social and environmental well-beings with a total focus on economic and fiscal focus. And also a total disregard towards partnerships already developed with Hapu and Iwi, and consistently attacks on the foundation document of this country, Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Therefore, as a regional government, we must put a line in the sand that the environment is paramount, that we need to make sure things like the fast track bill, which will be coming up, don't take our ability to have input and don't look at the economic focus only over the environment. I'm proud to where we got today with 17.9. As we heard from our last speaker, I just want to do the core services. I'm glad to where we got today, and actually we are doing things for the environment, working with our communities and trying to make a difference, because we know in the future, in the next in the next year, that Papatūānuku will be screaming for help, and we need to be there to support her without the resources being stripped from her. So, nō reira, nei anō te mihi kia koutou katoa, mō tō kōrero tēnei rā, nō reira tēnā koutou, tēnā papatū.
Kia ora tātou, tēnā koe hoa, tēnā koutou katoa, mō tō koutou whakaro, mō tō koutou kōrero pāna tēnei mahi, tēnei kaupapa whakahirahira, mō tātou, mō ka uri akina. Tēnā koutou. Let's put this to the vote. And sorry, yeah, gotta go back to Dion. Sorry, Dion, wait a minute.
Just as I've moved this thing on, I just finish off by saying that I do really appreciate the work you've done next week and all the staff, and I think we have come to a good compromise place. The intention again for this yesterday was to put a stake in the sand and say this is where I was thinking, and obviously there were a few others there as well. it's focused a lot of our sort of conversation today, which is really good. I think we've had a really focused conversation that I really support what Vicky said in that space. Focus the conversation and getting this organisation to be fit for the future is going to be really important. So I can't not support my own motion, but well, I can actually, can I? I don't even know. But hey, look, thanks everybody for the good conversation. It's been great.
You can vote whatever way you want because you're not predetermined, so you just do whatever you need to do. Let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Okay. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against? Against? My ears are saying lost. Is that motion lost? Yeah. Cool. Yeah. I don't think we've got anything else. No, we did.
Sorry, with Claire and I, so
Sorry, we did that. We did that. Yeah. These are just additional ones, John. These are just additional. Oh, that one's gone. Because yep. We happy?
Making sure it's right because I thought we had an amendment, so I think there was still a standard motion sitting somewhere.
That was my one. Oh, no.
So just let's. Okay, cool. Yep. So just hands up who was against. Councillor Cranwell, Councillor Southworth, Robertson, Edge, DJ, Burns, Davies, Pauling, and Scott, and Korako. Yeah, and DJ. Yep. Sorry. And Uncle. Cool. We got everyone. Davies. Yep. All good. That's it. Oh, sorry. Councillor Edge. Yep. We're good. Is everyone happy who's on there? Yep. Good. Cool. Okay, we're going to move on to. Do we want to do the next bit? Yeah. Well, we've got one more thing we just need to do. Yeah. So, how do we want to do this, Vicky and Claire? Yep. So, yeah, just an introduction about this. Earlier on, Claire raised an issue about the swing mooring thing. We've had advice from staff that we can do what we did in terms of some legal advice that come through. So we're just going to bring that up. Yeah, sure. So if we do this, there's a potential that we are going to revoke this. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. Your button. So you heard me really querying the process around taking a fees and charges approach to this and then incorporating it in something that wasn't in the revenue and finance policy. And ironically, when the next section came up, the revenue and finance policy was mentioned again, and we couldn't do it there until it was reviewed. But the point is that, and so I asked for some legal advice, and that has come back, and effectively a submission came in, so we can make a decision as council. However, I think Vicky and I have come to some sort of agreement there that perhaps if the consensus of the council is around the table, revoke that and then put another recommendation up which stays within the fees and charges policy, and we would just take the 57.50 for the spring mooring fee towards wrecks and removal and make it 0 for the coming year, and then deal with the issue in the future. So Vicky and I are happy with that, and hopefully councillors are also.
So I hadn't quite clicked with where Claire was coming from, and now I've realised then she taken what's a fee, a levy, and pushing it into a rate instead. So that was where I hadn't quite appreciated that. So what this basically does, is we know that we've already got a reserve about 30,000, and so if we zero rate for this year, there's no levy this year, but we're keeping it in that same place, and we can revise then, put it if UAGC for the year 2 through the annual plan process next year. Of course, it came up later on, but that was a mechanism. So, yeah. So if everyone's happy with that, then that seems to me to be it tidies things up for Claire, and I know Claire likes things to feature, so so I'm quite comfortable with that.
We can have a discussion on it. Happy to open it up. It's pretty significant. Oh, Charles is going to provide some advice too.
So I don't have the numbers to hand, but my understanding is whilst there are reserves, they're limited, and the cost of doing this for each boat is quite expensive. So the reserves, there is a risk that the reserve will go significantly expensive.
So just with yesterday we thought it had been 50,000, and then there was a wreck recovered 20,000, so it got down to 30. Okay, if there's, yeah, I'll listen.
So Giles is correct. And this is an area of business that is difficult to be certain on how much money you need, because it depends on how many boats that you need to go and salvage. Okay. So I guess the advice is what you're proposing to do is fine, but if we had some big salvages that were required, or many smaller ones, then we may go over and have to come back to council and talk to you about that. So we may go beyond the reserve that's there at the moment. That's, I guess that's just the key thing. So, yeah.
Any other questions? Oh, Stephen? Yeah, please.
And can I just get the clarity? I thought that we were talking about 600 boats, swing mooring, 600 swing mooring, at 57.50, 34,500, which is very close to what I heard. But I'm sure, yes, Dallas this morning is actually in the reserve.
But we're not collecting any additional funding. So, yeah.
Yeah, that we wouldn't be collecting funding for the next year. We would use up that reserve. But for the following year, and setting the annual plan for 25-26, that discussion around whether it goes into a UAGC could be had. That's as I understand it.
We'll just take some more questions.
Not so much a question, I guess my nervousness and my 0 rating in a sense for this year, we leave ourselves at risk. And I guess a better way forward for me would be to maintain the levy in the first year and indicate back to those folks that sit in those harbours that we will readdress in the next annual plan, or when we look at it. I just think we're giving away money and creating risk for the organisation.
Peter, and I'll come back to you, Vicky.
I'll question the fact that we're intent on doing this as a technical issue, why we can't do it the way it was proposed to do. What's one more year of this? That's my point, because otherwise we're going to risk the 34,000. There's not going to be no money in there. Why don't we foreshadow this is one of the things that we need to do for the annual plan?
The advice has been that we can do it this way. It was just to try to satisfy a few things. So we can do it this way.
Getting very confused. If it's a simple process, I'm into that. But this seems to be the discussion around here seems to be it's not simple.
Yeah, so I'm listening to Stephen's advice. there's an unnecessary risk for the sake of 10 cents in UAGC, which we had legal advice can be done. And so I'm going to stick with what's passed, and I don't support changing it. Apologies, Claire, I would predict to step this position, but I'm not hearing that staff is supporting that. So.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. I think, you know, we've had a big day, and I think the intent of this resolution is clear, even though it created some, you know, potential issue, but we have had that advice that we can do it this way. We are staff numerous times, plus we've had legal advice now, so I'm happy for it to stand, acknowledge the concern clear, and acknowledge that we tried to create a solution, but it is a bit more complicated. It's been a long day, we're pretty tired, so I'm happy to move on. So thanks everybody. Let's go to the last three resolutions. We've got 13, 14, and 15. If everyone's happy, we could take that as a block.
Yeah, I think we can, Mr. Chair, and I'm prepared to move that. I think they're just procedural, and I think we can move on pretty quickly here.
So I'm happy to acknowledge that as people feel we should do that. Yeah, and I know and I understand why. Although we have had that discussion previously, and you can still note that in this debate, Claire, if you like. Yeah, I think we'll move. So I've got a mover and a seconder. Where you go, Peter, if you want to speak to it. About 13, 14, 15, we'll do them all together. And Burns, it was. Yeah, where you go.
Hey, look, I take on board the concerns about 14, but we have had that discussion. We will have another discussion about that actually going forward. And in my in moving this, I said, look, these are procedural, and I see them that way. And so I can't see any big debate that needs to happen around this.
Councillor Burns, do you want to speak now?
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. Yeah, certainly concur with both those responses.
Anyone else wish to speak to this? Okay, put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Yeah, okay. You want that noted, please? Yeah, thank you. That's it. Thank you. Well done, everybody. Yeah, before I hand to Councillor Cranwell, yeah, again, just want to thank everybody. Everyone's, you know, had those words to say. Thanks to our staff. Thanks to the councillors. Like I think Vicky summed it up really well. There's been a lot of work done today to help each other, to help our region. So I just want to acknowledge all the work that has been done. Nō reira, e ngā hoa, e rauranga tērā mā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. So next meeting, 19th of June, just helping you out, yeah, you know. O nei anō te mea kia koutou katoa ngā whaikauni hira o tāne whai o ki waita, mō koutou kaha mō ngā rā e rua ko ripa, he pai piti kōrero, I tēnei taha, huri noa tēnei whare, kua ea, o tātou mahi I tēnei wā, te pai wā haki aki te wā kaika, wai muri tēnei, ki o hoa haroha hoki, tā reira nei anō te mei, ki ngā kaimahi, tā renga raupua, e tō kaha hoki, te noho ana, matakitaki ia mātou, hei te wā tau kume I tēnei rā nō reira, koutou mā, tēnā koutou kia koe hoki Stephanie, o tō kaha hoki, e whakahaere tēnei mahi. Koutou katoa, nō reira ka he karakia nei, hei Whakakapi, I tēnei wā nō reira me tātana nei karakia unuhia. Unuhia ki turu tapu niu e tāne, kia wāti, kia māma, kia kākau, kia tinana, kia wairua, tarataka pā, koe rā e roko, whakiriaki, ki rokia kia tīna. Huie, Aurora.